I'm Ben.
Hi, I'm Tom.
And you're listening to Sunglasses at Night podcast, episode 2005.
Yes, this is the podcast where we put on our Ray-Bans and take a look back through time at a year in musical history via the ARIA charts, aka the Australian Recording Industry Association charts, and go through the number ones of that year, this year in particular being 2005.
That's right, and it gives us a very good sort of overview of what was happening in music, which also tells us, you know, what was happening in life. The songs that hit number one, we can sort of draw on that and sort of see what the emotions of people were, what they were feeling, you know, what sort of advances there were, what sort of forward-thinking ideas that people were having, so the music gives us the ability to do that. It's middle of the decade, Tom. So it's mid 2005.
Mid-aughts. People still hadn't decided what to call the decade yet. They've settled on the aughts now. It seems at the time people were calling it the noughties. Those people got punched a lot.
The noughties was the worst. that was. It's sort of like something that a marketing guy would come up with,
absolutely.
And it would be in like an ad for.
Desperately hope it catches on.
Definitely. But yeah, that was terrible. So people by this stage, they'd forgotten about the Millennium Bug, hadn't they? They'd sort of just went, remember that thing? So even then, 5 years after they were going, that was
slightly
fucking
distracted
stupid.
by the two world wars that had started pretty much straight after.
That's true. Yeah.
The Millennium, the party had finished. And then...
Exactly right. So look, 2005, before we get into the songs, any news, any events, anything that was...
Well, world events 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, ultimately flooding about 80% of the city, killing 1,600 people and leaving tens of thousands very much up shit creek without a paddle. It was all fixed quickly, though, because the US head of disaster recovery in grand conservative tradition was a large donor of George Bush's campaign, whose total disaster recovery experience up to this point had been running a small horse farm.
Okay.
So,
good.
yeah, I think his granddaughter rode a pony there once or something, and he donated a lot of money to the campaign, so he got to be head of disaster recovery.
Yeah.
So that worked about as well as putting Donald Trump in charge of head of COVID recovery.
Yeah.
YouTube was founded
by
Chad Hurley, Steve Chen, and Jawed Karim during February. The three creators were all former PayPal employees who got tired of the endless sex and cocaine parties at PayPal, went off on their own with a dream, and by 2006, like a year later, search engine Google purchased the company for $1.65 billion in Google stock, which today would be worth something in the region of $8 billion.
I hope they kept that stock and didn't just sell
So
it
do I,
and put it straight into like pets.com or something.
That's the trick, Ben, though, isn't it? Take the cash and get out while nobody knows your face.
Yep.
Or else you stay too long and you end up turning into Bill Gates on the Lolita Express, mournfully pouring at the glass as Jeff Bezos flies past in a dildo-shaped rocket on its way to low orbit.
Look less like a dildo and like an actual cock. I think that rocket did. Like it was. Yes. I think they've crafted it to.
They really got the helmet.
Yeah,
right on there.
Did you know that YouTube started as a dating site, Tom? Did you know that?
No, really.
Yeah. So the original guise was you upload videos of yourself in the whole sort of
like the old. Taping a video of yourself.
Yeah, so you'd upload a video of yourself as a dating site, introduce yourself, say your hobbies and whatever. Other people would watch those videos. Didn't take off. So they'd had YouTube, that's what it was called, really went absolutely nowhere, and they went, oh, fuck that. Let's just take away the dating element and people can upload videos of anything. And then they did, and then fast forward to today, and it's absolutely enormous.
I remember it taking off quickly, but I don't remember it taking off
really
that quickly. That's going from founding to selling it for $8 billion in a year. Yeah, I mean that's pretty amazing. Not even like Minecraft, managed that. Yeah.
It's hard. Young people might be like, what, a world before YouTube? But yeah, it was sort of, there wasn't a lot of videos on the internet. You'd have to go to specific sites.
Not even that long ago, really.
No, not really.
Less than 20 years.
Less than 20 years.
And like we said, what was it? Facebook was only a couple of years earlier than this too. These things are still pretty new.
And it's a lot of people don't realise, but YouTube makes, in 2021, made more revenue, I'm not sure about profits, but I don't think actually Netflix is even profitable still, but made more revenue than Netflix. So
Oh, wow.
So it's a completely... Because they do have a subscription, but it's predominantly ad-based. But so they just make so much money from that.
Because they have so much sketchy uploaded music as well, they've kind of also turned into a music streaming service as well. Yep. So Apple iTunes and shit's on the way out. Apple TV's been a bit of a flop. So really now YouTube's kind of just moving towards Spotify and
Yeah.
Netflix.
Yeah, if you're a cheap cunt and don't want to pay for Spotify like me, then you just go to YouTube, and I guarantee you most shit's on there. So.
Mind you, they have figured this out clearly because the ads are creeping closer and closer together.
Oh, yeah.
I give it 5 years, it's going to be up to like Channel 10 where it's 50% ads.
The ads will be in the middle of the song.
Yeah, they're getting pretty close.
Yep.
In pop music, Michael Jackson was cleared of child molestation charges again by a jury of Jared from Subway, it says here. On a less pedophile
And R.
note,
Kelly was on the jury as well, I think.
On a less pedophile note, Geldof organised the Live 8 concerts.
Oh.
Live 8 concerts, a simultaneous-ish worldwide group of gigs using more than 1,000 musicians, this time featuring even some African ones for a change. London had U2 and Madonna, Moscow got the Pet Shop Boys, Japan got Björk and Good Charlotte, but Canada won the day performances-wise with Bryan Adams and Bare Naked Ladies in an event hosted by Dan Aykroyd and Tom Green, which I'm hoping climaxed in a reenactment of the famous ghost blowjob scene by Tom Green on a live giraffe from Ghostbusters. I think that's what happened. In my mind, that's what happened anyway.
Did Brian and Bare Naked Ladies do a duet, do you know, Tom? Or were they just performing their hits? Well, Bare Naked Ladies hit, I think.
Yes, they did one week and then segged effortlessly into Big Black Shiny Car by Bryan Adams.
Yeah, I think 1 week was nominated as one of my worst songs of the decade, I believe, when we did the 90s rap.
I believe you may have mentioned
it is fucked.
Yes, so, I mean, they all happened on the same day, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah, that's good. Who were the Australians again? Did they...
I don't know if it happened in Australia. I think it was Europe and...
it would have
Russia.
been Roxas and 1927, I think, if they were going for some nostalgia.
Oh, and Africa. They actually played in Africa this time as well. But
that's good. That's novel.
Yeah, I'd watch Europe and Roxas.
For sure. That's great. Biggest films of the year. Apparently the top grossing film of that year was Star Wars Episode 3.
Oh, they re-released it. Yes, prior to the... No,
Episode 3 is the
Revenge
last
of the
one
Sith.
in
the prequels.
Yep. So they did that, and then a lot of like Harry Potter, War of the Worlds. But number 7, Tom, Batman Begins.
Oh, okay.
And here we are, 17 years later, and the new Batman's out as we speak, beginning again. So, how soon is too soon to reboot a franchise? Is it?
I think Spider-Man actually demonstrated.
Yep.
They rebooted. I think
there's so many of them. I don't even know what's going on.
The second reboot, the one with Andrew Garfield that nobody liked. I think that came out about a fortnight after Spider-Man 3 with Tobey Maguire. So
you can reboot them whenever you want.
No. That wasn't. People didn't like those. They still made 2 of them.
Yep.
They probably generated hundreds of millions of dollars, but they were considered to be a bit unloved.
Yep.
So I think that was too soon. It was like 2 years or something, which is it's got to be more than that.
You got to wait. I think 2005, and then Christopher Nolan made another 2, is that right? There were 3 in that last one. The Batman ones that Christopher Nolan did. 3.
Or alternatively,
and then you got to wait maybe a decade. But then between that time, they had the fucking Spider-Man, Superman v Batman, and some other
Batman's
bullshit
and Justice League and shit.
Oh fuck yeah!
And also the other thing is, you don't have to reboot things just because one actor leaves. Like, the James Bond films aren't reboots.
No.
They just change the character and everybody just goes, fine, we get it.
Yep.
You know, you can't use one guy for 40 years as James Bond. I mean, Roger Moore had a go, but I think he was 87 when the last film.
Now, the reason I bring up Batman, Tom, is the new Batman has a bit of a musical theme, doesn't it? Because I believe the director said that he's based his Batman on Kurt Cobain. Is that a wise move? Is that the fucking stupidest thing you've ever heard in your life?
I was wondering where that haircut came from. He has got a little bit of a grunge fringe.
Yeah,
I hope he's doing Smack. I do hope that, that's a pretty reboot, is Batman injecting heroin.
Because when I've not seen the film, I don't know if I will watch it, probably not, but I did quickly see a flash up on a news story that said Kurt Cobain inspiration for new Batman, and when I need to read this because it sounds stupid, and it was, and just sort of said, like, what if Batman was like living in an old sort of decrepit mansion, and he was a bit of a loner, like Kurt Cobain, and then I'm like, is Batman starting like a grunge band now? Is he sort of like taking up the guitar?
Was Kurt Cobain that much of a loner, really?
Oh, I don't really know.
Seem to have gotten out and about.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's ridiculous. So if Batman was to front like a sort of Nickelback style band in the movie, I think that would be good. If he sort of was like he's a tortured billionaire whose parents have died, and then he's like a singer of like an emo sort of like a Billy Corgan type Kurt Cobain sort of like tortured soul, and he's sort of telling us about his emotions through his lyrics. I think that would be an interesting take. So
yes,
I think if we get the chance to reboot the next Batman, it very much will be that. So. By night, he's a musician, and then by day, he just does whatever works in insurance or something. I haven't teased out the details yet, but did you ever? There's a TV show. I think it's called The Nightman or something like that, and he fought crime. He was a vigilante, but he also played saxophone in like a band. And what happened was he'd figured out how to create a Tupac style hologram of himself. So what he'd do is he'd be up on stage, and then he'd quickly duck away, get the hologram to do the saxophone work, and then he'd go and fight the crime, do the vigilante stuff, and then come back in. And then people are like, I wonder who that vigilante is. And it's like, well, it can't be me, because you saw me on stage performing that sax solo, and people are like, that's right, it cannot be you. So that I think elements of that into the Batman thing as well. So that's where we're going. Watch out for that in about 10 years, Tom. I think hopefully they'll give us a chance to do it.
That.
No doubt. Cool. All right, should we jump into the tunes?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so start of 2005 for 3 more weeks is Anthony Clear, The Prayer. We talked about that last week.
Yep.
That sucks shit. Don't need to talk any more about that. Pretty boring. Are we going to hear from this guy again? Probably. I hope not, but most likely. So first new song of the year is Nitty. Nasty Girl,
yes.
If you remember this one. Do you remember that one?
Once I'd heard it, I did remember it, yes.
Yeah, so what Nitty's done here is he's taken the 1969 hit Sugar Sugar by the Archies, where it goes, Sugar, sugar, honey, honey, you can be my candy girl. That's sort of like, it's one of those 60s sort of like pop, rock sort of, type things.
Yes.
And what they've done there is he's changed the bit where it goes, you can be my candy girl, to I want a nasty girl. So he goes, sugar, sugar, honey, honey, I want a nasty girl. You can see what he's done? He's changed candy girl to nasty girl.
Yep.
Is that good? Is that... does anyone want when you say you want a nasty girl, is that she's so nasty? Is that like...
I guess you're talking about a freak, but, you know, like, yeah.
She just like serious deep dicking? Is that sort of... Like, not nasty, like she's very mean-spirited.
I assume he doesn't mean Hillary Clinton.
No, she's very nasty. She's nasty, yeah, exactly.
Woman. I mean, the original hit was trash. It was a cash-in off a fucking, comic
TV
book
show.
Yeah, comic books.
Cartoon show.
show.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a fake band. They're probably just session musicians who came up with this. But, I mean, so... It's hard to besmirch that, but even then, I feel like the Archies deserved... I feel like those cartoon characters deserve something better than this.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll be talking about it probably in a few years when someone samples MC Scat Cat and uses it out of context in an inappropriate manner, and then people will be like going, remember, that had integrity and someone's done the wrong thing with it, much how like Nitty has waited 35 years after this and then sort of used
I'm
this.
I'm just saying the bar is pretty low, and he succeeded in limboing under it. So
He's very much, definitely. Now, the video clip, Tom, there's an Asian girl in it, and she says, "Me love you long time." Is that problematic in 2022?
Are you talking about the sample from the actress Papillon Sue from Full Metal Jacket, who's also sampled in Me So Horny by Two Live Crew?
Yeah.
And also sampled in Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yep.
And Mr. Polite by Cobblestone Jazz.
Yep.
And $10 by MIA. And Follow the Dollar by The Alchemist. And Bitch Better Have My Money by DJ Devon.
Yep.
And Bass Wars by Addison Groove. And The Splack Shop by Two Live Crew again.
Two Live Crew, love it.
And Namu Hemi Juche by Pretty BG,
Yeah.
and $2 Ho by Esham, and Honduras 2006 by DJ Campbell, and Everything You Want by Hazaro and Savvy Leon. You mean
guys.
the one that's in Blue Ball Blues by Dumbfounded, the one from Side A by Butchwax, that one from Two Live Party by Two Live Crew, again featuring KC Disco Singer and Freak Nasty.
Yeah.
Oh, that one, right, yeah, I think I remember.
Is it okay? Will people be continuing to sample that? Is it okay? Or do you think people will sort of...
I think it's just kind of passed into cultural lexicon now.
Okay.
Hasn't it? I mean, I'm sure if that film was filmed now, there'd be questions about who wrote that piece of dialogue for that actual actress.
Yeah,
Although she is Vietnamese, I guess, and it's based on historical events, so fucking who knows.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know whether... look, it's probably fine. If the Two Light Crew are doing it there, it's probably okay. So, look, Nitty, I shouldn't really question his motives. I think that it was probably used in the correct context.
I think maybe miming along to it's not classy, but
no.
I'm sure he had lots of Vietnamese friends, etc.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sure he
Vietnam.
He would have vetted it with...
Mother was a prostitute, etc.
Yeah, he would have asked his Vietnamese friends and said, look, is that going to fly? And everyone would have said, Nitty, it will. It's okay, you can run with that. So, yeah, absolutely. Look, this was number one in Australia, but did sweet fuck all anywhere else in the world.
God damn it, Australia.
Made the top 40 in a couple of countries, and that's it. And in the US, only got to 75. So I'm not sure why, but for some reason, every other country in the world just went, no thanks, but Australia went, what is that?
Yeah.
The Archies, and he's changed Candy Girl to Nasty Girl. Let's buy that in bulk and get it to number one for 2 weeks.
I don't know what the fuck was happening post-millennium, but the last couple of years have not been good ones for making Australia look good in terms of music selection.
Oh, they've been rough, very much so.
Not just liking shit, but liking shit that no other country would touch with a 10-foot pole type of stuff.
No one's going anywhere near the...
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, Nitty followed this up with a song called Hey Bitty.
Oh, good.
Which takes essentially the same form as this, except instead of hijacking Sugar Sugar by the Archies, it uses something with a bit more musical integrity. Hey Mickey by Tony Basil. So instead of saying Hey Mickey, he says Hey Bitty, which is some bottom of the barrel Urban Dictionary term for a random woman, possibly with big tits.
Wouldn't it have been better if he had have got someone, a female artist, to sing Hey Nitty,
yes.
You're so fine.
Yes,
you're so fine,
have.
You blow my mind. Hey Nitty, and then he could be like, do a rap like, yeah, I'm so fine, or something like that.
That's right.
That is shit, but better than what he was able to come up with.
Yeah. So I don't think even Australia nibbled on the hook for that one. So yeah,
that's surprising. Look, I hope he saved his cash, because I don't think he's really done anything else. In an interview with former Australian music television show So Fresh, do you remember So Fresh?
I do, yes.
I can't remember what network it was on, probably Network 10 or something. They'd play the music videos, they'd get some people on. Nitty was interviewed on there, and he explained that he didn't want to jump into rap as sort of one of those mean, edgy types of rapper, He didn't really see himself as like a gangster rapper, so what he wanted to do was he wanted to have light-hearted songs and videos, and sort of he was more of a nice guy, and he called that style Playboy rap. What do you think of that? Is that an accurate sort of name?
I'd say it's slightly, at least it makes a bit more sense than Ho Wop.
It does make more sense than Ho Wop.
What was his name? The guy
Eamon.
Guy who did Fuck I Don't Want You Back. I think maybe this could have worked better if he'd been a bit more honest and said, hey, look, we need a new tone lock for the aughts, right? Yeah. Someone who thinks a good rhyme for nitty is bitty, but who's not afraid to sort of mix some mediocre raps with songs white people like, to get some action happening on the dance floor, Like, there's nobody done that for a while. Hadn't had Wild Thing for a while, Bust a Move kind of thing, But unfortunately, by 2005, even suburban white people preferred the real thing to this kind of ersatz dodgy version, and would rather awkwardly shake their asses to Genuine or Nelly than sort of shit half-dance remixes of the fucking Archies, I think.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I don't know. He was trying to fill in that Tone Loc sort of territory. He didn't have a funky Cold Medina, though.
No one had done a sort of pop, hip-hop for a while.
No, exactly.
It's just kind of more mainstream.
Something that was playful, a bit fun.
Yeah, that's kind of now filled in by, like, Nelly, like he's doing those kind of dance floor raps. You don't need this guy doing shitty cover versions of stuff. Yeah. Apart from the fact that it got to number one briefly, but, you know.
Yeah, look, I guess Playboy rap is sort of a nicer way of describing your music than total fucking garbage, so perhaps...
There's nothing Playboy about it either, really. It's not, shit. You know, it's not jet.
Do you think it was Hugh Hefner cranking this at the Playboy mansion while getting hand jobs from ex-Baywatch cast members? I don't really know. Maybe he was.
I think he was listening to the original Archies, and he probably thought that was a bit edgy.
Probably, absolutely. Look, I couldn't tell you what Nelly's up to these days, but he's probably be like Nitty. Sorry, I've forgotten his name. He's probably a contestant on one of those sort of reality shows with other F-tier celebrities. Like the bass player from Crazy Town and Stifler's brother from the American Pie films, sort of where they have to eat insects in a jungle or something.
Well, it's funny you should say that because I was taking a look at the. I was, just purely for research purposes, I was taking a look at the film clip for Hey Bitty, his follow-up, as previously mentioned.
Of course, yeah.
And I couldn't help notice that the film clip did feature a lot of scenes from a film called Man About the House, which you may not remember.
No.
Do you remember that one?
Who was in that?
That was a Stifler-era comedy about Tommy Lee Jones, who ends up in his role as cranky, cantankerous policeman that he's been playing for the last 3 centuries. Has to look after a group of sorority girls who have all simultaneously witnessed a murder in a highly likely situation that's not contrived at all. And you can only imagine the PG-13 related shenanigans that ensue.
Hijinks a go-go.
They're trying to order pizza and go out with boys. He's got to protect them from getting blown up with car bombs, So anyway, the level of comedy there demanded a big player like Nitty's second follow-up song to a song that Americans didn't give a shit about anyway. But we're definitely in the pocket of the Crazy Town Stifler's brother era.
Oh, look, no doubt. So, and that's what I do. I mean, I never watched them, but you did point out, Tom, that on a recent Australian reality TV show, we got Melissa of Read My Lips fame. Who showed up. So it is.
And you could certainly read her lips. I think you could read them from another country because she had some work done. But
yeah, and her hit was from like 92. So here we are some 30 years later that she's shown up on this. So we still have a few years before Nitty, I think, hits the Australian TV with reality stuff. But because, of course, Nitty wouldn't feature on one of these shows in America because no one knows who the fuck he is.
No.
But at least in Australia, it's like, remember Nitty with his number one hit?
Oh,
and everyone's
he
like,
could
what?
Host the ARIA Awards.
Yeah,
he's from America,
Absolutely, they let anyone do that.
He was on Smash Hits once.
Exactly. Anything else for this one, Tom? Any lyrical highlights? I imagine there are.
Well, the structure of the song demands a certain rhyme structure.
Yeah.
Because the original song, like... So there's a lot of short lines like, hey girl, I like your flavour, wish I could be your neighbour, must be coffee by the way you shake and your percolator. That's probably the best line in the song. That's number 3 and it's all downhill from there. Got to pick my date up to dinner, I'ma take her. Last time we sexed, I had her crawling like an alligator. Now, I don't think that's a compliment, Nitty. It sounds like she was desperately trying to escape, maybe because you had this song on repeat.
No doubt.
The world's shittest boner jam.
Yeah, it's not going to get many ladies to stick around, I would have thought, for a whole night of loving. But anyway, Nitty, 50,000 on Spotify, which is at the lower end of the spectrum.
That's low even by Australian artists.
Yeah, I think... For me, it just shows that he's probably got this song on like one of those. Remember that fucking garbage playlist?
I mean, if you're only a hit in Australia, you don't even really qualify as one hit wonder in global terms.
Exactly right.
You've got to do better than that.
Yeah,
it's like a half a hit wonder.
Definitely, and 62 cents on Discogs, which is probably what one would expect to pay for this. Shall we move on, Tom?
Yeah, please.
Coming up next for 5 weeks...
Forget Nitty.
Yeah, it's Nelly featuring Tim McGraw. Tim McGraw?
Let's say it's Graw.
Now, look, Nelly teaming up with a country singer, Tim McGraw. This is a country rap. And it's a good 15 years before Lil Nas X teamed up with Billy Ray Cyrus for Old Town Road, which people were talking about how it's country, it's rap, it's together. But Nelly he's the pioneer for sure. You know, I think Nelly paved the way for other people to try and fuse the emotion of country with the vision of hip-hop. I'm talking the Kid Rock with his song Cowboy, Sir Mix-a-Lot and the Square Dance Rap, if you remember that one. All pushing the limits of what music can and should be. So
True,
country,
they were pioneers.
Absolutely,
They
country
were
and
out
rap.
there on the frontier.
Yeah. Look, is there a world, Tom, and remember we are living in the multiverse, is there a timeline somewhere where rap country is the dominant music style and Nelly is like the Beatles?
I think that magical place already exists.
Oh, okay.
It's called Nellyville.
It does.
Kelly Rowland
correct.
lives across the street from you. You get $500,000 just for being born.
You do.
Billy Ray Cyrus's Elvis. Kid Rock finally came out and married Little Nas X. And the national sport is the Ho Rodeo.
Ooh, that sounds really, really good. Look, I'm
Doesn't
moving to
sound that
Nelly.
bad.
No, it doesn't.
You do have to
absolutely.
listen to a lot of country rap. That's the downside.
Yeah, look, you know, they are two odd bedfellows, nevertheless, but they've blended together seamlessly, sort of like melodic death metal and dance music, you know, sort of when people have started putting that together, which let's just say is something that, you know, I was waiting for it to happen, and then it did happen and went, wow, that was even worse than one could have imagined.
Goes quite well with chip tunes, though, really.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we're looking at all these timelines in the multiverse, is there a timeline where Kid Rock is president?
Yes, I think that's the bad one, where
Yep.
everybody has goatee beards.
Good. Well, let's hope that we can figure out how to somehow jump into
He'll
a
get
different
there,
thing,
don't
and
worry
it's all
about
good.
it.
Cool. Hopefully, yeah.
He'll be Donald Trump's vice president for his next election win.
Now, Tom, we don't do a lot of quizzes on this, but I'm going to take on the role of quiz master.
Oh, sure.
Tom, it's a multiple choice. Is this from Sweat or Suit?
Nelly's double album.
Yep.
He did the old Axl Rose trick. Yeah.
2 singles.
Well, I mean...
Does this have a Sweat vibe or a Suit vibe?
Country's kind of sweaty, and they're obsessed with how not suit-wearing they are, so I'm going to say Sweat.
Wrong, Tom. It's from Suit.
It's a weird choice. I mean, I suppose it's kind of a smoother sort of ballady song. It's not dancey.
Now, I know we only talked about this a week or two ago, but I've forgotten whether each album of Nelly's had a theme, whether Sweat was like the pumping.
I just assumed that's what it was.
And then
I
Suit
guess.
was like the relaxing
Boys
sort of
to
office.
Men,
Sort of like an American Psycho style sort of Suit soundtrack.
I think we had it, originally it was a three-part, a third one called Sports Casual.
Sports
Which is
Casual.
a range of sort of quality outdoor knitwear,
Yeah.
Lacoste style.
A lot of Lacoste, but not... He'd have the Lacoste jumper around his shoulders with sort of tied up. He wouldn't actually be wearing it. Yep.
Pink goat.
Definitely.
Goat wool.
A lot of sort of golf wear, I think, probably what you'd sort of describe that as. Yeah, definitely. Now, this is... Would you describe this, Tom, as a hip-hop ballad?
Yeah, I think I would. That's the closest thing I could think of to describe it.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, it's a genre that didn't really take off because it is kind of bullshit.
It's not good.
I think rapping and hip-hop in general, it really benefits from a slight... more up-tempo, I think. So you can have slower hip-hop songs, obviously, of course, but I think in a pop context...
We're just coming out of the Boys to Men sort of harmony group era, and they didn't put raps in most of their songs because it doesn't really work.
No.
I'm sure a lot of them could probably rap, but they, it just would sound weird in a slow, croony ballad. Like
a lot of...
It also doesn't suit slow country and western really either.
No, not at all.
In fact, I don't think country and western suits crooning particularly.
No, fuck no, it's terrible. It's no good. But you're right. I think when you're sort of thinking about, when you listen to a rapper and you're thinking about the skill that they're employing, obviously it's, the wordplay and the lyrics, but it's also the speed at which they deliver it at is impressive. Once you slow that right down, it's effectively just talking.
Yes.
So Nelly's just doing a lot of talking on this, and look, it's not for me personally, but when asked why he teamed up with a country artist, this is what Nelly had to say. Not sure whether he was talking to So Fresh, Tom, whether he might have been, I assume he was. He said, at this point, I might as well do what I'm going to do, because the more I succeed and prove to them that this shit is hot, the more I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's how I felt about it. I was just like, shit, I'm going to try it. What the hell?
That's fair enough.
I can't argue with Nelly for that. He's just like, fuck it, I'm giving it a go.
And then, like he says, if you get a number one with it, then you might be able to do it again next time. even because it sounded like a weird idea. And they go, well, it worked that one time.
Exactly.
Maybe someone had to sign Little Nas X for Old Town Road.
Oh, definitely.
I'm sure that sounded like a weird idea. Maybe they went, oh, remember Nelly did that song with that guy? That was kind of a hit.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, certainly I think Nelly's hit the nail on the head there. When you're at your hottest, just do whatever you want because...
Take advantage.
Because when you're at your coldest, they're not... If you say, I'm going to do a country rap fusion, they're like, bro, you just need to get some fucking records sold. That's why they let Vanilla Ice do that I Love You ballad, if you remember that, because he was at his hottest at the time. Sure. And that's one of the worst songs ever written. And also Go Ninja Go from the Ninja Turtles soundtrack. Sure. They let him do that because he was red hot. Now, this also hit number 3 in Romania, so you know it's good.
Look, if there's one thing vampires love, it's a hip-hop country ballad from two men with the emotional range of a garlic bulb.
Absolutely.
They totally get off on that stuff in Romania,
Yeah.
Just banging in the castles.
Yeah, for sure.
About the wide open plains of, I don't know, South Central.
Yeah.
Or whatever combination this is supposed to sound like.
Yeah, definitely. Look, when I stayed in Romania, Tom, the TV that I was really hungover one day in Romania, and I was only able to figure out how to watch music videos. So sat just hungover in an apartment in Bucharest and just watched a heap of music videos. And there was no Nelly. I was very, very disappointed that there was no Nelly at the time. But what I do like about if you're in a foreign country and you watch sort of MTV or something like that, you do get the occasional, I would never have ever heard this if it wasn't for sort of... And there was a Romanian rap song, and let's just say it was very, very good. So, and by that I mean it's sort of... when you're just like going, is this a new song or is this from 20 years ago? You couldn't quite tell whether it was sort of new or old, but not a lot of Romanian rappers that I'm familiar with, but I really hope that Nelly has sort of encouraged others in the country to get involved. So
my brother used to listen to some more on the out there sort of electro hip hop type stuff, and there were a couple of German groups that were pretty good.
Yeah,
I think maybe the German language with its extremely staccato sort of structure suits hip hop better than some of them. Australian sounds ridiculous. You can't rap in French, obviously. That's just weird.
No, yeah, exactly. But I don't know whether there's a lot of...
I don't know whether they're actually good or not, but, it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how are they doing? How's Nelly doing these days? We must have said Nelly before.
Oh, he's got 15.7 million listeners on Spotify.
That's pretty good.
Tim McGraw has 6.6 mil, and this will cost you 46 cents. Are there any lyrical highlights?
Look... I sort of agree with you in general. I think maybe the hip-hop ballad and mainstream male country music are the two musical genres least equipped to intelligently discuss the emotional fallout from the end of a relationship, which is what this is about. And whoever decided that these genres needed to come together in anything other than a song about riding your horse into town has some questions to answer. For instance, it took 5 men to write and 3 men to deliver this bridge. Now that I've realised that I'm going down from all this pain you've put me through, every time I close my eyes, woo, I lock it down, oh who, I can't go on not loving you. Now, none of that shit makes sense grammatically. No. The last one is a double negative for a start, and it's also a clumsy as hell way of saying she left and I'm sad. The whole song is just a lazy trade-off of the fact that we've already heard this 1,000 times and you can guess what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
But at that point, you're just making the audience do the work for you, and they aren't getting paid enough for that.
Not for this song.
It's not Nellyville where kids get $500,000, Ben. You can't just expect people to do the work on their own.
Absolutely right. No, it's you're right. I don't think that I'm not doing the work unless I'm in Nellyville and I collect my $500,000 for going. Sorry, $500K. Yeah, $500,000 for going through the door. Look, this wasn't very good, but Nelly did give us hot in here. So does he get a pass for this? Or
his normal stuff's better than this.
Yep.
And I'm sure he could do a fun hip hop. Country jam. It's just not a slow, moany, half-assed love ballad about she done left me and broke my heart.
Nelly's in a good spot though right now because he can sort of do a rip-off of Old Town Road, sort of that sort of style. And if anyone says, "Oh, Nelly, you've just ripped off Little Nas X," he can say, "Well, I point you back to 2005,
right.
Exhibit A, sir."
That's right.
And you may recall that I was the one fusing the emotion of country with the forward-thinking, avant-garde experimentation of hip-hop to come up with that. So there you go.
I'd rather listen to Square Dance Rap by Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very good. It's in my top 3, Sir Mix-a-Lot. That, Baby Got Back, and Put 'Em on the Glass. Where?
Forget. I'm a big Cake Boy fan.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they probably wouldn't. Is there any time slot where they can play the video for Put 'Em on the Glass on Rage? Probably like 4 a.m. or something.
I have seen it on Rage, I think. But
I
definitely.
think I have
it's in
as
the
well.
Smack My Bitch Up time slot.
Yeah, it's definitely after midnight for sure. All right, up next, for 1 week, Brian McFadden and Delta Goodrem almost here.
Oh, I almost give a shit.
Now, Delta and a member of Westlife. You don't need to hear a note of this to know that it's going to be fucking woeful, Tom. I did listen to it, though, just as research for this show, and my synopsis, fucking woeful.
Yeah.
This is sort of the musical equivalent of a service station sausage roll. Exceptionally bland and with zero substance.
Yes.
Bland Delta with bland Westlife is a match made in heaven.
Westlife, if you don't know Westlife, they're a sort of C-tier British boy band.
Yeah, C-tier,
Sub-East 17, sub-Take That. About the level of 5, I would say. But yeah,
but 5 will make you get down now. So at least 5 had that, which will sort of catch you.
Oh, and
Westlife,
5, what, Irish? Maybe?
I think that might have been, yeah. 5 was also spelt the number 5, then IV.
5
so
I,
it's
yes.
fucking sick.
But they didn't have red punctuation like Bewitched, unfortunately.
No, they didn't.
Anyway, I would say it's a very, very small compliment, but I'd say that Brian is less annoying than his ex-Westlife colleague, Ronan Keating. But given that Ronan,
faint praise, Tom.
Yeah, given that Ronan Keating wrote Roller Coaster, it's like getting a pat on the back for remembering to unzip your fly before you start pissing. So, it's not much of a compliment, really.
No, not at all, certainly. Look, Westlife somehow produced 12 albums of the blandest shit imaginable.
I would
They just
say
kept
at least
pumping them
9
out.
of those were Christmas albums.
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
3 a year,
Yeah.
I would say.
12 fucking albums. Fortunately, no singles reached number 1, so we don't have to talk about them on this podcast, although their cover of Uptown Girl did come remarkably close. It hit the top 10, but couldn't quite get up there. So there you go. But did you watch the music video for this, Tom?
I had a look. It mostly just seemed to be the couple sort of piss-farting around in like a shopping mall or something.
Yeah, but it's in black and white, so it's very, very classy.
Yes, very
and shows
classy.
that the directors thought about the contents and sort of put it. It's almost film noir, I think, in a sense, Tom. So there's no other elements of like crime or passion or substance or anything.
No,
but it's black and white.
Just we'll just drop the saturation and this will somehow look classy.
Exactly.
Also, Brian is rocking a haircut where it's the one where you take a Britpop wig from a joke shop, dip it in the sink, microwave it for 5 minutes before slopping the result down over your bonce and letting it just kind of run down your face. Later on, Justin Bieber would kick off a new world of international style by turning that same wig 90 degrees to the side and combing it sideways across his face.
Yep.
But at the time, it was just Brian out there on his own, Ben. Sometimes genius just isn't appreciated in its own time.
Absolutely right, yeah. Look, we know the Delta story. We know that she sort of sucks and, she was on Neighbours and then did one of the most boring albums imaginable that sold 1 million copies and whatever the fuck she's doing now on one of those shows where the chair spins around or something. But what about the Brian McFadden story? Look, we don't know that much about him, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but as you mentioned, Tom, he was in Westlife. By this stage, he'd gone solo. He had more success solo as he teamed up with Delta for this number 1, something that he never did with Westlife. And he also went on to have a critically acclaimed television career where he hosted the show Who's Doing the Dishes for 3 years. Now, not seen it, but I hear it was one of the most forward-thinking television shows based on washing up and washing dishes. So
sounds like a real don't forget your toothbrush.
So certainly experimental television. He was the king of that.
What you have to do is remember the post-boy band career equation.
Yep.
For each member that goes solo, you've got to take the quantity of decent music the band released, divide it by the number of members, and minus the talent of Justin Timberlake.
Yep.
If you're left with a negative number, then that is how many decent songs you will produce in your solo career.
Correct.
Which definitely seems to have been the Brian McFadden. I mean, if there was a Justin Timberlake of Westlife, it was probably Ronan Keating.
True.
Which goes to show the level of quality that Westlife were cranking out.
Yeah.
Because
is Brian McFadden...
that equation does not hold up particularly well.
No.
You've got Robbie Williams, Justin Timberlake, and then Ronan Keating. I think he's one of the chair spinners on the Australian, I don't know, The Voice or some shit now.
So Brian McFadden, is he like a Joey Fatone, or is he more of sort of like a Lance Bass?
Yes. You know, the ones who went solo and rolled the dice wrong and turned out they weren't the most talented one.
Yeah, and look,
and even then, the most talented one wasn't that good.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there, Tom, as well, it's a difficult sort of as a fan of music, when you walk into shops and you hear just so many dog shit Westlife and various other boy band songs, and you sort of think to yourself, oh, I wish they'd split up, you know, so that I don't have to hear their songs anymore. But you've got to be very careful what you wish for, because they do split up, and then you have 5 times the amount of music coming out for a couple of years. And then usually the other 4 least talented ones try and get the band back together, and the 5th one, who had all the talent and all the fame, decides that they don't want to be involved in the sort of reunion. Robbie Williams take that style because he's just got bigger fish to fry and more important things.
And then on top of that, because this is Australia and will fucking take anyone, then you still have to watch them presenting Better Homes and Gardens for the next decade because they can't get work anywhere else.
Exactly, I know. It is pretty tough. So, look, I don't know, if Girlfriend don't get back together, hopefully GF4 can get all the 4 members for that back. And look, I'd hate to see Scandalous without, you know, one of those members as well if they decide to reform as well. But they're all very successful, Tom, so maybe there's no desire for Scandalous to get back together. But so McFadden, he married Atomic Kitten singer Kerry Katona in 2002 in Ireland, and they had 2 daughters. Then they divorced in 2006. Then McFadden began dating Delta, with whom he collaborated on the duet Almost Here, we know that. They were engaged, but the pair ended their relationship in 2011.
So hang on. So they did this song before
they were together. Yeah, exactly. Before the divorce. So
was Dilda cutting Kerry's lunch?
I think so. I think she is a home wrecker, and I do have that Delta home wrecker Goodrum T-shirt that I am wearing now. But yeah, she trashed that family. 2 kids, remember, Tom? So she's come in there, wrecked that house.
Those innocent eyes, not so innocent.
Not so innocent, correct. So then after that, Delta and him, they didn't end up getting married. Their relationship ended. So then he married Irish model Vogue Williams in 2012. They separated 2015. So people don't stick around too long for Brian McFadden. Then in December 2019, McFadden announced his engagement to a PE teacher, Danielle Parkinson, on Twitter. Now, I'm not shitting on PE teachers, Tom, but it seems like his star is waning if he's banging an Atomic Kitten, then Delta, then a model, then a PE teacher. Is he sort of... What next? Sort of, I don't know. It's sort of because these people will inevitably get divorced. So I don't know what's sort of
he's only
down from that.
He's got a 3-year timer.
I'm thinking someone that turns the signs on like a construction site, maybe something along those lines. But imagine if he and Delta had got married and had a child. The Earth may have been sucked into a vacuum created through sheer boredom.
That's true. I mean, you're right. It's surprising that they did break up because really... I mean, I could totally see Dilta on the cover of Woman's Day at the checkout talking about how after years of decadent rock and roll lifestyle, like that time she drank half a West Coast cooler because she thought it was lemonade, she decided to settle down with a PE teacher, maybe from Ulverston High or perhaps Glenorchy Primary School. So, I mean, maybe that's what fueled the Fadden Goodrum romance, like a mutual personality excitement level set at about suburban phys ed instructor
I think
level.
So.
You know, it's a wonder they didn't last, really. Yeah,
exactly. Look, I don't know. I'm surprised, but I'm happy, I'm glad, because if they had a kid and that kid was now performing... If they had a kid, that kid could be a teenager now. They could be 17. And then that child could be doing like a Willow Smith-style music career, and we could be like going, for fuck's sake, just make it stop. So anyway, 1 week for this. As we've said, 100,000 from Brian McFadden on Spotify. Not many, but he sucks shit.
More than nitty.
800k for Delta. This costs 30 cents. Does this have any lyrical highlights? I can't imagine it does, Tom, but please.
Yeah, well, it was written by Brian McFadden, Mark Taylor and Paul Barry. I think we've mentioned him before we've mentioned that pair before as, among other things, they co-wrote Believe and Strong Enough for sure, which were both on the podcast earlier. This song follows the fairly rare Don't You Want Me Baby song format with the male-female call response thing. He's saying, it sucks we broke up. She's saying, you were absent and probably a dud root. Also, what the fuck is that thing melted onto your skull, etc. It has an unhappy ending for everyone involved, especially us, when they go back and forth with... But When I need you, you're almost here. Well, I never knew how far behind I'd left you. And when I hold you, you're almost here. Well, I'm sorry that I took our love for granted. And now I'm with you, I'm close to tears, because I know I'm almost here, only almost here. So, maybe that was the story of their relationship. Just, they just talked cliches at each other till eventually they got bored and left.
Yep, in black and white, though.
Some PE teachers.
Yeah. No doubt, exactly.
They may have originally filmed that in colour, and those two personalities in close proximity just sucked all the colour out of
Drained
the
colour out of the video clip. Yeah, exactly.
The editor's going, I don't understand this. We used the most expensive film we had.
Yeah, I don't. From a physics perspective, I don't understand anything about this, but it's just colourless. It's quite bland. But anyway, look, anything more to say about that? Probably not. No,
nothing. It's like a fucking Woolworths Select white bread sandwich filled with clippings from New Idea.
Exactly. Look, okay. Up next. Oh shit, he is back. Anthony Kalia with Rain. Remember how I said is he going to be back, and he is. Goodness me. Yeah, fucking more idle action.
Yep, more idle action.
Look, finally though, Tom, a number one song about precipitation.
Doesn't get enough play, does it?
No, it doesn't. But look, I think this song's much more than that. It's a song about, obviously, rain, how sometimes it rains, sometimes the weather can be warm and sunny, and sometimes it's cloudy, but other times it's a bit rainy. I think it's sort of a song, this is my personal view, it's a song, sort of a metaphor for life. There are ups and downs, good times and bad, and that sort of talk about through this sort of metaphor of the weather and rain. So, look, actually, sorry, I should point out, that's what I thought it was about. So I reached out to Anthony on Instagram, and this was his reply. No, it's not a metaphor, it's just a song about the rain. So there you go. No metaphors, Tom, just a straight song about it rains sometimes.
Did he really say that?
No. Sorry.
You should have said yes. I would have believed you. I totally would believe that he would answer people's questions on Instagram.
I destroyed the illusion, but why don't we edit this out? Yes, Tom, he did respond and say that.
Look, either way, if he did or didn't, I don't think Anthony would be in a position to say that because this was written by other people, specifically Quiz and La Rossi, who are a Swedish pop writing duo who've done a bunch of B-tier girl group stuff in Europe and had a depressing number of UK number ones.
Okay.
Savan Kuteka, who was also the executive music producer of the 2020 film Eurovision Song Contest, The Story of Fire Saga, which I quite liked, actually.
Yeah.
In that film, he performed, wrote and produced several songs, all of which were better than this, despite being a comedy about dorky music.
Yep.
So, I don't know what else to say, really.
Look, this is soft rock. It's about as soft as it gets, and look, saying something soft rock is just a polite way of saying it's weak as piss.
Yeah, my bar for this ex-reality TV show shit is so low that this was better than I expected. I'd never heard this before. It was like, it reminded me of like George Michael covering a John Farnham B-side or something.
That's a good one.
I might have also been impressed by the presence of studio musicians playing instruments in the background at this point. I told you it's a low bar. Really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but that's because we've looked at and talked about how shoddy some of the production was on like those early Guy Sebastian and Shannon Noll singles, where it was just like, fucking hell, this is so bad. Like, I knew it wasn't great, but then you listen back to it and go, my God, it sounds like the demo track on a Yamaha Porter sound.
If I listen to something by Scandalous or one of these bands and go, this sounds like it could pass for a legitimate release from a studio, then that counts as a plus at this point.
Exactly. Look, now Anthony himself is a man who doesn't love original material, as we learnt last week. He did an entire album of ARIA number one singles.
That's right. What we've been covering.
Yep, and in 2014 he released the live album Ladies and Gentlemen, the music of George Michael. So a full album of Anthony doing his favourite George Michael numbers. So it seems once someone's dead, Anthony will feed off that musical carcass like the vulture that he is, Tom. He doesn't mind. He's like, George is in the ground. I'm just going to fucking cover these songs and no one can tell me not to. I can't wait for his next album, Infinity, the music of Guru Josh.
Oh, yeah, bring that on.
That'll be pretty good. So some have said his version of Too Funky is the definitive version, but I'm not that kind. It's terrible.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Damn.
Yeah.
We might have actually done something good.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, in 2005, though, at the Logie Awards, he performed a tribute to the victims of the tsunami. So you talked about that at the top of the show. So in the Logies at the end of this year, the Logies Quantities, for those of you that don't know, is a television award show, sort of kind of like what the Golden Globes or something like that in America, where you just give out awards for, best TV show, comedy, actor, whatever. So he was there and he performed a tribute to the victims of the tsunami that happened. Now, Tom, if I ever die in a tsunami, can you make sure that Anthony Kalia does Too Funky from live album Ladies and Gentlemen, the music of George Michael, as a tribute to me at my funeral?
Oh, absolutely.
Yep. Or Careless Whisper, I'd take that as well. So
it's
that's okay.
Weird timing, really, because the Logies are usually held in, the end of November.
Yep.
So he's kind of a year and a half late.
I think he's a bit late, but definitely it's sort of like, remember that thing that happened 18 months ago? Kind of. Well, let's get that guy that was on Australian Idol 3 years ago. Let's get him to come out and do a cover of George Michael's Too Funky for the victims. So sure. I don't think he actually did Too Funky. That would have been good. Because as you know, I'm sort of thinking that it's like my son passed away in the tsunami. What will ease my pain? Hey, just too funky for me. Gotta get upside. So yeah. Anyway, that's a great memory that I made up in my mind, Tom, because it isn't real. But yeah. Anyway. Lyrics?
Yes, lyrically. The falling like rain refrain refers to the girl he's mooning after falling for another dude who was quicker on the uptake and didn't play hard to get. I assume it was Sir Mix-a-Lot, because we all know that if you toss it and leave it, he'll pull up quick to retrieve it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't stand around being aloof when Lord Mix-a-Lot is in the castle.
Yep.
Before you know it, she's got him up on the glass and you look like a straight-up cake boy.
Yep.
Why I took the longest road, I'll have to plead insanity. It's like my pride put on a show and didn't sell a single seat. I mean, that's not terrible in a sort of late 70s Barbra Streisand way.
Yep.
I'd rate this at the level of Farnham B-side, I'd say.
Well, as you said, that's a positive. So, yeah, absolutely.
By Idol standards,
Oh, for sure. Indeed. Cool. 2 weeks with this, 70,000. So he's got more than Nitty, so that's pretty good. Good on you, Anthony. This will cost you $1, a gold coin, Tom.
It's the most expensive year so far.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty
probably because nobody wants it.
No, exactly. All right, should we move on?
Yes.
All right, next, Jesse McCartney, Beautiful Sun.
Soul.
Sorry, Beautiful Soul.
No, you're right. I had to remember this one too. I did come back once I clicked into it, but yeah.
Now, did before doing research for this time, did you know who Jesse McCartney was?
No. Like I said, I remember the song, I had no idea who he was.
Yeah, at first I thought it might have been Paul McCartney's son, and then I listened to the song and just went, they can't be related because this guy has barely any musical ability whatsoever. So I looked it up. He's a former member of boy band Dream Street.
Jesus.
Whoever the fuck they are, who released his first solo single in 2005, this one, which sucks. Dream Street, that's got to be one of the worst band names going. I mean, it's pretty fucking bad. And who comes up with that? And do you think that there was sort of a meeting and they're going, what about Dream Avenue? Nah, getting closer. Dream Road? Dream Cul-de-sac? No. How about Dream Street? Yeah, we've nailed it. Let's go to lunch. I mean, it's just pretty... The thing about it is that it's sort of... I think a band name, it doesn't necessarily have to draw you in, because sometimes it's just people just need a name, and as the years go on, you realise that it's harder to come up with a band name because all the good ones have been taken. But you don't want something that physically repels you away from the music. And Dream Street, you hear that and just go, oh, nothing about that is appealing.
But nothing else. That's all it's got.
Yeah, Dream Street, it does have assonance, correct. But yeah, that's it. I mean
then they might as well call it Cheesy Peas.
Exactly. So look, what about the demise of Dream Street though, Tom, while we're on the Dream Street subject? 2002, parents of the band members filed a lawsuit against the creators, alleging that the underage band members were, quote, exposed to booze, women and pornography.
In the record industry.
Exactly right. So in 2002, the court ruled in favour of the 5 band members' parents, releasing the band members from their contract. So
no wonder we haven't heard of them.
Finally,
right when they were hitting their stride.
Finally, a court case with a positive outcome, Tom, where the judge has said, yes, you can get out of the contract and we can dissolve that band. I don't think he looked at any sort of legal precedents for that, Tom. I don't think he even considered the evidence. He just went, sorry, what do you want? To dissolve the band? Oh, yeah, of course. I'm going to make sure that legally you can no longer perform together.
How long do you reckon
it's fucking awful.
He had the headphones on when he played them there before he came to that?
Oh, I've heard that. We don't need to hear any more. Case adjourned. Now, there was a latter attempt to create a new Dream Street, but the proposal never came to fruition, unfortunately, Tom. So.
I was just going to say that I hope the band members sent the creators a thank you note for exposing them to booze, women and pornography.
Yeah.
I mean, you know me, Ben, I don't like to casually throw around the term, what a bunch of little soft cocks, but, you know, when the shoe fits, wear it. And the shoe in this case would be a pink child's croc with the full range of Barbie gibbets installed in it.
Yeah, no
but,
doubt.
I mean, seriously, I'm assuming they're all teenage boys.
Yeah, I know, it's sort of...
Some of the... Who fucking talked? Who was it? Who snitched?
I don't know,
just one kid's... then the parents get called, then it's Gary.
And then the parents get involved.
Fucking Gary told his dad about the Playboys. God damn it. Now we have to go to court and dissolve
the band, exactly. So, look, in 2009, All for One Media announced that they were in the process of working on a documentary titled, quote, The Rise and Fall of Dream Street. I think at the moment, I don't think it's been released yet, Tom. Is there much demand, do you think, for the Dream Street story?
17 years on, it's white hot interest in a band that I'd never heard of in my life.
Hey, remember that boy band that no one can fucking remember at all even existing? Let's wait 20 years and then make a documentary about the rise and fall of that. That sounds like a really good use of... money in the creative industry, Tom. I know that a lot of people are struggling to get films financed. That's probably why, because they're throwing it away on this trash. But I don't know. It could be a political, it could be an Academy Award-winning type documentary, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Hey, maybe there is really an interesting story there, but if there is, they're going to have to do better than booze and pornography.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us about Dream Street. Oh, we were going places, and then we saw a Playboy and
a bunch of teenage boys getting drunk, looking at porn. Oh my god, this is an unprecedented.
Yeah.
What did you think about the actual song? How did you feel about it?
Oh, it was terrible.
How did you feel about that brutal death metal breakdown in the bridge? Sorry, it might have just seemed like that in contrast to the rest of this week's Strumathon that was happening.
Yeah, exactly. They did try to break it down, I think, did they? So, look, in June 11, 2020, so about 2 years ago, 4 members of Dream Street did reunite for a virtual performance of It Happens Every Time to pay tribute to the death of one of the other members of Dream Street. So one of them passed away. There was a brief reunion to pay tribute, fitting tribute, and it also means there'll never be a full reunion of Dream Street due to his unfortunate passing.
This brings me to, ask you another time, we've already gone over this, we're only barely into the list, but at your funeral, would you rather have a performance of It Happens Every Time by Dream Street?
Yep, 4/5 of Dream Street. Yep.
Anthony Kalia giving it some George Michael action. Or Joel Turner and the Modern Day Poets beatboxing?
I think if I could get Joel Turner and doing the beatboxing with the Modern Day Poets, but then maybe Anthony Kalia could come in on the bridge or something and do like a little bit of rain, just sort of on that as well. I think that would be pretty good. Sort of like
Wake Me Up.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. So look, we've talked about Dream Street, but not really about Jesse McCartney himself or the song. The song's terrible. I don't have anything to say about the song. You can listen to it on YouTube if you want. But this seems to be one of those dudes that's been able to sort of make a living in the entertainment industry for a significant amount of time. I think he's still active now, through acting and singing. But it appears that he's just sort of okay at both without being exceptional at either, and or anything for that matter. Is that
just
like
kind of blandly handsome white guy?
Yeah. Is it a real American phenomenon, or do we get that in Australia as well, where someone just sort of says, look, either the individual themselves says, I'm going to be a star, I have no discernible talent, but I can sing a little bit and act a little bit.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is, just through sheer persistence, I'm just going to keep on going, and eventually I'll get a role on CSI Miami as the dead body, and then that'll set in motion a career. You know how there's sort of I'm going to make it. Can you sing? Oh, kind of. Can you act? Kind of. Yeah. Can you dance? Kind of. Or is it sort of like the other one where they meet someone like a manager of up-and-coming people, and they're just sort of like, oh, this dude's like the most attractive person that's wanted to sort of speak to me as a manager. So I'm going to take them under the wing and I'm going to make them a star, despite the fact that, yes, they don't really have any.
I'm sick of running my blimp company. I'm going to take this young man under my giant, flabby dinner lady arm and I'm
exploit him for money, yes.
Get another 4 hot guys and make them take their clothes off, and then we're going to make some records together.
Yeah, so he sort of fits into that category, I guess, where it's just like, oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
just sort of nondescript.
I haven't seen any of his recent work on CSI Miami as a corpse being pulled out of a river, but if there's acting skills in the tank, they're not evident in this video.
No.
Which looks sort of like the margarine commercial version of the teenage road trip, where you have a crush on this girl who isn't into you, the car breaks down, everyone else is trying to decide if they're really a hippie or just in it for the crocheted beanies.
Yep.
You know. Also, Jesse has copied Brian McFadden's microwaved mop top, so what can I say? He was a style pioneer. I told you he was out ahead of the pack, but clearly people have caught on to putting the wig in the microwave at this point too. But,
yeah. Definitely. Look, this seems like a dude that would have a Christmas album out, but I couldn't find one in his Discogs, so I'm not sure. It's coming.
Maybe Dream Street will bust out.
Yeah, I hope so.
Christmas dreams.
Definitely.
On the street of Christmas.
Does this have any lyrical highlights?
Surprisingly, not many. Written by Andy Dodd and Adam Watts, who are a pair of songwriters who seem to specialise in the modern-day equivalents of Jesse McCartney, e.g. people who seem exactly like they came from reality TV but didn't quite, like Demi Lovato, Hannah Montana, and whatever the fuck High School Musical number 7 is.
Yep.
Adam Watts has written a book called The Human of Being Art, a holistic approach to being an artist and creating art.
Jesus Christ.
Good work getting the word art 3 times in the title. I hope he included a chapter on this song, especially his holistic approach to creating art, like, am I crazy for wanting you? Maybe do you think you could want me too? I don't want to waste your time. Do you see things the way I do? I just want to know you feel it too. There is nothing left to hide. To songwriting pros, Ben, that's called a U2-Do-2 rhyme scheme.
Yep.
And it's all the rage in Katy Perry's repertoire.
Yes. Look, I'm just thankful that he took a holistic approach to songwriting, because if he hadn't, it could have turned out a lot worse than that. So
the human of being art.
Yep.
See what he's done there? It's very clever.
Yep. It's fucking so bad.
Let's quickly get away from the scene of that car accident.
4 weeks, fucking hell. It's like 3.4 million on Spotify. You must have a lot of people that enjoy just bland garbage.
I mean, it is possible that I know it's difficult to imagine because of the saturation bombing we get from their culture, but there is stuff in America that people in other countries don't know about. You know, it's possible he's got a following in the entire Midwest, and I've never fucking heard of it.
Plus Australia only has 25 million people. America has close to 350 million people.
Exactly.
So they've got there's so many more niches there for people that it's like, hey, this guy's kind of bland, but he writes albums for like old women or something like that.
Yeah.
There's enough there to sort of get you going. So look, good on him. He's found a niche with limited skills. So good on him. Well done for that. So okay, move at 37 cents, 2 on Discogs. Up next, Snoop Dogg featuring Justin Timberlake and Charlie Wilson, Signs. Now, something upbeat for a change.
Yeah,
that's a good start.
This was produced by the Neptunes, who just couldn't do a fucking foot wrong at this point.
No.
They were in the zone.
Yep. Now, look, I don't know, Tom, but I listened to this and I don't think I've ever heard this before in my life. I'm not sure how this sort of slipped me by. I listened to it and then I sort of went, okay, yeah, it has that sort of Justin Timberlake mid-2000s sort of sound that he was very sort of riding high on that time.
Sort of falsetto vocals.
Vocals, and then Snoop providing the rapping. Look, it's the best song of the year so far, but that is very faint praise, Tom.
Yes. Brian Fadden and Delta Goodrum doing a vanilla sandwich are not hard to jump over. But
no.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, though. It's JT still in 100% Michael Jackson mode.
Yep.
So if you've ever wondered what it would sound like if the man who wrote Eat a Dick, that's Snoop Dogg, teamed up with the man who wrote Do You Know Where Your Children Are, this is the song for you. Have you heard that one, Ben? That's a real song written by Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Tells the sorry tale of a child who's sexually abused at home and runs away. Now she's on the move. She's off to Hollywood. She says she want to be a star. She heard the money's good. She gets off from the train station. The man is waiting there. I'll show you where the money is, girl. Just let down your hair. He's taken her on the streets of Sunset Boulevard. She's selling her body, hot girl. That will take you far. The police come round the corner. Somebody there, they told. He's arresting this little girl who's only 12 years old. Now, clearly this was a topic of great concern to Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately in this song, Snoop and JT steer away from the topic of paedophilia and settle for lyrics more about how a G want to straight up hit you up girl.
Do you reckon that song was used in evidence in court at that trial you mentioned earlier?
Sure, yes. Unfortunately, I think Jared managed to look past that evidence, and
definitely
Jared and R. Kelly didn't find it compelling that he'd written a song about accusing parents of not paying close enough attention to their children when they were at Neverland Ranch getting sexually abused by him, I guess.
Yep. But what's what are the lyrics about in this one though? What's Snoop Dogg doing here?
In this one? Oh, okay.
Oh no, sorry, it's okay. I was just gonna say look, Snoop has demonstrated, and not a lot of people have done this necessarily, that you can successfully transition from sort of gangster rap style to like a pop rap type thing successfully. Back and forth. Yeah, exactly, without sort of turning to complete trash. So he sort of like rides that thing where, obviously, you know, when Snoop first came along, I remember it was sort of, I think he'd been charged with murder, is that right? He wasn't convicted though, but he'd sort of or attempted murder or something. He had a felony charge hanging over his head. So I thought, oh, this dude's hardcore, and then he was not convicted, and then but he still had that sort of bad boy image. Then over the years, you sort of realise that Snoop's actually quite a soft. Not like I'm not saying he's weak as piss, but I mean sort of like a more of a friendly, lovable type, laid back rapper type character, not like trying to be hard edge. So.
It's almost like spending 3 decades completely stoned every single day. It sort of takes the edge off your personality.
Yeah, you'd say so.
I know what you mean. I remember when they came out, it's easy to look back and sort of misremember that there was a time when Snoop Dogg and Cypress Hill were both out.
Yep.
And all the people I know who liked one liked the other. But they were this kind of... It was like a sort of side genre of gangster rap. It was like gangster weed rap with like the Chronic by Dre and stuff. But they were a little bit more jokey. But also, still, half of their raps were about literally just killing people. Yeah. You know, half were about weed, half were about murdering people.
Yep.
It's not like they were just kind of... We're not talking about Weed Man here or the guy who did Because They Got High. They weren't playing around.
Oh.
But yeah, they sort of turned into kind of more relaxed, jokier kind of people as they went on. You know, Snoop's doing cooking shows with Martha Stewart and
exactly.
Et
it's a lot more laid back, isn't it? So certainly.
Yeah, this song uses a sample of Early in the Morning by the Gap Band from '82. There are so many of those funk soul samples from bands I've never heard of because I'm too young and or white. But that's another great song. And also in the video, the entire band are dressed exactly like Don Cheadle's character from Boogie Nights when he's in his disco cowboy phase. Except they're all in pure white sequins. It's quite a look, Ben, and I hope to see it soon on the catwalks of Milan and Gay Paris.
Fantastic. Look, you got some more lyrical highlights for me here on this?
Sure. I thought you were going to bring up the time when Snoop Dogg changed his name to Snoop Lion.
Yeah, I absolutely am going to do that. Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm just skipping ahead. Yeah, that was an interesting name change. You got to understand with Snoop as well. He was originally Snoop Doggy Dogg, and then he went to Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And then he went to...
I think it was Snoop for a while.
Snoop, yep. And then he went to Snoop Lion.
Yes.
Now, is that a good name change or is that a bad name change? One of the better ones?
Well, I still think Old Dirty Bastard wins for the best variety of aliases in hip-hop.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, I've sort of looking through some of the better ones or worse ones. Titty Boy to 2 Chainz, is that...
Well, I can understand why he did it. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether Titty Boy, works that well, but... and then also, MC Love Child to Q-Tip.
Again, I can see why he did it for sure.
Yeah,
and
then obviously Old Dirty Bastard, R.I.P. What a Big Baby Jesus. He had several though, didn't he? He had a lot.
Don't lump Old Dirty Chinese restaurant in with those bitches. You're not besmirch the name of Dirt McGirt on this podcast.
No, I won't. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of rappers, up to and including Tupac, the reason that Snoop Dogg changed his name to Snoop Dogg in the first place was because his real name is Calvin Broadus. so, yeah.
Exactly.
It's always something ridiculous, but definitely. Yeah. Yes. Lyrically, what have we got here? Look, what I like about Snoop Dogg is that he just tells you what's what. You know, He doesn't try to pretend he's not stoned. He doesn't try to pretend that he didn't write at least 4 individual songs about gang-banging chicks, including Gang Bang Rookie, that's when he's just starting out, Gang Bangin' 101, that's when he's taking night classes, Gang Bang For Real, that's when he got his gangbanging certificate, and Ain't No Fun If the Homies Can't Have None. At that point, he's got nothing to prove, Ben. He's just running trains for the love of the game, you know.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, for example, in this song, he lets you know what's up. It's legit, you know it's a hit. When the Neptunes and the Doggy Dog fixing to split, you know he's in tune with the season. Come here, baby, tell me why you're leaving. Tell me if it's weed that you need. If you want to breathe, I got the best weed, minus seeds. Ain't nobody tripping, VIP, they can't get in. If something go wrong, then you know we get to cripping. So he's letting you know that on the plus side, he has gone to the effort of picking the seeds out of his weed bags, so they won't go pop in the cone and like get half-burnt cinders all over the floor.
Yep.
But in the minus column, if the bouncer won't let him inside, he is going to have to do a drive-by and shoot everyone in the door queue. So swings and roundabouts with these gangster rappers, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen, etc.
Absolutely right. Look, pretty good. Now, I read earlier that Snoop Dogg's finally releasing his own hot dog range.
It's about time. Yep. That's crying out for it.
He sold fucking everything else under the sun.
I mean, he's doing menu log ads in Australia, which is like Uber Eats, you know. But yeah, menu log. How can he not have thought of Snoop Dogg's hot dogs?
Oh, look, it's a long time coming, Tom, and I'm just glad that we've finally made it here. Absolutely.
I mean, even you could have an ad with a selection of skanky hoes deep-throating hot dogs. There's plenty right there.
Well, it's right in his wheelhouse, I think. So, yeah, that's perfect.
The dick jokes write themselves.
They absolutely do. So, yes, 26 mil for Snoop. 24 for Justin Timberlake and 1 million for Charlie Wilson.
Snoop's beating JT. That's
sure
not bad.
Yep, and 31 cents on Discogs for that. So there you go. Good on you, Snoop. Up next, Tom, for 1 week is Will Smith Switch.
Yeah, I could have sworn he'd left us pop music wise at this point.
Yeah, look, I'm glad that he just does movies these days because this is garbage on all fronts. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, I remember this, and I remember it being better than this. It's produced by someone called Kwame Holland, I think, or Kwame Holland. He's done a lot of side 2 hip-hop tracks, which might explain why this sounds so thin, sort of thing.
Yep.
It's weird. It's like he put so much effort into the clapping and slapping in this song that he's forgotten to add a bass line that you can actually sort of groove to. And the piss weak early aughts computer beeps are not saving the day. Star Guitar by the Chemical Brothers has way better claps than this, for instance. That's an EDM song. That said, even though Kwame and Will seem to be barely trying, this still hit number 4 in the UK and number 7 in the US as well. So if this was lightly tossed off, it still got into the top 5, you know, around the world. I guess people were just still riding that millennium high off watching Shark Tale 6 months ago.
No doubt. Exactly right. Is this from a film? It seems pointless.
You would think it would have been from like Shark Tale or something, but no. I know what you mean. He just seems like he just had a couple of spare weeks between fucking Independence Day and bloody Bad Boys and decided to knock this off.
Yeah.
Also, as we mentioned when discussing the Ketchup song a few episodes earlier, this belongs to the subgenre of songs about a dance that act as though you already know how to do the dance.
Yep.
Like you watched a YouTube instructional video, although that would be unlikely in this case, given that YouTube only started this year, and all they had on there so far was VHS sitcom bloopers, cats falling over and a newsreader with a can out.
Yeah.
I mean, can you do the switch bit?
I don't know what it is really.
It seems to involve slapping your hands back and forth a lot, like you're going, well, that'll do it for my musical career.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 37 in this video, although his body looks 29, but his eyes say about 53, I reckon. I guess co-starring with Martin Lawrence in 2 films will do that to a man.
Yeah.
Either way, he is too old for a sideways baseball cap with the brim iron flap, which is what he's rocking in this thing. Not to mention a fucking polo shirt, short sleeve with the collar popped.
Yeah, he's too old for this at this point. He's
Pretty
past
much,
it.
yeah.
From a hip hop point of view, he's absolutely done, and just
he's
needs
too
to
old for this kind of hip hop.
Yeah.
You know, like Jay-Z and stuff kept it going, but like you got to do the elder statesman thing. You can't be bopping around in trainers and shorts and a baseball cap
and being like, switch. Yeah, exactly. Look, how long do you think until we get a Will, Jaden, Willow, and Jada collaboration?
I mean, given the movies that he's got his son into, I think the only reason that it hasn't happened is because the kids think it's embarrassing.
Yeah,
I guarantee he would have done it. I mean, this is from his last album, Lost and Found, which came out in 2005. So it looks like he'd need something special to bring his musical career back at this point, 17 years later.
Yeah.
Maybe a sort of Brady Bunch style variety family fun show.
Yep.
Could be the trick, you know, the Smiths, you know, something like that. Some imaginative name.
That would be good. But people might think
Mr.
that it's
Smith
the
goes to
Smiths,
Broadway.
and then they might actually tune in and expect to see Morrissey, like, shouting at a black person or something, but whatever he does these days. But, so the thing...
I would watch a Will Smith and Smith family 1970s retro style thing where they all have huge afros, they get on a paisley coloured bus, drive around the country solving crimes in small towns, performing on stage and bringing the message of multiculturalism to the people of mid-America.
Yeah,
I'd watch that.
The thing about a family collaboration on a music front is that Jada can do the Wake Me Up Inside style because she's got a background in new metal, remember? So she can do the Can't Wake Up. She can do that sort of thing, or like she can do the Wicked Wisdom style sort of new metal, sort of sing talk, screaming sort of stuff. Something inside of me is pissed. She can do that.
Will can drop the incredibly edgy murder rhymes about life on the project.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think Willow is probably she's
whip her hair back.
She can whip her hair back and forth, but I think she might connect to a younger audience. I did see the other day she's teamed up to do a duet with Machine Gun Kelly. So she's hanging with the young cool kids, and also Travis Barker, who seems like he's 1,000 years old now. So he's got face tattoos. Good move there. So I think Willow can connect to the youth. Jada can do the Wake Me Up Inside. Jaden can sort of do the, brooding sort of whatever the fuck he does. The problem is
karate moves.
Well, he can. The thing is, I don't think Will can bring anything to the table. I think he's the weak link in this family sort of thing. So that's the problem. Yeah. That's why it's not happened, because I think Willow and Jaden have just been like...
He'd be up the back going, I could talk about how parents don't understand, something like that. They're going, take that baseball hat off.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And here's the other thing as well. Will has said, I'm going to call my daughter Willow because it's got half of my name in it. And then they've called the son Jaden, and then her name's Jada. So they just basically slightly tweaked their own names. I'd rather just Will Jr. or something like that, or Will the Third, rather than that sort of...
I mean, Bill Cosby named all his kids' names starting with E. I think he had like 5 kids plus another 5 illegitimate kids. Yeah. So they all started with E, which was for excellence, apparently.
Ah, I thought it might have been for ecstasy, which was the drug he fed. Although he was that wasn't really the drug.
Not extremely rapey either.
No, exactly.
Eek, get away from me or anything like that.
For sure. So look, the weird thing about this song for me, Tom, is do you think that when Nintendo brought out the Switch, they went to a marketing company and said, hey, we need a song to promote this new Nintendo device that we have, and the marketing company were like, there's already a Will Smith #1 song in Australia from 2005 called Switch. We can just use that.
It could have actually worked.
I think Nintendo just heard the song and went, fuck that.
Well, in the Switch ads are cleverly built around when they do a Sonic logo thing, like sometimes with video games, like it's a finger snap.
Oh, yeah.
So it could have just been a clap, Or perhaps a hand smacking an ass.
Yeah, but they had
The logo was an ass.
They could have had that. It was perfect, and then they went, no thanks, which shows the calibre of the material. I think it's just not good enough. Any sort of lyrical highlights here?
Sure. How do you do the switch, Ben? Let Will describe it.
Okay, yep. How do you do it?
Turn it over and hit it.
Yep.
Turn around now, switch.
Yep.
Turn it over and hit it. Ooh, la, la, la.
Yeah.
Did that clear things up? You should be able to do that in public now, right?
I'm doing it now, yeah, exactly. So
I actually went back and watched it. He does mention it again in the song. It still doesn't make any sense. There's another couple of lines about what he's supposed to do. I watched the video. I still can't tell what it's supposed to be.
Yep.
As far as I can tell, I don't even know if the dancers know what it's supposed to be. It seems to be just doing a lot of, getting pizza dough off your fingers, and then that's it.
For my mind, this is the worst type of song and the most embarrassing outcome when you try and if you have a song that has
failed dance band.
Exactly. If you have a song with dancing in it and it just so happens to create a dance craze organically, fantastic. But when you try and do this and everyone's just like going, no thanks, it's just like, it is so cringeworthy and embarrassing. It's just like, fuck, man. Don't you look at it and just go, I tried to get a dance craze off the ground, but it was fucked. It's just terrible.
I mean, even sketchy shit like the Macarena, this is terrible, but it did actually catch on.
It caught on.
People did.
Exactly.
So you can go, well,
Yeah. So anyway, 7.6 million on Spotify. We know people love The Will, so mostly off the back of that Bag of Ants song that I think he's recorded, Tom. And 2 cents for this, which, makes sense. Absolutely fair enough. Anything else you want to say?
I think the one thing missing from that Bag of Ants song was some Wake Me Up style Jada Pinkett lyrics, maybe in the chorus.
I can remix it, Tom, if need be. So that's
like a metal remix. Yeah,
could do a remix for it. But don't worry. Look, that Will Smith Switch song was terrible. But things are moving on up. Oh no, they're not. Sorry, the Black Eyed Peas Don't Funk With My Heart for 3 weeks.
I would take Switch 3 times in a row over this song once. For sure.
That's a big call. But
because Switch is harmless and you could sort of kind of vaguely bop around with it. I don't know what the fuck you're
How
supposed
does
to do
one
with this song
funk with one's heart?
I think you take it out of the CD player, return it to its original packaging, put it between your fingers and flick it frisbee style across the room into the nearest rubbish receptacle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Look, this, I'm just going to cut forward to the Spotify. Sorry, 30 million. A lot of people love the Black Eyed Peas.
Yes,
and 47 cents for
That's
this.
Depressing.
Now, 47 cents. This seems like a 2-center to me, Tom. I think, but I'd say that you're right. The reason it is 47 cents is because so many people did just fling them off balconies or into a wood chipper or whatever.
It's probably because this was like the 3rd single of Ella Funk, which was their first Fergie mainstream success hit. And so if I was the record company, I'd be, after the first one, I'd go, oh, fuck, that was a fluke. And the second one, you'd be going, oh, well, it was a fluke again. We can't get lightning 3 times. Surely people aren't going to fall for this a 3rd time, not knowing that people would continue falling for it for another full decade before. So, yes, I mean, the song's called Don't Funk With My Heart, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
How does one funk with one's heart? I mean, I could imagine Prince funking with your heart using the letter F. But how you funk PH with a heart, I can only conjecture. I mean,
well, that's the thing. I've got no idea at all. So, look, this won the 2005 Grammy for Best Rap Performance by a Duo or a Group. Must have been a lean fucking year for hip-hop, 2005. Didn't, Kanye bring out, an album this year that everyone loved?
If you wonder why half the musicians in America boycott the Grammys, there you fucking go.
Yeah, Christ.
Best rap performance? Jesus.
There must have been.
And this is their 2nd Grammy as well.
Terrible. Was this around the time that Fergie pissed herself on stage? Do we know that, Tom? Is that around this time? I can't recall.
I think it was.
Probably.
I remember seeing a blurry JPEG of that at the time.
I remember it was big news that she'd pissed herself on stage. Fair enough. Why not? Definitely, yeah.
Do you remember looking at that picture and thinking, it never occurred to me, if you were busting for a piss on stage, what you would actually do?
You'd just run off, wouldn't you? You could.
If you're in a band, you'd think they could, hold off for
You could
2
hold
minutes.
off for 2 minutes, exactly right, for sure.
Wait until the lead singer started to explain how he came up with the idea for the song and go, oh, fuck, I can take it long.
Yeah, the bass player
now.
can take it, exactly right, for
Get
sure.
a drum solo started.
Get a drum solo and then you can go take a shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
no drummer though, that's the problem. They've just got a machine up the back.
Maybe someone can do a scratch, like we get a whack on the turntables and Fergie can go off and take a piss.
Unless public urination, like uncontrollable incontinence, is a consequence of having your heart funked.
Yeah, it might be. You get your heart funked with maybe
also
just
funks
piss your
your
pants.
bladder as well.
It does, I'd say. So it might be a side product of that. So speaking of rapid name changes earlier, is will.i.am better or worse than Will1X, which was his former moniker?
Yeah. Oh, God.
They're both pretty bad. Will.i.am, it's sort of like
I mean, it kind of makes a sort of sense. Will1X doesn't mean fucking
Will.i.am,
anything.
he's just put a dot between the bits in his name to make Will.i.am. Look, I don't love it, but it's better.
Apple D app.
Oh, Jesus, shit. That's the thing, you sort of
That's
forget
not
about the
even
other
words.
you forget about the other people in this group. It's just
They all have names like that.
They do, exactly right. Fergie, she should have ran with something
The
else.
sad part about that is that, like, let's say he was Will1X for 2 years, then he changed it to Will.i.am.
Yep.
That means it took him, he'd sat down and thought of Will1X, and then it took him a further 2 years to go, hang on, if I use my whole name,
Let's put a dot in there and run with that. Exactly. Look, the music video for this is a game show, which isn't exactly the same as that Outcast video from last year, but you're getting the same vibe off this a bit.
I didn't watch it this time. Was it like a dating game show or something?
Kind of, yeah. It was sort of like Will.i.am was playing like a host, and then it was sort of like it wasn't exactly the same thing as Outcast, but I was getting a vibe of like, it's like a fake TV show sort of thing, and they're just ripping that off. I don't really know.
You know what someone should use for a music video? No, they're really missing a trick with this. Do you remember the TV show Studs?
Oh, fuck, of course, yeah, absolutely.
It's about time someone borrowed that for a music video.
Oh, it's one of my favourite shows.
If you got a good answer, they what did they do? They stuck a
heart.
Velcro love heart to your inner thigh.
Yeah, exactly right. And the good thing about Studs is it would often be something like, Jeanette went out with you, Todd, last night. Which of the following did she have to say? And it was like, his ball sack was getting me horny or something. And the audience would go like, woo! He smelled like a stinky fish. Woo! Yep. So, and then you had to guess which one it was, and then you'd go, oh, great, you got it right. Yeah, for sure.
And everyone was dressed like the opening sequence of any Jerry Seinfeld episodes.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very good show. Look, I don't have much more to say about this. Do you?
No, there's fuck all to say about it. Like, we talked about the band a lot with their last couple of songs. Lyrical spotlight, Jesus Christ. Seven people came up with this. And it's another Don't You Want Me type song, which is the way they used Fergie on this album mostly, with the sort of back and forth from the man and the woman. I think they were still trying to work her into their sound.
Yeah.
She's asking if he'll still respect her in the morning. He's trying to tell her she's more than just a collection of lady lumps. Girl, you had me once, you kissed me. My love for you is not iffy. But these fucking lyrics are, I always want you with me. I'll play Bobby and you play Whitney. If you smoke, I smoke too. That's how much I'm in love with you. I mean, I guess offering to freebase rock cocaine and start a crippling lifelong addiction that will claim your career, your relationships, and ultimately your life does demonstrate a certain level of commitment. I mean, would you smoke crack to bone Fergie, Ben?
Oh, I don't think I would, because as Whitney herself said, crack is whack. So
that's true. That's true. If only she'd followed her own sage advice.
Jeez, that Bobby Brown and Whitney lyric in the song is dated worse than the song itself almost.
Yeah,
so, like,
I mean,
it's sort of,
I think that was reasonably. When did Whitney die?
She was still alive at that stage.
Yeah,
one would hope. You wouldn't
right.
throw that in there if she was dead. You would not think, but I don't
That's
really know.
true. This is fucking we're talking about.
Anyway,
that's enough about that.
Terrible. Coming up next, things are moving in the right direction, from my opinion anyway, Tom. Gwen Stefani, Holla Back Girl.
Yeah!
1 week. Now, this is the best song of the year so far, solely because of the part where it goes, this shit is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S, which is so fucking stupid that it goes full circle and becomes good again.
It is a weird breakdown, and I am here for it. I do like it, I have to say.
The only thing, though, Tom, that I take umbrage with is this shit bananas? Like, outside of that bit, the rest of the song isn't bananas. The song is sort of stock standard. There's not, like, is this another Neptune's one? Because it seems...
yes, I believe that it is.
Because they've gone for sort of a very minimalist production on this, I think. But they've made a good song out of it.
It's a bit less minimal. What was their last one?
That the Neptunes did earlier this year.
No, that was Linda Perry.
Oh, yeah,
that weird one.
Oh, yeah, that was fucking real.
That was the first song off this album.
Yep,
this is her big album where she really took off as a solo artist. But I think by the standards of this album, it is kind of weird. It probably sounded weirder at the time. It does have that weird sort of that.
It does.
It is, like you say, it's not. There's not a lot to it. It's not, but it is a kind of odd thing. And she does weird shit with her voice. She does. Yeah. She's kind of all over the place.
But it's not bananas. I don't listen to her and go, this shit is bananas. But then she comes in and says, this shit is bananas. Yeah. And I go, oh, that's bananas. It is bananas. By a
Gwen Stefani and Linda Perry level, I would say this is bananas.
It is completely bananas when she says that.
Which means that if you played this to Delta, her head would explode.
Oh, for sure. If you have to say this shit is bananas to make something bananas, does that does that actually make it bananas, or is it too self-referential? The only bananas part is when you say this shit is bananas.
That's true. I guess saying this shit is bananas in a song that's not bananas is way more bananas than saying this shit is bananas in a song that is bananas, where it would be merely a statement of fact.
It is, yeah, exactly right. So it just shows the lyrical, nature of Gwen, some of the wordplay, some of what she does. So look, no, this is it is good. I do like this one.
I always wondered what the fuck a Hollaback Girl actually is.
Well, Tom, I had to look this up as well because I wasn't sure. But a Hollaback Girl is one of the cheerleaders, one of the background cheerleaders.
Oh, so the ones who repeat.
Yeah. So the one at the front yells out, give me an A, and then the Hollaback Girls, they're hollering back going, hey. So that's basic. So that's that. It's sort of like a background cheerleader, I guess. So Gwen in this song is asserting that she's the leader. She ain't no Hollaback Girl. She's the leader of this cheer group. She was 35 years old when the song was released. Does she make a believable high school cheerleader in the video, Tom?
Yeah.
Are you buying it? Much like you were buying when Luke Perry played like a 16-year-old in 90210 when he was like 39 or something like that.
It's a little bit interesting. I mean, again, it's sad to say this, but 35, like Kylie, that we've talked about a lot previously this millennia, is getting towards the elderly end of the age for female mainstream pop single lady. And, whereas Kylie's kind of... She's still, wearing not much clothes, but she kind of wears weird sort of arty stuff, like weird designer things. Whereas Gwen's, in this video, she's dressed up like a Lolita teenage hipster from Japan. In this, she's wearing like a cheerleader leotard. She's also dressed like fucking Pink from 5 years ago, pretending to be a skate punk, like a bloody Avril Lavigne mall goth kind of costume.
She loved a lot of track.
She looks great. Like, there's nothing wrong with the way it looks.
No.
And she's given it 110%. There's a lot of energy happening in the video.
Oh, a lot of energy. In the music video, she karate kicks a box of cereal off a shelf, which I think was like, that was bananas. I was like, fucking hell. She's like spun kick like some cereal, just sent it flying.
Yeah, it's not terrible, although I have to admit this video disappointed me slightly in the rewatching. I think maybe just because I remembered it being slightly better than it was. A bit like the song, too. I remember this being a bit tougher than it actually is. She's gone from sort of borrowing Harajuku fashion back to boring old Pink style, appropriating hip-hop culture, riding around a lowrider, twerking, doing West Side hand gestures at the camera, etc. Like, offensive or not, it's just lame and unimaginative, especially by 2005. Like, we were taking the piss out of Pink for doing this 3 years ago, and especially given that the last video was quite inventive. And this has fun parts in it. Like, the last minute of the video is her with, like, a high school drum band, whatever they call those American marching bands. But then they don't use any of that in the song. You're like, this would be the perfect way of mixing this in to give this song a bit more depth like musical
marching band,
thickness.
Oh,
yeah, some actual instruments, but no, instead you've just got these kind of boops.
Yeah, it was weird that the marching band, because you're right, that would have been like a cool horn section or something.
Yeah.
The marching band throw that in.
To kind of thicken it in the last chorus.
Which was also like a super hot style at the time, I think, sampling sort of a lot of that sort of soul and jazz and those sorts of things anyway. So weird that they did not do that. This was the first single to sell more digital downloads than CDs in the US.
That shows that's a landmark.
So it's a turning point now. So a lot of the other songs we've talked about, I think last week, one of the songs had sold 1 million copy digital singles, but obviously to get to number one in the US, people are probably buying a combination of CD singles and digital downloads, but this is the first one.
It also makes sense because her audience is an eternal 15 years old.
Yep.
She's playing one in every video off this album, and they're the people at this point who are getting into downloading stuff.
Oh, yeah, people aren't going to the shops.
But it definitely shows a tipping point from digital overtaking physical media.
Absolutely.
Yeah, supposedly this song was spurred into creation after Courtney Love made a comment about Gwen Stefani in 17 magazine.
Oh, good.
See, audience of 17 being 15, like I just said. Yeah. But Courtney said, being famous is just like being in high school, but I'm not interested in being the cheerleader. I'm not interested in being Gwen Stefani. She's the cheerleader, and I'm out in the smoker's shed.
Ah.
Now, that comment is probably as much of a self-own as it is a criticism, frankly, but it obviously stuck in Gwen's craw somehow. She said, I was being bullied by someone and was being called a cheerleader, like Courtney Love, which was a bad thing, ! Growing up, that was not cool. I mean, it wasn't cool in the 90s, granted. I thought I was the opposite of that. I told Pharrell we should write a song about that. He always had this little keyboard that he writes everything on, and he had programs stuck into it. He goes, this beat, and he played Holla Back Girl. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You had that in there all these hours and you never played that until now? Why didn't you play that the first time I walked in here? So at least you can recognise a catchy beat when someone plays one. But I did think that's a bit interesting. So she's saying, I'm not a cheerleader, basically. Which is probably why in the video she goes back to being a tough West Side, extraordinarily white person whose hair is literally the same colour as her skin, which is the same colour as vanilla ice cream. But then she does kind of undercut it by also appearing as a cheerleader several times in the video. This is why I couldn't figure out what Holla Back Girl. I always just thought it had something to do with, when dudes yell at girls, holla back, just saying, stop yelling at me. But it turns out it's this weird sort of semi-diss track or like a kind of thing against Courtney Love.
So Courtney Love criticises Gwen Stefani for being the cheerleader type, and then Gwen says, I'm going to show her.
She just uses her as an example of... Like, Courtney Love's just saying, I'm too cool. Like Linda Perry. She thinks there's something wrong with being a pop star. She's like, I'm cool, I'm out the back smoking, I'm not a cheerleader. And then Gwen's taken that weirdly personally and written a whole song about how I'm not a cheerleader. Here, I mean, sure, I am dressed as a cheerleader in several different outfits in this video. I look exactly like a cheerleader, and this song sounds like a cheering chant. But trust me, I'm not a cheerleader.
Absolutely. Look, but this song had a lot of applications. It was wide-reaching, number one here in Australia, everywhere. But, it transcended just music, Tom. Sebastian Bach of Skid Row. He played a character called Gil, the guitarist in a fictional band, Hep Alien, on the television series Gilmore Girls.
What age do you reckon the screenwriter was who came up with the name Hep Alien?
Fuck no. So
not Hip Alien, this is H-E-P.
Hep Alien. So on the Gilmore Girls, he went ahead and played this song at a bar mitzvah. Now... does anyone understand any of the words in that sentence? Sebastian Bach,
combination.
Gilmore Girls, bar mitzvah.
Gilmore Girls is written by this. Do you know that lady? She's had a number of big successes. She recently does Mrs. Maisel, that show that's on Netflix.
Okay.
One of those. She's like a showrunner star lady. She's like this weird 50-year-old musical theatre-loving, eccentric lady with all her TV shows are written by her, with her husband occasionally helping out. So all the shit on Gilmore Girls is written by this one sort
awesome.
of 50-year-old lady. So she's the kind of person who would go, all right, we need someone cool to play a rock star. And then they've showed it. What about those bands I used to listen to on cassette when I was in high school? Like Skid Row. Yeah, they were really edgy. Okay, we'll get that guy. We called up Sebastian Bach of Skid Row at the nursing home and said,
can you get on down?
Speak up! And then, there'll be a band, what's cool? Hep Alien. And then, but we need a song for them to play. We can't play Skid Row. We need, what are kids listening to now?
Hollaback.
All right, we'll get a guitarist from a hair metal band who peaked in 1985 to play a Gwen Stefani sort of party jam written by the Neptunes.
None of
band
that
called Hep Alien at a bar mitzvah.
Makes no fucking sense, any of it whatsoever. It's fantastic. What I like about Sebastian Bach is that during the height of Skid Row, he had a chain that connected the nose ring to the earring, which is a sick look, and no one does it these days. I think that's fucking killer.
No, that was a very
to have that
Johnny
chain
Rotten.
connecting those. So
I think he also had a shirt that said AIDS kills fags dead.
he did. So
he later apologised.
I think that cancelled him for. I'm surprised that the Gilmore Girls gave him another shot. But anyway, look. So Gwen herself has never been on Gilmore Girls, as far as I know, Tom.
No,
but no doubt did show up on an episode of Dawson's Creek. So you know that they've made it big when you get onto Dawson's Creek.
I don't think I even knew who they were back then.
Yeah, so we talked about Gwen last week. Obviously, her first solo single went to number one, and she backed it up with this, which is great. She was never able to hit number one again, though, so this is her final number one.
She had a lot of hits, though. She had a
lot of hits, yeah, absolutely,
hits.
But no more number one. So the popularity of Gwen's music seems to directly correlate to the cancelling of Dawson's Creek. So I think Dawson's Creek's gone away. No more opportunity for Gwen, and no doubt to perform on the creek, and then no more number one.
What's the modern equivalent of Dawson's Creek?
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Sabrina or something like that.
What TV show should she attach herself to sort of get more hits? So, I'm not sure. Haven't they made isn't there like a Netflix series about the Arch? You know how we're talking about the Archies before? Haven't they turned that into a...
Yes, Riverdale.
Well,
Sabrina is from the Archies too, sort of. Mind you, Gwen would be 52 now, so she'd be pushing relevance.
Oh, that's fine. I've not seen Riverdale, but wasn't Luke Perry in that?
I don't know.
I think he might have been. I'm not sure.
Haven't they already remade 90210?
They have, yeah, they did. They remade that again.
That's due for another reboot.
I think reboot that again and get Gwen in there as like the principal plays that, who also sings her own songs. She's the principal at a high school, but she's also playing herself. And then she'll just come. People are like, oh, why is Gwen? Oh, the music career's faded, so she's a principal now at like West Beverly High, and then at lunch she'll come out and go, ain't no how about girl. So it writes itself, doesn't it? Yeah. So 13 million for Gwen. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. 65 cents for this. Lyrical highlights, Tom. The whole song, I guess.
Well, again, I just keep thinking it's weird that this turns out to be like a diss track song.
Yeah.
Or about as diss as you get if you're Gwen Stefani. And this was her biggest fucking hit.
Yeah.
So that's right, dude. Meet me at the bleachers. No principals, no student teachers. Both of us want to be the winner, but there can only be one. So I'm going to fight, going to give it my all, going to make you fall, going to sock it to you. That's right, I'm the last one standing. And another one bites the dust. So she's threatening to beat up Courtney Love behind the bike sheds.
Yeah.
What do you reckon about that matchup? I mean, on the one hand, Gwen spends 5 hours a day in the gym and has a blinding white carapace.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Courtney is a walking skeleton held together with chutzpah and prescription drugs.
Yeah.
There's not a lot more damage life can throw at her, really.
Courtney seems quite feisty. I think she'd play dirty, like throw some dirt in the eyes or some sort of cigarette smoke somewhere or something. So I don't know.
I think Gwen could just chuck a packet of Valium over a hedge and then Courtney would dive after it.
Exactly.
Turns out there's spikes on the other side.
Look, Gwen's a lot fitter, I think. Yeah, I think she'd probably pummel her somewhere in the end, I'd say. So, yeah, definitely. But, yeah, look, interesting matchup, that is for sure. So, look, I don't have anything more to say about Hollaback Girl, but best song so far this year.
Yeah,
once again,
I quite enjoy it. It's
not
catchy.
a lot this year that's been any good. Speaking of not a lot this year that's been any good, up next is Backstreet Boys Incomplete.
Yes, for an incomplete 1 week only.
Yeah, look, this is a power ballad purportedly, but it's lacking any real power. Look, they've been out of action for a bit. Sorry, I think is that right? So what's happening in this is...
oh, no, I was just going to agree with you. Like,
Yep.
just apparently in 1999, someone put out a memo that power ballads no longer needed any power at all.
Yep.
And this is the shit we ended up with. Like, Brett Michaels could punch out something better than this with an unplugged hot pink Fender on the way to a taping of Rock of Love.
No doubt, absolutely right. This is weak as shit. But look, at this point, Backstreet Boys, for those that don't know, had been out of action for 5 years.
Ah, okay.
They've been pumping out, I think, albums at a rapid rate of before that. Took a bit of...
I think they've changed management about 3 times already.
Went on hiatus for 5 years, came back, weren't quite sure whether people would want to hear their old sort of pop stylings. You know, the musical landscape had changed. They were a bit older now. Did people want that sort of Backstreet's back all right, poppy stuff? So they shifted and did what everyone else was doing at the time, and that was release a weak as fuck piano ballad and then throw in like 2 notes of guitar to try and say it's piano, but look, there's a shithouse solo in it 3/4 of the way through, so it's a power ballad. This could be a Nickelback song, Tom.
Yeah, or at least like a Matchbox 20 love song, or a fucking Maroon 5, you know, romantic thing. But yeah, I know what you mean. You can sort of... And the video's like that as well. It's like they've sort of half-assedly leaned towards trying to look a bit more tough. Like, it's filmed in a desert, there's an old car, there's a, you know, one point he's kneeling down in the sand, letting sand pour out between his fists, you know, like shaking his arms at the sky, you know, like he's been done wrong. Although, if there's anything in the song to indicate what happened there, I have no idea.
No, I don't think so. I have no
his
idea.
toe or something like that.
No fucking idea what was happening. So look, MTV didn't play the video. They refused to, as they didn't deem Backstreet Boys as cool anymore. So to begin with, but yeah, so that must be cutting when you sort of release a new album to MTV and they're just like, we're trying to show the hottest shit. We want to show the kids what's cool. We don't want to fucking have anything to do with this. So that must be hard for them. But look, so MTV didn't back them. Apparently didn't get much radio play for this song. So they really struggled to reach their audience. They really struggled to let people know that they were back, that they had, you know, come back to the music scene, release new music, and because of that struggle to sort of really connect with the audience, they only shifted 10 million copies of this album. So really hard on them. Yeah, so it was rough.
Look, I don't often say this, but MTV were dead on here.
Fuck yeah.
Much like the song, the video is boring as fuck, as stated. It's 5 laser-cut chin beards in search of a story. The song is a pale shadow of I Want It That Way. The fact that the comeback album still sold 10 million copies with this as track 1 shows that they clearly had gone out on a high 5 years ago, and maybe they should have just stayed there. Either that, or people had seen the group surprise reconciling on Oprah with the guy in the band who just got out of rehab and wanted to check out if they could still sing or something. That's as good as I could tell.
Yep.
Yeah, 10 million copies, like... Especially at this time, album sales had started to nosedive.
They had,
selling 10 million copies after 5 years away, you know, with this lame-ass bullshit, without MTV pimping your stuff. I mean, you know, Oprah, that's the best I've got for one. Oprah and Curiosity, I suppose.
Absolutely. Look, I do remember, I think it was around this time, Tom, that, or maybe a little bit earlier, one of those Chaser TV shows, and one of the guys went to like a Backstreet Boys when they came to Australia, like, you know, Q&A type thing or something like that, or press conference, and the guy just stood up and said, just 2-part question. 1, how are you enjoying Australia? How are you liking out here? And part 2, is the name Backstreet Boys a reference between, you know, about being taken out back in a back alley and fucked from behind or something like that? And they were like, what? What's it? He's like, first, but Australia's well. What was the second bit? Or something like that. So, quite funny. I think he was removed from the audience or something, but it was
well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely right, absolutely. So, look, they've only released 4 albums since 2005, so they're slowing down a little bit because, obviously 17 years since then, they've only done 4 more albums. I know you're a huge fan, Tom, and the fact they're slowing down is a concern, but look, I had a look at the Wikipedia, and it turns out that they've announced they are releasing a new album in 2022, so it is coming soon, and it's something much needed in the world of music, Tom. It is a Christmas album, so look out for that coming, I reckon, around November. Yeah,
with these guys, with a lot of bands like this, I would say, at this point, you know, it just seems like sad, lazy cash grabbing to keep coming back. But with these guys, I do give them a slight consideration of the fact that because they had that fucking supervillain, sex offender, blimp magnate, pyramid scheme guy, like their first 2 albums, which were their first hugest albums, the most popular they'll ever be, I think they ended up having to tried to sue him for money for those first, because they claimed him and his friends had made something in the region of $10 million off those 2 albums, and the band in total between the 5 of them had got about 300 grand after 2 albums. And so they took him to court, but by the time they took him to court, he'd gone bankrupt. So I think they got like 20 grand each in a blimp with all the air out of it, like, you know, just this big soggy thing that just said, here, do you want this giant soggy piece of plastic, and here's some cash in a suitcase.
Well, the thing about Lou Pearlman was that you may recall that he made himself like a member of the band as well. So like,
so he was getting writing credits on everything like
as well. 1/6 of the group. So I think whatever profits they did get, he'd get a portion of that. But he was also taking, and then also just taking. Yeah, you're right.
So what I mean is, if anybody deserves to make some retirement scratch off a Christmas album in a boy band, I would say it's these guys, you know.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Look, as we learnt, a lot of these dudes, they were, you know, very young when they signed up into these contracts. Totally. They're just like, we want to have a recording deal. We're super stoked. We're signing the contract, not realising that it's like you're writing none of the songs, so you're going to get no songwriting royalties. I'm going to take all the profits because I probably started my own record label as well.
You're not even going to make any money unless you have 2 massive hit albums, and then the third one maybe you'll start earning some cash. But,
and then they're just getting, as you said, you're right, like he's collecting 10 mil and they're just getting like 50 grand a year basically, sort of while touring across the world. So Anyway, look, don't feel too sorry for them though, because they have churned out dog shit music for fucking ever. But 13 million on Spotify, 78 cents. What about lyrical highlights? Are they better than I Want It That Way?
Empty spaces fill me up with holes. Distant faces with no place left to go. Without you within me, I can't find no rest. Where I'm going is anybody's guess. What the fuck are you talking about is anybody's guess. Empty spaces fill me up with holes. That shit wouldn't pass on Google Translate.
No.
3 people wrote this. I will spare their shame by not mentioning their names. None of the band. This is more fridge poetry bullshit that relies on the audience's rote-learned mnemonic reactions to do the work for them. I could forgive that if these songs had balls, you know, or at least real emotion behind them. Like, Axl Rose had some sketchy lyrics, and he won't be guest editing the Teen Vogue advice page anytime soon.
No.
But at least when he said, "Don't you cry tonight," you felt like that if you did cry tonight, he was going to come over and commit suicide on your lawn.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, there was something behind it. It just, These guys, even in the video, it looks like they can barely muster the energy to pretend to be upset about something. And if they're upset about something in the lyrics, it's not there to read about, so...
Yeah, look, it is the pop star conundrum where your career has faltered somewhat, so you need a new direction. Someone writes you some songs, and it's like, I'm not really feeling this on an emotional level, but I do realise that this will probably be a hit, so I'm going to do it anyway.
5 of them in the band, and none of them can write songs after this fucking, or write anything, or collaborate with... I don't know.
Exactly, terrible. Look, anyway, moving on from that bullshit. Up next, I can't fucking believe this, Tom. This next one makes me sad. Mariah Carey, friend of the podcast. We're big fans of Mariah Carey. Fantasy, one of the greatest songs ever written. We Belong Together, Tom, number 1 for 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. This is a fucking piano ballad, effectively.
They were certainly in vogue at the time, weren't they? Yep. The last 3 years I forgot how much of a piano ballad fucking wasteland the early aughts were.
Oh, people had a massive fucking hard-on for pianos at this stage, as we've talked about before. It's ridiculous.
It's the Delta Goodrem sound, I think. Oh,
Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly right. So, I don't know what to say.
But as you say, I mean, she has set the bar pretty high.
She has, exceptionally high.
Stuff.
Yep, so look... The song was number 1 for 14 weeks.
Fuck me.
On the Billboard Hot 100, which seems insane as, look, it's not really that good at all. It's sort of...
I mean, that's actually the second longest time at the number 1 Billboard spot for any song.
Jesus Christ.
Guess what the number 1 song is?
Is it Anthony Calia's version of Too Funky by George Michael?
It's One Sweet Day, 16 Weeks by Mariah Carey.
Fuck
with
off.
Boys to Men. So
Okay.
she's got the top 2 spots.
Jesus. That's
pretty good.
30 weeks for those two combined.
And that song is a lot worse than this, trust me.
Yeah,
It's
that
like
does
4 guys
sound good.
drowning you in a jacuzzi while a cassette of Mariah's greatest hits warbles somewhere in the background.
It does beg the question, though, why would people... You know, you've got a choice, even if it's just a binary choice of 2 Mariah Carey songs, this or Fantasy.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like,
Man,
she's got a lot of great songs, a lot of punchy numbers. I don't know. It seems like the world just
I feel
goes
like
crazy.
She
for
had
this
this
sort of,
earlier chunk of her audience from her first few albums, which
Yep.
were more into her Gloria Estefan, what's her name? Celine Dion,
Yep.
Whitney balladeer type stuff.
yeah.
And then she keeps shifting forward into this poppier, hip-hoppy type stuff. So I feel like maybe there's a Venn diagram where those two things cross over in the middle, and that's where you sell... Christ knows how much you have to sell to be at 14 weeks, number 1 on the Billboard.
I'd suggest
Hot
a lot,
100.
yeah.
That's
Definitely.
amazing. I mean, that's like the top 2 spots. That means she beat Michael Jackson.
Yep.
You know, that's incredible.
Exactly right. So for sure, look, not one of her finest songs, but still, congratulations for 14 weeks. Good on that. Won't hold it against Mariah. The music video for this does feature Wentworth Miller from Prison Break.
I like that handsome sort of bald guy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a sequel to her music video for the song It's Like That.
Okay.
So it's good to see people finally releasing sequels to music videos, and by the looks of it, sequels that no one asked for. So
Yeah.
I don't even know the
How
original.
is it a sequel?
Oh, because
I didn't even notice what. I thought this was just her writhing around in a bed in white pajamas.
So Wentworth Miller is he was in the first video, the other one I mentioned. It's
okay.
Like That, and he's like a sort of love interest. And then in this video, she's getting married. Mariah's getting married to someone else, and he's off, looking on from the wedding, being like,
So they're trying to pull a sort of November Rain,
kind of,
Estranged
yeah,
kind of
exactly right. So definitely doing that, which is interesting. Were you a fan of Prison Break, Tom? Are you familiar with the concept of Prison Break?
No, I mean I'm assuming it's Call Me Crazy is about someone trying to escape out of prison.
Can you remember the Australian TV show Raw FM? Raw, and remember that? It's a show from the 90s. Can you remember this?
Was that one of those ones that it looks like it had been funded by an organisation called the Queensland Children's Art TV Network?
It was on the ABC, and it was like a sort of a Triple J style community radio thing where
set a radio station where all kinds of crazy antics were always happening.
Where the oldest dude that was in charge was like 22 or something, and everybody else is like, they're all coming in and they're like, there's the techno chick and the rock guy and whatever, and it's sort of, yes, you're right, the wacky characters that are involved in a community radio station, the ups and downs, the trials and tribulations. Anyway, the guy that was in that, who was an Australian guy by the name of Dominic something or whatever, he was in Prison Break. Mm-hmm. So he went on to be in this, and the concept, you're right, the concept is that Australian dude is in prison in America, and then Wentworth Miller's the brother, and he commits a crime that he knows will get him into the same prison as his brother, so that then when they're in there, he can bust him out.
Wow, really playing the long game.
And he's tattooed his whole body in a map of the prison with all the pipes and tunnels and stuff, so that if someone's like, how do we get out of here? He's like, look under my armpit, and it's like, oh shit, there's that. So it's a completely preposterous fucking concept. And then it went for about 5 years, so sort of, and some would say probably about 4 too long, because after, it's one of those
that's a short run in America.
high concept TV shows where you realise that the idea, once they've got past that first series, it's like, oh fuck, we've got nowhere else to go now, so they try and pad it out with just...
Often, I watched some, it was on Freedom, it was a couple of years ago, there was a thing, it started off with like, the thing where they clearly showing the first scene of the show or whatever, and it was Times Square, there's a gym bag opens up, lady climbs out of the gym bag, she's covered in tattoos, she's got no clothes on and she's looking around like, where am I and stuff, and then like the brand new show, and it's like that. You see something like that and you think, yeah, that's going to last 2 seasons.
Yeah,
tops.
exactly.
They've gone too big too early. It's too many concepts on top of each other here. There's,
Exactly. Look, so anyway, back to this song. Sorry, Wentworth Miller. That's all the time we have for you on this show. I don't think you've done fucking anything since Prison Break or this Mariah Carey video. Look, Carey, at this stage in her career, she was in love with hip-hop, and she wanted to sort of intensify the urban flavour, apparently, Tom, on her track. So Jermaine Dupri, who was the producer of this song, he talked her out of that. He recorded in his 2007 book, Young, Rich and Dangerous, The Making of a Music Mogul. The songwriting went smoothly, but musically, me and Mariah had some back and forth. At first, Mariah was pushing for something more ghetto. No, it's too out there, too urban, I said. Lean it more towards the middle. I didn't want her doing all the syrupy ballad pop shit from her past, label executives wanted to do, but she also needed to hold herself back from trilling up and down the scales. I wanted to keep the power of her voice inside the framework of a great song. We finally agreed on what she called, quote, a thugged out ballad. Now that raises a couple of questions, Tom. Firstly, would you describe this as a thugged out ballad?
No, I would describe it as a song where an unimaginative record producer has told her not to do anything interesting with her voice.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So then she just ends up sounding like every other boring-ass R&B crooner chick lying on a bed in negligee singing about how the guy won't return her phone calls.
She wanted to get some fucking sick beats on this shit. She wanted to get some fucking red-hot beats and maybe some scratching, maybe even the guy, Paul McCoy, doing a bit of Wake Me Up, something like that. Thugged out, I don't know whether I assume she means sort of like ghetto thug style, not like sort of beat down hardcore thuggery out of like Cleveland or something like that, but so I don't really know whether this is a thugged out ballad. It is just boring as hell, you're absolutely right. So
by the standards of her stuff.
Oh, exactly. This is not thugged out for shit. So, and also, the second point I'd like to raise is, Tom, how much do you think of Young, Rich and Dangerous, The Making of a Music Mogul, was dedicated to Jermaine Dupri's early years, namely when he met teen duo Chris Kelly and Chris Smith at a local mall in 1990 and put together Criss Cross? Hopefully the first third of the book is just about that. So,
I would hope so.
Because obviously, he got to work with Mariah on this in 2005 only due to the fact that he would have done some work. Well, he did do the work with Criss Cross in the early 90s. He produced the whole Totally Crossed Out album. So he was directly responsible for 2 of the finest songs of the last decade, Jump and Warm It Up, Chris. And around the same time, he also put together Criss Cross. He formed the female hip-hop group Silk Times Leather.
This is Jermaine Dupri still.
Not sure how much time in the book was dedicated to Silk Times Leather. It is a fucking terrible name. But
sure, he's got experience, don't get me wrong there. But
he wrote Warm It Up, Chris.
But by the same token, at this point, you'd have to be a pretty confident guy to be listening to Mariah Carey, looking at her record so far and going, I reckon I know more about writing popular songs than Mariah Carey does. But, it got to fucking number 2 in the longest songs on the Billboard number 1 spot ever. So, maybe they were both right. Maybe a thugged out ballad was what, was required to sell the most records, if not be the best song.
Absolutely right. So, $16 million for this. $1.78. People are asking for a lot of money for this on Discord, so they clearly want it. If it was number 1 for 14 weeks, there must be about 8 billion copies out there, so not sure why it's so expensive. Lyrical highlights?
Sure. Well, look, because the lyrics keep straight up quoting other artists, weirdly, and because the song samples If You Think You're Lonely Now, Stares and Whispers, and The Deal's 2 Occasions, this track is impressively credited to Sydney Johnson, Stanley Bristol, Jonte Austin, Darnell Bristol, Babyface, Sydney Dwayne, Patrick Moten, Sandra Sully, Mariah Carey, Manuel Seal, Jermaine Dupri, and Bobby Womack. That 0.00003 cents you're getting per listen from Spotify is going to get sliced up pretty thin on the replays of this one.
Yeah.
But those 58 people together came up with lyrics such as I can't sleep at night when you're on my mind. Bobby Womack's on the radio singing to me, if you think you're lonely now. Wait a minute, this is too deep. I got to change the station. So I turn the dial, trying to catch a break. And then I hear Babyface, I only think of you. And it's breaking my heart. I'm trying to keep it together, but I'm falling apart. I don't know why they broke up, but I'm guessing that Mariah's habit of playing hip-hop from a radio next to the bed at 3 a.m. probably didn't help
exactly.
a lot. Otherwise, this is straight up wish we were still boning category and doesn't even have Fergie arguing back. It's pretty straightforward. Yep. But I've heard worse. The quoting other artists is kind of a little bit interesting, even if it means you get a bit less of a slice of that 0.0003% from Spotify.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, exactly. And she gets a bit of the nostalgia play on this as well. People going, oh, I remember that other thing that happened at some time in the past.
True. And also, 14 weeks of Billboard #1. I mean, if I photocopied my dick and recorded that, going through for 500 copies, and that was at #1 for 14 weeks, people would be, talking about how I'd invented a new genre or something like that with music.
Exactly. Look, anyway, should we move on from that? Thanks, Mariah. It's been real.
Try photocopying my own dick on TikTok. Sorry, I was talking to this dictaphone I keep next to me for good ideas. Okay, how many listeners does Mariah have? She'd have to be the most of anyone we've done.
16 million, yeah.
16 only?
Yeah, not a lot.
Not as many as fucking, that's less than Nelly.
Yeah, and a lot less than the Black Eyed Peas.
The Black Eyed Peas.
Eyed
Peas. I'm going to call them that from now on. Fair enough. That's what they deserve. It's such a terrible insult.
It is. They will hate you for that time. They'll stop listening to this podcast. Up next is Akon, Lonely, for 3 weeks. Now, I'd completely forgotten Akon existed.
What a lovely world that was. Let's click our heels and go back to that world, Ben.
Now, this
Before
song...
you reminded me of fucking Akon.
This song is pretty fucking boring.
Sure is.
Let's be honest, most of his oeuvre is completely dog shit, with the exception of Smack That, Tom, the duet he did with Eminem that features the lyric, "Let's go back to my place, we kick it like Tybo. A friend of Billy Blanks is a friend of mine."
Yes. In my opinion, the best song Akon ever worked on by far was the track "I Just Had Sex" by Lonely Island featuring Akon.
Oh, yeah.
By comparison, this sucks shit. It's the tune of a 1964 song called "Mr. Lonely" by Bobby Vinton, with the chorus fed through a chipmunk filter, plus Akon's auto-tune, but you're not supposed to notice that, flat vocals and sketchy raps added over the top.
Yeah.
Really, it's not great.
No, it's not. Look, from a musical perspective, I think it's safe to say that Akon does absolutely nothing for me. No. And looking at his discography, it hasn't done anything for anyone for a good decade. But credit where credit's due, the dude is keeping busy outside of music. What he's done is he's got his music career, and then it's gone flat, and he's like, that's okay, I don't need to make a comeback Backstreet Boys song, because look at the shit I'm involved with. Akon owns a diamond mine in South Africa, which is fantastic. He does deny the existence of blood diamonds, saying, "I don't believe in conflict diamonds. That's just a movie." Think about it. Nobody thought or cared about conflict diamonds until Blood Diamond was released. That's a fair point. Is he right? It's all completely made up by Hollywood, and all diamonds are sourced from free of conflict and corruption.
Wow, good heavens. That might be the shittest excuse for profiting from inherited South African jewel mines I've ever heard, and therefore I'm expecting to see it pop up in an Elon Musk tweet sometime later this month.
It's I do love the brazen sort of response of just, so you own a diamond mine, what about blood diamond? No. Just a movie, bro. Don't worry about it.
The complete audacity of that reply starts to sound familiar the more you find out about Akon, so let's keep going with that.
So Akon also publicly acknowledges that he practices polygamy, purportedly has 4 wives and at least 6 kids amongst them. In 2003, he said, "Women aren't built to mate with more than one party, men are. As a male, we're natural breeders by nature, and women need to take more time to understand how men are built."
Yeah, the subtle nuances of Akon's mind have yet to be explored, Ben. It's really the chicks who've let the side down on that one.
Absolutely. So he's busy because he's got 4 wives, so he doesn't really have time for music because he's got a lot of wives and a lot of kids, just married to a heap of people at the same time, and women just aren't built for one dude.
No.
Sorry, men aren't. Who aren't? I don't know. Who can keep up with Akon? Anyway, he has his own electricity company in Africa called Akon Lighting Africa, which I think is pretty sick.
Sure.
So, I wish I could sign up with Akon Lighting Africa, so when people say, I'm moving into a new flat, who are you with? Origin, AGL, Momentum? Nah, bro, I'm with a dude who wrote Kicking It Like Tybo. Akon Lighting Africa. It's completely renewable with the electricity generated exclusively through clubgoers dancing to Smack That.
That does sound a bit more interesting than AGL. Sure.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And one reason Akon hasn't been as active in the music scene is that he's building his own city in Senegal called Akon City.
Ah, yes.
Now, this must be one of the most audacious projects I've heard of from a musician, both past or present. It's going to be the first city in the world to use exclusively cryptocurrency.
God, of course.
For every transaction.
Of course he's a fucking crypto bro.
So, building his own city, Akon City, going to run exclusively on cryptocurrency, and that currency being, wait for it, Tom, Acoin. He's got his own crypto.
Of course he's a fucking crypto bro.
I'm investing in Acoin fucking heavily. Get in on the ground floor.
Now on, I'm calling Elon Musk Space Akon.
Yeah.
Speaking of Space Akon, see if this sounds familiar. This is from the Associated Press last year. A year after singer Akon laid the first stone of the $6 billion futuristic city he vowed to build for his native Senegal, the site remains grassland. The stone itself sits at the bottom of a dirt track in a field. A small placard advertising the mega project has fallen off of it.
Wait, are you telling me that Akon City has not come to fruition?
I don't know if I'm getting old, but these young gabillionaires are so weird. They achieve so much in their own shortish lives and create so much sort of positive flow-on effects in some areas of the world.
Yep.
And then they ruin it all by being tack-dodging sex creeps who refuse to acknowledge their inherited wealth and constantly announce vanity projects that are either A, bullshit, like Akon City, or when they're not, are things like, I'm flying to orbit on a dick, or I'm going to build a giant city shaped like my dick, or I'm going to freeze my dick so future generations can enjoy my dick.
That's true, yeah, exactly.
It's just weird.
It is completely bizarre. Is Acoin going to take off though, Tom, or do we need the city? Are you telling me that my investment that I just made while you were telling me about Acoin, I've jumped onto the cryptos?
Speaking of Akon, wasn't Space Akon, aka Elon Musk's old name, advertising fucking Dogecoin the other day, which is a Bitcoin knockoff joke coin someone made with that dog face from a meme from about 10 years
Tom,
ago.
you're about 2 years too late. I think there's about several other knockoffs since that.
I'm sure someone's made a Dogecoin knockoff.
I can't believe that Akon City is not, it's a scam, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Is it on the blockchain? Is it like an online world?
The next thing, the article number 2 after my search for that article was an article about how Akon had been approved by another small South African country for development of another mega city named
Uganda.
after him in Uganda before he'd even actually started building Foundation 1 of his other city. So, yeah, I mean, say what you like about him. One, he's got a lot of irons in the fire, even if a lot of them are imaginary. And B, he's certainly following the Western tech bro model of promising a lot, delivering a lot, and having almost all your money come from your parents giving it to you.
So what you're saying is that I do not need to get my Senegal visa anytime soon to move to Akon City.
I'd wait for city number 3 after he's ironed out the wrinkles.
Yeah, definitely right. $6 billion though, that's pretty good. I was excited because
if you get in on the ground floor with Acoin, you'll be able to get
it's only going to go up in value.
Penthouse suite in the floating island of Akonaland.
Can't wait. Well, there you go. 16 mil. So Akon's got as many listeners as Mariah, which seems weird to me. This will set you back 2 cents, which is exactly what I thought it would. Lyrical highlights. It probably can't be many.
God Almighty. Can't believe I had a girl like you and I just let you walk right out of my life. After all I put you through, you still stuck around and stayed by my side. What really hurt me is I broke your heart. Maybe she found out about the other 4 women you got pregnant back in Senegal, dude. fucking mopey bullshit about how she won't bone you anymore because you were a prick is bad enough. But it's even worse when it just rings like crap you made up to get another chick pregnant because she feels sorry for you. Plus, it's extremely hard to feel sorry for someone who looks like a male model and inherited a fucking conflict diamond mine.
Yeah. Look, it's pretty weird. I did read one of the articles with one of the women, because I think, here's the bizarre thing about this. So Akon's coming out and saying that, yeah, he practices polygamy and I've got a lot of wives. But then one of the women that he was engaged to was just like, yeah, I got engaged to Akon. I knew that he had other wives. I assumed they were ex-wives. And then one of them came out and said, oh, I'm pregnant to Akon. He's like, oh, are you still seeing your ex-wife? Why? She's pregnant. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm married to 3. And she's like, oh, shit, I thought that there's a...
So when he said polygamy, he actually meant bigamy, the old-fashioned getting married to a bunch of different people at once who don't know about each other.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's not called polygamy, that's called having a secret family.
Yeah, so look, anyway, I don't know, Akon...
So why get married to people?
For four people seems pretty weird. So look, Akon, look, that's a bit of a flash in the pan. Akon City, I hope it takes off. But don't worry, the next song, Tom, has significantly more substance.
Oh, that's good. It's about time.
It's Crazy Frog with Axel F.
Oh, God. So
now,
he was at number 1 for 3 weeks. Same length of time as Akon. 3 times longer than fucking the previous song.
Now, is this the low watermark of the podcast? I can't imagine it getting any worse
Could
than
be
this.
the low watermark for the decade.
Yeah.
So,
in terms of...
I mean, the Gulf War was bad, but...
Look, it's certainly a low point for Australia. The Australian public procured enough copies of an animated ringtone salesman cover of the theme from Beverly Hills Cop to send it to number 1 for 3 weeks.
God almighty. I thought the 1-2 punch of fuck you, I don't want you back, / fuck you, right back last year would never be topped in terms of Australians cashing out dog shit, but fuck me backwards.
This has to be one of the most annoying songs of the millennium.
It's appalling.
So far, if not of all time.
It's not a song, really.
Yeah, look, it's hard to know if...
Calling it a remix is extremely charitable.
Yeah, look, will it be topped as the most annoying song of the millennium? I guess we have 978 years to go, so it is entirely possible.
Yeah, no, it's definitely top 5 minimum.
Yeah. So look, the Crazy Frog story is so fucking stupid, it's hard to believe that it's actually a real thing. But real quick, if anyone that doesn't know who Crazy Frog is, it started as a kid in his bedroom in Sweden, making the sound of a 2-stroke engine. So sort of like pretending to do a sound effect, completely ridiculous, and through a highly improbable chain of events, resulted in several albums of some of the worst material ever put to tape being recorded and released. So anyway, the kid does the 2-stroke noise, records himself doing it, uploads it onto the internet in 1997, so very early days.
Just going ning, 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 ning.
Just doing that, exactly.
God damn it.
This was found by a dude who worked in television, and he was convinced that this was the next big thing, so asked the guy, tracked down the guy doing the sound, the noise. Yeah, exactly. Whoa. Asked him to go on live TV and perform the engine noise. So he did that. This was recorded and added to file-sharing sites, and people downloaded it over the years. A kid going on TV making the sound of a 2-stroke engine. Mm-hmm. All of that's fucking so stupid, I can't believe it exists. Fast forward 6 years, and another Swedish dude found the MP3 and decided to create an animated character for the noise.
Okay.
Which he aptly named The Annoying Thing. So he's added a visual of Crazy Frog, the annoying thing, to that noise, and this has gone viral. Fuck knows why. It's 2003, but Jesus Christ, people were like,
"That's great." The Dancing Baby wasn't too far away.
And then this was picked up by a ringtone company who realised they could make some money off this animated annoying thing and the most obnoxious sound effect of all time.
Christ almighty.
And they did through selling ringtones. When that was a business model that was substantial and sustainable, and then also parlayed that into releasing this song.
I mean, it's not saying much, but I suppose at least that dark chapter in our history is over with. I mean, nowadays if you want to advertise a fucking annoying ringtone, you just interrupt YouTube videos every 20 seconds like a civilised person.
Yep.
But back then it was on television a lot.
Yeah, look, so the guy that created it said, look, if I'd known that they were going to be such a big thing, that being Crazy Frog, I wouldn't have allowed them to give it that stupid name. It has nothing to do with the character. It's not a frog, and it's not particularly crazy either.
No.
So that's a fair enough assessment. And then, yeah, you're right. There's a couple of things happening here. Firstly, Crazy Frog received some criticism and complaints to the Advertising Standards Board. Namely because the animated frog had a visible penis and scrotum.
Yes.
Now, this is an animated frog that was aimed at selling ringtones to children because adults don't download and pay for ringtones, I think. So the TV ad, the frog had a dick and balls visible. So that was one thing. And
also, just as a side note, frogs don't have visible penises and scrotums anyway. It's not even anatomically correct.
No, and then further complaints were made due to, as you'd mentioned, Tom, the frequency of the ads in the UK. Jumbo, which was the ringtone company, bought up such large quantities of ads that they often showed the ad more than once in the same ad break and often consecutively.
So fucking annoying.
And in the UK, 10% of the population had seen the ad more than 60 times in a 1 month period.
That's an understatement.
The volume that they showed it, and that's in the UK. And in Australia, it was the same bullshit.
It's like that fucking Bob the Builder song that we covered earlier.
Yep.
The only excuse for this shit is as a kind of international mass hypnosis caused by saturation bombing TV commercials from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. when people are mentally suggestible.
Yep.
God help us if politicians figure out this trick, because if you're ready to exchange money for a CGI frog waving its cock in your face, you might even go out and support conservative politics. It's entirely possible, you know. And if Scott Morrison thought waving his dick in your face 2 times an ad break for a month would get him re-elected, he would be out there now.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Look, it seems completely bizarre that if something so obnoxious is shown to you so many times, I still don't understand why people would be like, I'm going to go and purchase the most annoying thing that one could hear. Who's listening to this?
I'm not sure if you've noticed this from watching free-to-air television, Ben, but a lot of people are thick, A. B, have very bad senses of humour.
Yeah.
C, have no sense of humour at all.
Yeah.
And therefore will just accept sense of humour by going, well, they think that's funny, therefore I think it's funny. Or D, all of those things combined.
Yeah,
And they own phones, and a lot of them are teenagers.
True. I just find it difficult to believe that people would part with money.
This is what I'm saying. Like, in my mind, the only thing, legitimately, the only thing I can think of is that it's kind of a Stockholm syndrome thing, like that Bob the Builder thing, where you've got parents who are this captive audience, and they listen to this thing so many times that they just like at some point it's just easier to buy it than to not think about it.
These people still live amongst us, Tom. It's only 17 years ago.
Do.
You know, some of them would have died, hopefully, but a lot of them are still alive. They're still amongst us. They're going to be voting in upcoming elections.
You know, it's still, there is a plus side. As I mentioned before, at least we sort of passed through this period.
That's true.
Another thing that you do not hear much these days are ringtones.
That's true.
Because everybody texts each other and fucking social messages each other. And the people that do, you know, if someone's phone rings in a carriage, you don't even hear a weird song much anymore. It's usually just
use the Apple generic.
Yeah, like the idea of going to all this effort. Sometimes you would hear someone on the train. You remember that when they've got a new phone and you could just hear them cycling through their ringtone options, just listening to, or some website just listening to a snatch of ringtones for like a half an hour train trip. You'd just hear tiny bits of low fidelity, shitty remixes of songs cycling through, you know.
Exactly.
Which one of these will annoy my friends more? Oh, Crazy Frog. That'll do it.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah, like,
absolutely insane.
The song that this is basically a remix of whatever there is to it, of Harold Faltermeyer's Axel F, aka the theme from Beverly Hills Cop.
Which is a great song, but I can never listen to it ever again because of this. It's ruined it.
Yeah.
It's ruined it.
Faltermeyer recorded the original using 5 instruments, a Roland Jupiter 8,
sick,
a Moog modular synthesizer 15 for the bass, a Roland JX3P for the chord stab brasses, a Yamaha DX7 for the marimba sound, and a Lindrum for the drum programming. Cool. It really was the best time in the world to be a synthesizer player.
That equipment would have cost about $2 million as
Oh,
well.
exactly. This is the future. I don't need a band. I've got these 5 machines. They'll do it from now on. This is the future.
And was that improved upon by having a frog going...
No, I feel like he deserved better than this.
Yep.
Faltermeyer is a German composer who also composed the Top Gun anthem. He scored Tango and Cash,
Jesus.
The Running Man, Cuffs, and both Fletch films. As a session musician, arranger, and producer, he worked with everyone in the 80s, from Barbra Streisand to Sparks. And I sincerely hope that he didn't know what was going to happen with this shit when he licensed whatever to whoever.
Do you think if he knew that it would be covered by an animated frog, he would have just aborted the recording session?
I truly hope so.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, there was already a dance remix in 1995 by Clock, which was a club hit in Europe, and this version also just totally ripped off.
Yeah.
So it's a
rip-off. It's a cover
of a
cover.
Of a cover. Yeah.
The cover is always better than the original, Tom, except in some occasions.
Yes. I do not even think this deserves to be called a cover or a remix.
No.
Like, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Look, so I guess moving on from that, Tom, a lot of people talk about classic tours that they saw, sort of as people get older, they like to talk about things that they saw, legitimately saw, or, lie about seeing, like how 400,000 people claim to have seen that Nirvana show, when Nirvana came to Australia once.
All the Sex Pistols at that university with about 12 people in the audience.
Exactly. It's 1,000 cap room. You can't fit 400,000 people. No, mate, I saw Nirvana when they came to Melbourne in 1992. So, and, a lot of people like to talk about that. And look, I wasn't old enough for Woodstock, Tom, obviously one of the most talked about and renowned music sort of, concerts and festivals of all time. So I wasn't old enough for that. But I was old enough for the Crazy Frog 2005 Australian tour, where he made appearances at numerous shopping centres and major hospitals around the country. And I talk about that fondly. That was my Woodstock.
How would you define appearances in this sense, Ben? Are we talking
a man in a Crazy Frog
polyester suit?
Oh, okay. Correct, yep.
I thought there might have been some high-tech Gorillaz-style animation going on.
No, they made a Crazy Frog suit, sent it to hospitals around the country.
Did it have a purple dick and balls on the front?
They had to quick unpick that, I think, Tom, due to some complaints at the Children's Hospital. But, so that's a great tour, and one that I'll always talk about very, very fondly. So, but don't worry if you weren't there the first time, Tom. For those lamenting missing the Crazy Frog cultural phenomenon the first time around, they released a new single late in 2021, Tricky. And I'm hoping that Run DMC can issue some sort of cease and desist to prevent it from any further play. And Crazy Frog has unfortunately threatened a new album this year.
I mean, I know we keep saying Crazy Frog like this is an entity, but I'm assuming it's some European fuckstain behind all this. And I don't care who it is, and I don't want to know.
No, I think that ringtone company probably still owns it. So look, Crazy Frog also announced an official NFT release.
Of course it fucking did. Of course it fucking did.
And this was met by a backlash on Twitter, Tom, due to the environmental impact of NFTs, with account managers for the Crazy Frog Twitter account saying that they'd received death threats over the matter. Now, this just shows the concern of the Crazy Frog community at large, Tom, that NFTs don't fit with the integrity and non-commercial nature of the Crazy Frog brand. It seems wild to me that NFTs is what tipped the Crazy Frog community over the edge.
It does, doesn't it?
I mean, what about literally everything else that Crazy Frog has ever done? I.e. the fucking annoying songs, the crass commercialisation of all of it. The video game. Did you ever play Crazy Frog Racer, Tom, on PlayStation 2?
Crazy Frog has fans?
Yeah, exactly.
In 2022.
So the community went, NFTs sound a little bit too much for us, Tom, because it's strictly for making money. It's strictly a cash grab. Yeah fucking no shit. Shit.
You'd think that they were a match made in heaven.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, let's not forget that in the immediate aftermath of Crazy Frog, back in 2005, there were about 400 other people who tried to copy his success, including the Hamster Dance, Michael the Turtle, Frederick the Stoat, Baudelaire the Thompson's Gazelle, Escobar the prolapsed orangutan shitting into his own mouth, etc. Really, at 2 a.m, the only psychic defence was a combination of MDMA and praying that they would get sued by whichever 80s artist's work they were sexually assaulting with their cartoon dicks.
Yeah.
There was not much else to do, you know. And so he's to blame not just for this shit, but for all of that shit that subsequently followed as well.
Who'd have thought that a kid doing a sound effect of like a fucking
Well, you
chainsaw
can't even
in
blame
their
the kid for
No,
that.
you
The
can't.
kid probably was embarrassed by Crazy Frog, you know.
Oh, yeah,
Jesus
exactly
Christ.
right. I hope he got some royalties from it. I hope well, actually, I don't. So
I hope I hope the kid and Harold Faltermeyer sued them and got all of the money for this shit.
Yeah, Crazy Frog Racer, Tom, was like the it's like a Mario Kart knockoff, but with Crazy Frog and other characters from the Crazy Frog universe. That I hope that
There are so many Mario Kart knockoffs.
Yeah, I know.
There was like a Shrek Mario Kart knockoff, despite the somewhat puzzling absence of any kind of wheeled vehicle in the entire Shrek franchise.
Exactly.
They somehow got that to work.
But look, I'm hoping that these other characters in the Crazy Frog universe, I hope that we can become more familiar with them. I hope that, you know, with Crazy Frog's rebirth, that there's a film maybe, because I'd like to learn a little bit more about the other guys, if not Crazy Frog himself.
I'd like to see an expanded Crazy Frog universe, perhaps crossing over with the expanded Eiffel 65 blue alien universe with that Marvel-style 20-movie trilogy.
That should have been a hidden character in Crazy Frog Racer, I think. Now, there must be some lyrical... it's an instrumental track, isn't it?
On the plus side, after all this negative talk about Crazy Frog, I have heard that Akon is currently involved to build a $4 billion floating Crazy Frog libertarian fun park off the coast of Madagascar, where the entry tickets are NFTs and the age of consent is surprisingly low.
Is that been funded yet, or it's being paid with Akon?
Dropped a rock off a cliff into the ocean and said that it was all on the way.
That's good.
Lyrically, this is the chorus. Ding ding, brr brr break it, dum 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 da dum dum dum, dum 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 da dum dum dum, dum 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 da dum dum dum, bim bim, dum 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 da dum dum dum, dum 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 da dum dum dum, dum 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 da dum dum dum. This is the Crazy Frog. If you repeat that 47 times at 3 a.m, and that's why you need to be on ecstasy to really be able to, you know, stop this from...
Well, did they leak MDMA into the water or something? Because that's the only way that it can explain anyone going to buy this. You'd have to be...
There are completely drug-fucked 45-year-old ravers still showing up at bush doofs who would turn their noses up at this shit and go, this is too repetitive and annoying for me.
You'd have to have lost a certain degree of brain function, I think, to purchase this.
Or be a teenager, I suppose.
Look, Tom, we don't do this often. We don't often give gifts during the podcast, but I've got something for you today. It is the follow-up single, Tom. Crazy Frog doing...
He's pulled out an actual CD single.
Crazy Frog doing We Are the Champions, bracket Ding-a-Dang Dong.
God.
It's Crazy Frog's follow-up single here on CD single, Tom. The Queen classic, absolutely fucking butchered.
I thought it was an original.
No, We Are the Champions of the World. There's the radio edit, the house mix, the club mix, and the club mix dub with a bonus video clip.
I was going to say, I hope it includes the video clip.
So there you go.
Well,
it's one for you to enjoy.
Well, thanks, Ben. He really isn't a frog, is he?
No.
He's like a blue alien. He's like that blue fucking thing from the Eiffel 65.
Yep.
Except in this case, playing soccer.
Indeed. So there you go. That's one for you, Tom.
Out now on Jamster Records. If you've got any leftover anthrax bombs from the post-Gulf War era that you need to mail somewhere, look up Jamster Records online.
Absolutely. Now, this is disturbing, Tom. Crazy Frog on Spotify still has 1 million monthly listeners. Now, must be on a playlist of worst songs ever made or something like that. And that's going to cost you 41 cents.
I don't know how much ecstasy you've taken, Ben, but there is a phenomenon where songs can get stuck in your head for sometimes years, even decades at a time. They don't even have to have lyrics, and I think that may be the only thing that's happened here.
Jesus Christ.
There's people who've simply had their brains destroyed, and there's no coming back now. All you can do is look at the calendar and hope that 2021 album wasn't an idle boast by Crazy Frog.
I would be disappointed if that doesn't drop this year, Tom.
Let's move on, please.
Up next is Tupac, featuring Elton John, Ghetto Gospel 1 week. Now, what's going on here? Tupac's been dead for close to a decade at this point.
Yes, and as he never troubled the Australian charts much when he was alive, I think something like California might have been the closest he got, and that was only top 10, I think. Never made it to number 1.
So, why he's teaming up with Elton John here to release Ghetto Gospel, but he's not really teaming up in the sense that there was any sort of discussion between the artists, unless Elton John's employed some sort of psychic medium that can talk to Tupac from beyond the grave.
Teaming up with that guy whose chipmunk voice he used in that song.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it turns out that this is kind of it's a weird song because it says Tupac featuring Elton John, but it's actually just Eminem remixing an old unreleased Tupac song, throwing in an Elton John sample, and the rest, they say, is history. Yeah,
Tupac's part was recorded in 1992 and was supposed to be featured on a very special Christmas too. So not even Tupac was immune to the shitty Christmas album. However, due to legal trouble later in the year, his song was dropped from the compilation and was never released. It was then finally put out on his posthumous album Loyal to the Game. With Eminem's production, it was tweaked and a hook was added which samples from Elton John's 1971 hit Indian Sunset, which I don't actually know particularly well, one of his lesser-known songs. But, I'm not sure whether this counts as dodgy on Eminem's part or not. I mean, I suppose the money is going to Tupac's estate.
Tupac and Elton John are getting all the cash.
Profited too somehow, I guess.
Is he putting? I don't know if he's included as a songwriter, but look, it's pretty weird, isn't it? So this was off Tupac's, wait for it, 6th posthumous album.
Fuck's sake.
Fucking 6.
Yeah, that's a bit
And I mean, how much material was there in the vault? Or at this stage, was it just someone trying to edit together answering machine messages they'd found, in like a drawer or something? They found one of Tupac's old phones. And they picked it up, or there's an answering machine tape, and it's like Tupac's just going, "Yo, I can't make it." And then it's like, we can cut those words up and turn it into a rap. Oh, look what we found in his bathroom cupboard. It's fucking some other horse shit. So there's absolutely no way that...
It's always pretty suspicious when this sort of shit happens, isn't it?
6 albums of this stuff. Like, I mean, it's interesting that Tupac is now probably... at this point in time, 2005, probably bigger than when he was actually alive. Like, he's just selling albums a go-go.
Oh, by the way, this was not credited to Eminem.
Okay.
So, hopefully, I guess the money went to Elton John.
That's good, because Elton definitely needs the cash.
He probably gave it to Lady Diana for Fountain Memorial.
Paid for that fountain. Look, the Tupac hologram, in hindsight, was a few years early, wasn't it? I mean, it's
6 posthumous albums. I mean, Elvis would have beaten him.
Elvis would have a shitload.
But I mean, still, Yeah.
So I don't know. Look, apart from the Tupac hologram, which they need to revisit that because it looked like pure arse at the time. But look, I think hologram technology's come a long way. Who would you like to see perform as a hologram apart from Guru Josh?
Yeah. I mean... yeah, Guru Josh would be pretty good.
It would be very good, yeah.
Doing that sax solo under a spotlight with the confetti raining down. It depends on the scale of the hologram.
Yep.
It would be fun if you could get a whole hologram dance floor full of people. You could pretend you were, say, in one of those American teen movies where they're at a prom or something and the DJ goes, "Hey everybody, remember this song?" and plays a song, and then everyone just knows how to do choreographed dancing to a whole song.
Yeah, that would be good.
Pretend you were like Zac Efron or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, watching someone, it didn't seem that amazing to me. Like, I mean, okay, he's dead, but like the actual experience of seeing it from a distance, which you usually are at a fucking arena show, like watching, I mean... at that point, you could just be watching a fucking big screen of Tupac performing one of his earlier shows.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of effort to go to for something that you can't interact with. And I'm not
Seems
sure. What about
pointless.
You? Anyone you'd like to see
I
back?
Couldn't give two shits about the hologram action. So
it must have been a giant pain in the ass because otherwise you would think they would have done it by now. I mean, don't tell me they wouldn't have done Freddie Mercury hologram concert after... assuming the estate of Freddie Mercury cleared it. Maybe that's the stumbling block. Maybe some people find it ghoulish and disturbing, like that time that Kanye made a hologram of Kanye. Who was it?
Like Taylor Swift or something?
No, it was Kim Kardashian's granddad or something.
Oh, did he?
Like, he paid for it to get made so it could deliver a little speech to her, this weird kind of face mash kind of thing. It was pretty ghoulish looking, frankly.
Weird as hell.
I just watched the new Ghostbusters, and there's an extended bit at the end where a ghost of one of the previous characters appears for way too long, and in this kind of CGI effect, and there's you just can't get around the uncanny valleyness of it. But maybe it's more fun when you're 58 rows back in a concert.
Yeah, I can't imagine there being a period in my life where I want to go and see live music of a dead person produced by a hologram. I don't really see that.
I suppose you could use it to get a band back together, like of people who refuse to be in the same. So you could have like a Smiths reunion, get a hologram of Morrissey performing, and a hologram of Johnny Marr performing. They could be on stage together, or like Oasis. So you could have the two brothers. They still get the cash, and everyone else gets to see them on stage without being interrupted halfway through the second song by them having a fist fight.
Is it a way where the original bass player can get the band back together for a tour without actually having to get anyone involved?
That's right, exactly,
Yeah, no, I think, you're right, that could work, certainly, I think.
I mean, Morrissey needs money. Those Latino rent boys aren't cheap.
That's true, so perhaps a Smiths hologram tour, could be the way to go. But you're right, it is a good way to get bands back together.
I would see that. I would go and see that.
I think 2 years ago, didn't ABBA announce a hologram tour, and people went, "You're not even fucking dead yet." They're still alive, and they're going to do a hologram tour.
They're just like, well, we're not going to tour, but if you want to see us that badly, go and look at some holograms.
So obviously the technology, they're still working on it, they're still improving it, but no one seems to care. So look, Tupac still has 20 million Spotify listeners. He's been dead for fucking 25 years at this stage.
He was only 25 when he died. You know? Like, I mean, he had more albums than Biggie, but still, he hadn't been around very long. He'd only really been rapping for about 5 years.
Yeah, so look, that's pretty crazy. Elton John's 50 million. We have a winner. He's the new highest number for Elton John. Doesn't surprise me. 78 cents for this on Discogs. How are the lyrics? Did Tupac write these, or did they just cut and paste other shit that he's done in the past?
I think he definitely wrote these, but the question of what the fuck he was talking about at the time, or what this had to do with Elton John, or Christmas for that matter.
Nothing, I'd say.
And over there's a lady, crack got her crazy. Guess who's given birth to a baby? I don't trip or let it fade me. From out of the frying pan, we jump into another form of slavery. Even now I get discouraged. Wonder if they take it all back, will I still keep the courage? I refuse to be a role model. I set goals, take control, drink out of my own bottles. And he later was quoted in an interview, I say I don't want to be a role model in the song because if I let somebody put the role model label on me, that limits me. Because look at those words, role and model. Both of those are fake words. To play a role and to model, that's fake. I'm real. Now, some might suggest that he was a middle-class kid who studied acting at an arts high school and then, thanks to the influence of the lifestyle attached to the exact music he produced, felt the need to play the role of a violent thug for 5 years until it got him killed. Some might also suggest that he modelled for pictures and photo shoots all the time. He starred in 6 fucking movies. There's a whole photo reel of him in the shower and flopping around in a fucking bubble bath like Whoopi Goldberg covered in jewellery. That aside, I am glad that people don't worry about selling out so much anymore, as we have previously discussed.
Yeah.
In most ways, that is. Sure, it leads to A-list Hollywood actors pimping zinger burgers more often than you like, but the good part about artists and fans forgetting about the idea of who's sold out and who's real is that less people are going to fucking kill themselves trying to be authentic, whether it be by getting shot, getting into fights, taking heroin, because they're trying to live up to some lifestyle, coking themselves to death and getting run over by a car or whatever the fuck they imagine being real to me.
Yep.
People who appreciate art don't need anyone telling them what's real anyway. They either care about it or they don't.
Yep.
Don't you reckon?
Look, exactly. couple of interesting points there you raised, Tom. One is Tupac implying that Mother Mary was on crack. He does say that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Jesus' mum, she's having a baby, she's on the crack. It's a Christmas song. That's definitely Jesus he's talking about.
That's true.
She might have been on the old crack. That would make Jesus a crack baby, which would explain all the crazy fucking bullshit that he said or didn't say. Or
I'm
someone
not sure
wrote
what
down.
The other form of slavery he's talking about.
He's out of the frying pan back into slavery.
Yeah,
Done.
I'm not quite sure, unless he means crack, maybe.
Did you watch the 9-hour Adam Curtis documentary series Can't Get You Out of My Head?
No, which one is that about?
Did you watch Hypernormalization?
Oh, that guy, yes. No, I started it. I really like him, but I find his visual style incredibly distracting.
Yep.
To the point, I think I just need to listen to his shit in like podcast form or something with the music.
It is a documentary series that you can listen to without actually watching, because you're right, the visuals often don't always.
I like his stuff. He's a great interviewee as well. He always sounds really cool.
Yep.
Anyway, sorry, what was he talking about?
In that series, which obviously touches a lot of different topics, but Tupac features quite heavily in it.
Okay.
And talks a little bit about what you said about how Tupac's a very confusing figure because he had to ultimately play the role of gangster, which he wasn't really, and then he ended up turning into this sort of thuggish dude that wasn't really representative of him at all. So if you listen to some of the things he talked about when he was younger, compared to what he ended up, he was just a caricature of what he was trying to rail against in the first place.
Yeah.
And his legacy is pretty weird as well, because, he went to prison for, sexual assault and these sorts of things.
Yep.
But people just sort of forget about that and just Tupac, he died too young. But it's sort of like he did some weird shit that he sort of almost felt like he had to do.
Yes.
To prove himself.
Exactly. In the same way as like bands like Oasis, they're just working class kids who grow up wanting to be the Beatles, and then when they have success, then they feel like they have to do this rock and roll thing. So you have to get a coke addiction. You have to release a shit album that's way too long that nobody cares about. You have to fight each other on stage. You have to have supermodel wives. You have to live in London and get drunk every night. And this kind of, it's just, and from the outside it seems fairly obvious too. Like, it's not like, looking back later on, you go, maybe that's why. It's like, at the time, it seemed pretty obvious.
I need to live all these cliches so that I am a rock star by doing but then it's just like, isn't that completely pointless? So.
I know. Especially within the bounds of your musical style that you've decided to sort of... Yeah.
Exactly. Look, and anyway, it is a bit sad. Tupac obviously died way too young. No one knows who killed him, etc. So it's still unsolved, which seems sort of bizarre. I'm sure someone out there knows something.
Yeah.
But hey,
it's undeniably talented. Him and Biggie. That really was a shame. Definitely. There's so many shitty... sounds mean to say, but there's so many shitty wannabe gangster rappers around that you could have easily lost a couple of, and instead they killed like the two best ones at the time.
Is it one of those things, diminishing returns, where maybe Biggie and Tupac, they didn't have a lot of material, so if they had been alive today, people would have been like going, fucking Tupac, still releasing his horse shit, Christ on a bike, so, sometimes, better to burn out than fade away.
Look, I'm sure they both have celebrity vodkas and headphone brands and a shitty streaming service that no one uses.
Exactly. Exactly. Should we move on?
Yes.
Up next, look, I know I said Holla Back Girl was the best of this year, but I've changed my mind, Tom. It's clearly the Pussycat Dolls featuring Busta Rhymes, Don't Ya? Well,
the Australian public agrees with you, because this is 7 weeks, which is more than any other song this year so far, even that Mariah one. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? Don't you?
Let's just say that, like Tattoo we spoke of last year, the cover of this single features the large Dayglow giveaway sticker. Disc contains music video and photo album, which might as well read, "You're not fooling anybody."
I just love the music, so absolutely. Look, the origins of the Pussycat Dolls is almost as odd as fucking Crazy Frog, really, in reality. They started as
mature.
Well, look, they started as a new take on the burlesque group in the 90s with Christina Applegate and a few other dudes involved.
You didn't mention that.
And they got a weekly slot at the Johnny Depp-owned Viper Room. So that's the Pussycat Dolls were just basically a nouveau burlesque group busting out moves.
It was very hot around that time.
Yeah, I'd like to think that the last thing River Phoenix saw before he died was Carmen Electra lip-syncing to Lady Marmalade, but I don't really know. Perhaps
I suppose there's worse ways
so
to go out.
you'd die knowing that you'd seen the pinnacle of human creativity and achievement, so I think River Phoenix could die happy. But yeah. So basically they were just a dance group. They met Jimmy Iovine, who's Interscope Records guy. He was like, yo, you need to fucking spin this burlesque shit out into a pop group, but get entirely new members.
Yeah.
When you're not having Applegate anymore, there's no Carmen Electra. It's just a whole new group, and then that's basically it, which seems super weird.
Another way to describe them would be a cross between strippers who lack the integrity to get naked and drag queens who lack the balls to cross-dress. Their choreography isn't even very good, and they're not singing their own songs or anything, really. They're just lip-syncing along. So the idea of just ditching half of them and replacing them seems not callous in a boy band sort of way, but just merely pragmatic at that point. Like, I mean, when you get down to it, Iovine is a music mogul. He's not a musician.
No.
Co-founder of Interscope Records. He was mates with John Lennon and Stevie Nicks' partner.
Oh.
He was Stevie Nicks' partner, rather, and he signed Tupac in 91.
Oh, good.
Which was pretty prescient because Vanilla Ice was the number one rapper in America at that point, and Tupac was 20, so that was pretty good. He's also the guy who co-founded Beats by Dre got opened up a whole new area of corporate music sponsorship and defunct music streaming channel bullshit, which is the downside of not caring about authenticity anymore, I guess.
Yep.
But for him to look at them purely as a business proposition just makes sense, and just going, all right, get some dodgy pop music, they can lip sync it or sing it, dance around in front of it.
He also, Tom, unfortunately shelved that Hot Carl. No, what was it? Remember the Kanye West that guy? What was his name?
The guy who wanted to be the new Eminem. And,
what was his name?
Hot Carl.
Was it Hot Carl? Yeah.
So he shelved Hot Carl.
Hot Carl's
album. Sounds
uncomfortable.
So,
So look, pop, and by the time they got this group together, I mean, it's not even really a musical group anyway. It's just
that's what I'm saying.
Nicole Scherzinger sings or sung 95% of the lyrics. Apparently, recorded whole albums with no input from the other members. It was just her solo act basically, and then they just got other dancers in to do the dance.
They're not really in a band at that point. You're just a dancer, basically.
Look, it's pretty whack, but what the fuck do I know? They released 2 albums, but have sold 50 million copies. Yeah. Which seems completely crazy.
Goes a long way in America, even with pornography freely available.
Yeah, people were feeling this. The follow-up single, Stick With You, hit number 2.
This is a catchy song, I'll say. This particular song.
Oh, this one's very fucking good. Beat with Will I Am, reached number 3. God. Buttons with Snoop, number 2. And I Don't Need a Man, hitting number 6. So 5 of the songs off this album were top 10 singles in Australia. And look, they were criticised for their overtly sexual image. But they needed it to sell.
Burlesque show, they had nothing else.
They received 400 complaints in the UK after performance when they were wearing sheer PVC, which I didn't know was a thing. Sheer PVC, is that even practical?
Clear plastic.
Yeah, I assume that's what they meant.
Okay.
But it just shows that there's far more innovations in the fabric industry that I was aware of. But anyway, look, I don't want to tell people how the music industry works, but I think their popularity was due to the overtly sexual image, not in spite of it. So it was really a lot of clever marketing, and that being Nicole Scherzinger and several other females wearing exclusively PVC. So I don't know.
I mean, there are other bands around at this time.
They're not the only ones that are wearing no clothes.
Basically naked in the Toxic video shortly earlier, I mean...
For sure, and
Tattoo, we've already had fucking underage Russian lesbians making out in their underpants.
Holly Valance's laser light covering up the badge, so we know about all that stuff. So, it is sort of weird when people see this stuff and go, OMG, it's so over the top sexually, and it's just like... That's their marketing gimmick. You can either ignore it.
And it's also that's pop music. That's mainstream female pop, like it or not.
That is pop music. So Swersing has actually said, if you have people like Lizzo leading the movement of accepting yourself and they don't get any criticism, then why are we getting this criticism? When we perform, we're performing from a place of passion and power. We're not floundering out there trying to be cute. We come like warriors, out there, and people feel empowered by that. Now, there's a lot to unpack there.
Yes. This is the Kim Kardashian school of empowerment, where taking photos of your cans in a mirror for money, your surgically altered body, and putting that up on Instagram for your multi-million audience of 12-year-old girls to look at as a figure to, be judging themselves against, qualifies as empowerment, technically in the sense that, you're profiting off it and you're the person with the tits, but I mean that's about as far as it goes, really.
Look, if I open
the difference is also that she doesn't mention with Lizzo is that Lizzo has an unconventional female body type and is actually rapping.
Yeah.
She's not lip syncing to bullshit someone else wrote.
Yeah, well, except for Swerzinger, I think she's actually pumping out a few notes there herself, but all the other people are just going.
She's not writing songs.
So, but yeah, exactly. Look, and what's interesting, Tom, I think if you look in the Oxford Dictionary under both empowering and warrior, there's a picture of the Pussycat Dolls under both of them. So it's quite interesting. So, and look, Kimberly Wyatt, one of the other members, she's just one of the dancing ones, not Swerzinger, said, "I love teaching them, my kids, what it's meant. I love teaching them what it means to be a pussycat doll and own your space as a female. I think it's really positive, important message for my girls to see and understand what that means." So
we've gone from riot girl to girl power to pink mall punk, and now we're at strippers telling their kids that growing up to be a pole dancer is empowering.
Yeah.
Being a fucking lingerie dancer with a non-singing role in someone else's pop group is empowering.
It is empowering.
Hey, get your money, girlfriend, I guess. Fucking whatever.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting take, but I gather that...
From what I've heard, also, I think I might be just a bit one-eyed about this, but from what I've heard from Nicole Scherzinger in interviews, she seems pretty annoying.
She seems like a total cunt. Yeah, absolutely. Look, here's one thing, Tom. You know that's not a real name. Usually when you choose a stage name, you don't choose something that's harder to say than your actual name.
Exactly.
Like Swerzinger, is it Swerzinger? I don't know. So... sounds like, I don't know why she's chosen something. It's more difficult to say than what her...
It's a real name, not that I care.
I actually don't know, but it's something a lot simpler. It's a lot simpler. I looked up that that's not a real name, but yeah, it's significantly easier to say than Swerzinger. So yeah, anyway, but yeah, she sounds pretty cunty as well, and like pretty annoying. Like sort of, I'm the greatest fucking person alive.
I suppose you have to have a lot of confidence and be a bit of a ball buster to get to that point in the music industry.
But I think,
also, fucking, I don't know.
I read a few things about how
she just seems like a bit of a...
Everything's really choreographed, so some of the other Pussycat Dolls would like do a few impromptu ad-libs or some stuff when they're doing their moves or whatever on stage, and she'd just get like fucking totally pissed off, like, what are you doing? So sounds like being a Pussycat Doll. I hope they got paid well, because it sounds like it wasn't the greatest time alive. So look, I don't know why they had to spin the modern burlesque troupe off into a music group. Couldn't they have just started a new music group? Like, if you had this song, Don't Ya, with Nicole Scherzinger and the other people, and it was just launched without the burlesque background Pussycat Dolls, like, it would still be as popular, wouldn't it? Or did anyone outside of the Viper Room even know who the fuck the Pussycat Dolls were as a burlesque troupe?
I know.
Seems weird, because the inventor gets royalties off this, I guess, the person that put it together.
I can understand, at least 5 years ago, certainly, going, burlesque is really hot right now. If only there was some way we could turn burlesque group into a pop act.
Yep.
Because, they dance around on stage with no clothes on, lip syncing to songs. You basically are a pop act, really. Yep. So let's just try and transfer that across. But then the idea of just having a kind of interchangeable lineup of random, nameless, musically not particularly talented backup dancers, it just kind of... It's like Menudo or something, where it's just,
Yeah.
Although I suppose at least one person in the group is getting the money from this. I suppose that's empowering, as opposed to some horrible Lou Pearlman figure in the background,
exactly,
vacuuming up all the cash. But fuck.
So look, anyway, 10 mil for Pussycat Dolls,
That's
12 mil for
way too
Buster
many.
Rhymes, 37. I forgot Buster Rhymes is on the screen. Fucking 37 cents for this. Good times.
Well,
there must be some lyrical highlights.
If you're wondering how come they managed to produce quite a good song, it's because this song is credited to Buster and CeeLo Green.
Oh yeah.
And CeeLo originally, what was that band he was in? What was the other group he was in? That were briefly big as well.
Is he the one that did that? Fuck you.
He did, but he's also in. Oh god damn it! Sorry, let me just check that.
CeeLo Green. Look, off the top of my head, I'm going to say he's in Maroon 5. No.
Niles Barkley.
Oh, yes.
So he was half of Niles Barkley and he had his own success.
Yeah.
I think he was cancelled recently to some dubious sexual shit.
Jesus.
But who knows what cancelling means anyway.
Not CeeLo Green.
He originally recorded this with an artist of his own called Tori Alamazi.
Oh, yeah.
But it was never released. Her version, you can find it on YouTube, however. It's very, very similar.
Okay.
Considering they both produced it, so it would be.
So musically the same.
Yeah, but hers is a bit slower, and they really didn't add anything to this except outfits and cleavage. Oh, and this is also credited to Sir Mix-a-Lot. Because the first recording contains a sample of his song Swass, taken from the album Chief Boot Knocker. Great album title, better than any song
title.
So
he gets a songwriting credit for this, does he?
Yes.
Fuck yeah, I hope he got a lot of royalties off this.
The chorus to that song is, "Don't you wish your boyfriend was swass like me?"
Okay. So they just ripped that off then?
Yes. According to Urban Dictionary, swass means either A, noun, a contraction of the words sweat and arse, a non-gender specific term used to describe the sweat found in and around a person's arse crack, or B, a word for swag that Sir Mix-a-Lot made up. Similarly, the most fun part of this song, by far, is the Buster Rhymes verse. Well, let me get straight to it. Every broad want to watch a N-word when I come through it. It's the God Almighty looking all brand newish. If Shorty want to jump in my Aston Vanquish, looking at me like she really want to do it, trying to put it on me till my dick's black and bluish. Sorry, I didn't give that the justice that it needed, but that's by far the most fun part of the song.
Fantastic.
Put it on me till my dick's black and bluish.
Good stuff. Look, it
doesn't rhyme with Vanquish, but he makes it work.
He makes
new Vanquish and Bluish mesh together with the power of personality. We haven't had a chance to talk about Buster Rhymes much, even though he's popped up about 4 times in number ones by doing verses in other people's songs or showing up randomly. I think I did briefly discuss his role in preventing the great flip mode epidemic of 2001, but other than that...
Look, hopefully he'll pop up later and we'll give him the credit that he deserves.
Sure.
Good stuff. Yeah, that's a fucking banger. And speaking of bangers, Shannon Noel Shine. 1 week. Why the fuck are people still buying Shannon Noel singles? This also sucks. But fortunately, it's his last number 1 song, Tom.
It is, yes.
So this was the pinnacle of the career. This is the pinnacle.
I lived through this and I forgot that he had so many fucking number 1 songs.
Yep.
I must have managed to block it out of my brain.
Yep.
In the video, he is driving a big black shiny car. I guess he was basically forced to buy one after that song came out.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good to see him trying to bring back long sleeve T-shirts under short sleeve T-shirts as well. That was a great fashion trend of the late 90s. The video unusually does look like someone hired professionals, though.
Yeah. Not
just moonlighting interns from the Australian Idol crew. I think this is like the apex of record companies thinking maybe this guy was going somewhere, as opposed to this is the high point.
Yep.
Like the video, this song has better production than usual too, including a fair bit of surreptitious auto-tune, which kind of makes him sound a bit less dodgy than he normally does. Normally I would mock that, but in this case it's definitely an improvement. So sometimes the computer is better than the alternative.
Yeah.
This is an extraordinarily low bar, but this might be his best song, I reckon. Make of that what you will.
Yeah, look, you're probably right. Better than some of the other stuff, but fuck, still not great.
Oh, no. Once again, I'd put this at about John Farnham B-side level,
so,
without Farnsy's voice.
But you're right, given that this is a pinnacle of career, it means it's sort of the downfall towards punching a bouncer at a strip club and being found guilty of cocaine possession, which were in his immediate future. But to be fair, I'd need a lot of cocaine to enjoy listening to this music, so just imagine how much cocaine you would need to perform it night after night after night. So,
he really missed a trick by never getting that Cougar sponsorship, didn't he?
Oh,
He's
absolutely.
just a walking human can of pre-mixed bourbon and coke, this guy.
Yep. So, this single, Shine, the follow-up single off this album, Tom, was called Lift.
Yep.
Now, fortunately, I was able to track the CD single down from the op shop today.
Yep.
So,
He's
which
got
is
that
fantastic.
double dip T-shirt.
He's got a shirt over the top of that. Now, Tom,
Flavour Savers in full effect.
Yeah. Now, what's great about this, Tom, is that it comes with 4 Shannon Knoll stickers in there, as you can see.
Oh, that's weird. On this second-hand CD, the stickers are still inside the packaging.
Yeah, Shannon Knoll Lift there. There's him with the muscle top. There's him with Muhammad Ali in the background, and then him with a boxing bag, sort of implying that he is the new Muhammad Ali.
True.
Tom.
Maybe he got that boxing bag confused with a bouncer at a strip club.
No doubt. Now, what does that say, Tom, when you look inside the CD single and 15 years later, these stickers are still intact? What does it say? That the original owner was unable to find somewhere of high enough stature to place these stickers? They were searching for that perfect place to affix a Shannon Knoll sticker, yet after a decade and a half of searching, they realised that a perfect place couldn't be found, or perhaps a perfect place just didn't exist. There wasn't a place good enough to affix the stickers, so they just gave the CD away to a charity shop and wait for someone else to buy it. Or was the owner so embarrassed by the Shannon Knoll CD single and placing these stickers on any object that they owned would bring nothing but further ridicule, they decided to donate the CD to charity, to get away from affixing the stickers. What do you think?
All I can say is somewhere out there's a lonely little 12-year-old girl's single bed headboard with 4 little square holes in it, just missing, crying out for those Shannon Knoll stickers. And they'll never see them because she's 26 now and goes to uni for the second time after she dropped out the first time, and she's embarrassed that she ever liked Shannon Knoll, which is pretty sad for everyone concerned.
Exactly, but look, those stickers are intact. So that had a look here, Tom. The Shine single will set you back $3 on Discogs.
Wow.
We've got the Lift single with stickers intact.
Oh, you could be sitting on a fortune.
You could be sitting on a really big fortune, exactly right. So I think that's pretty good. 200,000, we know that for Shannon. Previous weeks have talked about it. Lyrical highlights for this.
This one was written by Anton Stakansky, who wrote for, among other people, Arnie DeFranco, Anastasia, the Goo Goo Dolls, etc., and Matthew Gerard, who wrote Lost Without You for Delta and a whole lot of Hannah Montana songs. I would put this is about that level. This is the time, this is the day that we've been waiting for. All the world will stop to watch you shine. Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now. Sing your hymn. This is the new national anthem. We will all stand on guard to let you be heard. Ben, where were you when Shannon Knoll released the new national anthem and we all stood on guard to watch him shine? It was like the moon landing, wasn't it? Neighbourhoods all silent, everyone inside, kids standing to attention beside their parents, all eyes on the TV. What does it mean, Dad? Son, it means the world just changed. It's only the 5th year of the millennium, and already you're living in a new era of Aussie glory. Oh no, hang on, now you mention it, I'm just having a stroke. You can probably sit down again.
Look, if this isn't performed at the opening ceremony of the 2032 Brisbane Olympics, Tom, I don't know what better song you could have in that sort of place. So, time to shine.
Rugby league semi-finals mid-game show, and I think you might be spot on there.
Absolutely. Look, that was fantastic, those lyrics. I'm very emotional. And look, it is emotional because we won't be talking about Shannon ever again on this podcast due to the fact that... But who knows, he might bring out a Christmas album this year and get another number 1 single in 2022.
Hey,
so
look,
never say never.
He'll always be number 1 in the hearts of Nova FM.
Absolutely right. So, yep. Thanks, Shannon, for all of your hard work and extremely mediocre songs over the last couple of years.
Half an inch wide Tasmania-shaped chin beard into the sunset.
Exactly. All right, Tom, up next for 3 weeks, Kanye West featuring Jamie Foxx, Gold Digger.
Oh, this was big, yes.
Now, do we still call him Kanye West, or do we just call him Ye now? Now that he's changed his name by default to Kanye. Just call him Kanye. Cool.
I'm too old to keep up with rappers now.
No, exactly. So, look, anyway, creative genius Kanye West scores his first number one with it's a pretty catchy song.
It's
a very fucking catchy song.
Catchy
Thanks to a very, very good use of Ray Charles' sample, some great production from Kanye, which at this time he was very much on point with...
he was in the pocket.
With obviously his production, the samples he was using, obviously knew what the fuck was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this is off his second album, but yeah, just a few years before he was doing a lot of production work for other people, as we already know.
Yep.
So he'd had years of practice, so knew what was doing.
Yes.
And then, obviously that Ray Charles sample and Jamie Foxx coming in to do a bit of his own work in there too. Some pretty great tracks that he's produced for others and himself. But dare I say, maybe it's been a little bit of time, I'm talking 2022, since he was at the peak of his powers. Is that a fair assessment?
I think the craziness probably doesn't help.
No.
But I think he is suffering. He's crossed the Lucas line once again. It happens to a lot of artists. You have to be very good to keep a lid on shit once you get to the level of fame, craziness, or fame and craziness, where people no longer will give you edits unless you specifically ask for them, and even then you have to ask the right people who aren't scared of your opinion. He famously, when he was starting out at this age, when he was still young and hungry, so he's on top of it musically, production-wise, but he's still, he would invite... He said, I've heard other rappers talk about this, and they'd say, I got a call from him one night, and he said, hey, do you want to come over and hang out? And I went, oh, cool, I'll go over, this guy's fucking hitting it big, I'll come over and hang out in his crib, whatever. He said, and I got over to his house, and there's 4 other guys, Little John's there, Dr. Trey's there and stuff, and it's not a party, it's we're just hanging around in his recording studio, and he's just playing us songs, going, what do you reckon of this? And then after each one, he'd sit there and listen to us all talk about it, and make notes and stuff, and then say, what about this song and stuff? When you listen to some of his new shit, there's no opinions being listened to.
Fuck no.
No one's going, should I put a 3-minute-long SpongeBob sample in this 20-minute-long song? Track 13 off, disc 3? Going, no, maybe don't do that because that's fucking idiotic. But at this point, this sounds like someone who's really trying. He's doing everything he can.
What happens when you have someone who is extremely confident in their own abilities, very talented, but also prepared to listen to what other people take feedback and also sort of tweak things. Great. Then what happens when you have someone that throws all of that out the window? You get fucking...
Does album listening parties on the front porch of a fake house in a fucking dirt bike field, sitting next to a convicted sex offender who doesn't even play the same music as you. I mean, like you say, this is him at his friggin' apex here. Even that Eminem shit we were talking about with Dido and stuff, it takes a certain amount of peak creative inspiration too. Getting swinging Jamie Foxx to come back to do his Oscar-winning Ray Charles biopic thing again for a song that uses Ray Charles samples in a really clever way. I mean, it's so good. For all of his recent stuff, this is definitely my song of the year, I have to say. I used to be able to... I heard this so much on... Because it was on Triple J, so it was alternative popularity, the swearing version. Then it was also on mainstream one, the, edited version. It was in every fucking shop and nightclub and stuff. I used to be able to tell I was getting drunk a bit too fast when this song would randomly pop into my head. I find myself singing this song. That was quite convenient, actually. It was time to drink a pint of water and sit down for half an hour. So he probably saved me from a whole bunch of hangovers too. So, props for that.
Yeah. Look, what's interesting as well, this is something that I probably don't know, but you said there's a radio edit. Is the N-word, when said by a black rapper, is that still offensive?
Oh, God, look, who knows?
Because the thing about the song is that it's such a great lyric in its original format. So then the edited version, it sort of loses something, and it's sort of, I understand, Eamon, fuck it, I don't want you back. Like, you got to edit the F word out for radio. But I gather that on Triple J it's fine, but on mainstream radio, if it's the N word, it's not a swear word if Kanye's saying it.
Well, theoretically, no, but that seems to be how they treat it now, like you say. It counts as like an F word. So if you're listening to it on something that'll play the F word, they'll play it unedited if it's a black person saying it.
If it's a white person, they're cancelled.
Yeah,
which is fair enough. I just sort of like, it's not offensive to people that the people that are saying it in that context as a rapper. I don't know. Like I actually forgot that there was a radio edit. That's sort of the point that I'm making.
Yeah.
When I watched the video, I was like, fuck, that's right.
Yeah.
It's completely different. It loses a bit of something because it is it's quite a funny song as well, because obviously the content is sort of Kanye singing about, basically these gold diggers trying to like basically get pregnant by him, or like trying to sort of do that sort of stuff. So yeah, very, very good song. So look, it's safe to say that creative genius Kanye, for my mind, as you said, gone off the rails in recent years. Is this another case of the Kardashian curse? Because people have talked about the Kardashian curse. If you don't know the Kardashian curse, there's professional sports players that have that have been married to, or like NBA players that have been in relationships with the Kardashians, and once those relationships start, their career or their abilities seem to go off the rails. Wow. So if
you're one of like the 6 or 7 dozen professional athletes that have had sex with one of the Kardashians, then that's the end of your career, is it?
Exactly. You're in the NBA, you're playing for a good team, you're doing pretty well on court, you start banging one of the Kardashians, and then the next thing you know, you're on the bench, they won't let you play, and then you're shipped off to like Lithuania or something like that, and it's all downhill. So, look, I don't really know, because many consider Kanye's, people, what his best work is, obviously, I think it's up for grabs, because you've talked about this era. He's got his first sort of 3 albums which are in a similar style. Then he does 808s and Heartbreaks, where he sort of does a lot of that fucking auto-tune bullshit, and then some other stuff. But anyway, a lot of people think that probably his finest output, you can agree or disagree, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, that came out in 2010.
I have heard that opinion.
Kanye and Kim started dating in 2011.
Yeah.
So let's look at that. 2010, he releases what many regard as his finest album. They start dating, and then it's all downhill from there. So in recent years,
that seemed to be the start of his crazy behaviour.
Yeah, I think so. Going downhill. And look, since that time, he's become friends with Trump. He's run for president, although he did get 0.04% of the votes in the presidential election, so good on him. Declared slavery was a choice, which didn't go down too well. Went all in on the Jesus, released some less than stellar music, changed his name to Ye, moved into a stadium to finish an album. He asked Mark Zuckerberg for $1 billion. Gave shit to a dude in a wheelchair for not standing up at his concert, claimed Bill Cosby was innocent, consistently gets Marilyn Manson up on stage to perform with him, and most recently, in the last couple of months, released his newest album, Donda 2, exclusively on his own $200 media player, the STEM player. So if you want to listen to his new album, the only way to do it is to buy this like fucking media MP3 player.
Oh my god. And don't forget, even more recently than that, regularly Instagram posts his own weird "please let's get back together" thirst tweets at his ex-girlfriend, and weird passive-aggressive stabs at that comedian who's currently hanging out with her and stuff.
I think even as today I saw that he'd released a new animated music video where he like kidnaps the dude that she's dating and like buries him or something like that. So he's completely lost his mind.
Yeah.
But here's one thing.
He's very good at staying in the fucking publicity cycle. He always had a knack for that shit.
He is. But is it fair that we criticise someone who may just be having a bipolar episode? Because that's the other thing as well. In recent years, he's sort of talked about his mental health struggles. Yes. So if he's off the meds or he's having an incident, the problem is that rather than sort of him not being in a great place mentally in his own. He's not in a great place mentally, but then tweeting about it, so everyone's reading it going, oh, this dude sounds unhinged.
But also, there's that thing, there's two things. One is that there was that, after he said some famously moronic thing not like a year ago, and Kim Kardashian tweeted something about like it was kind of it was a little bit between the lines, but she basically said, "Look, everyone out there who's judging him, you should know that I bet you've got someone in your family who's got mental illness, and the mental illness, their ability to deal with it is." Based on, the ability for people around them to help them with it is based on their ability to let other people help them. Basically, between the lines saying, look, we know he's fucking crazy, but we can't do anything about it if he doesn't want us to help him.
Yep.
And then you get back to that old fucking, like, the old 80s hair metal shit thing or the heavy metal band lead singer thing where if you're not just encouraged to act like an insane fuckknuckle like Axl Rose, he was riddled with craziness. Like, he started in that band when he was a fucking teenager. He's got God knows how many undiagnosed mental issues.
Yep.
But because you happen to be in that one specific position, you're not just tolerated being a complete nutbag, but you're encouraged in that behaviour. And people, give you all the attention that you want. Whatever you say, he gets in the news all the time. Then... what's his motivation to stop being insane?
Exactly, and also I think a lot of people forget that
to get help, like why would you be going? Oh, maybe I should check myself into rehab.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't want to get the help, it's very difficult. And also, he's in a position of power where it's not sort of like
and comfort and luxury and creative indulgence. People will put out whatever he says.
Do you think that and I know people have probably written about this, but is there any sort of correlation between extreme creativity and some unhingedness? I mean, is that...
people always talk about that. I don't really think that's the case. There are just as many non-crazy productive artists. I think it's that thing. I think crazy artists stick out more than crazy accountants because more people are in a position to see their craziness.
Yeah.
And... crazy artists are indulged in a way that crazy accountants are not indulged. If you showed up at the office and started acting like Kanye West and giving, Debbie at the water cooler your opinions about slavery, you probably wouldn't be working at the accountants much longer. Whereas, if you're fucking a rapper or a heavy metal musician, then apparently that's fine. So,
But you're right. Look, interestingly, I think with as back to the song, as you said, like the production's meticulous. He's spent a lot of time on it. Since 2016, I think, when The Life of Pablo came out, it seems that he's just releasing shit like half finished because it's on streaming services. He'll put it out and it will be incomplete, and then he'll just remix it and edit it and work on it over time. And he just feels like that because if something isn't released in a physical format, you can just change it over time. And I think with this new album, what I read something just about it today where people were like, this sounds like the most half-baked shit you can come up with. None of it sounds complete. Some of his rapping, it sounds like he's sort of like got placeholder lyrics in there. So
he's gone from a confident guy who takes criticism and feeds that back into his music to a guy with no confidence who takes no criticism and therefore has no confidence in his music and releasing literally half-finished albums.
Yeah. But look, I think the thing is as well that...
he needs to go on holiday. He needs a fucking long holiday.
I think that's probably a really good point. Rather than, like, since 2016, I think he's pumped out, like, 5 albums.
Yeah,
maybe
it's like that Eminem thing. There's just a point with people where you just take your money, just go away, and then you'll come... If you take 3 years off, people will still want to hear your albums, and then you'll have something to talk about.
The thing is, he's always been an innovator, and things... Each album sounded quite different. If he went away for 3 years, he could come back with something that's amazing again, and people will be like, that's fucking fantastic, instead of dropping some half-assed bullshit every 12 months. Just go and do that.
People will wait for things.
Yeah. But... I think also as well, back in the day, back in 2005, he's predominantly doing music. Well, he's almost exclusively doing music. Now he's got a lot of different business enterprises.
Yeah, well, that's another fucking thing, isn't it? They all have to be entrepreneurs.
For sure. And look, Kanye, self-confessed creative genius Kanye West. He's a creative genius, Kanye. He's constantly creating things, and he's a genius. He's a creative genius. Sorry, he's doing the rapping. He's a creative genius there. He's doing the production. He's a creative genius. He's also designing shoes, and he's a creative genius.
They're very successful. Yeah. I don't know how much he actually has input on it. But
that's the thing. So creative genius Kanye West does the raps. He's a rap singer. He does the shoes. Look, he's not a cobbler. He doesn't repair the shoes. He's not a cordswain. He doesn't make the shoes. But creative genius Kanye West, he draws a picture of the shoes. He draws the shoes and then gives it to some kid in Bangladesh to make those shoes. But creative genius Kanye West, he's involved in shoes, yeah. So he's a creative genius. He's involved in shoes. He's involved in rapping. He's a creative genius. He's not a stable genius, not like Donald Trump. He's not a stable genius. He's a creative genius. So he does the shoes. He does the rapping. He's a creative genius. But what about his contemporaries? What about Akon? We don't talk about Akon as being a creative genius, but Akon does the rapping, yeah? Akon does the production. I don't know if Akon does the shoes, but he owns a diamond mine, he has an electricity company, and he's building an entire city from the ground up that will run entirely on cryptocurrency. So my question is, Tom, who is the real creative genius? Is it Kanye West, or is it the guy that drew Crazy Frog? That's the question.
Well, look, you know,
because Kanye, they talk about him. He talks about himself being a creative genius. Other people talk about creative, but what's he got really? He's got music and he's got his shoes. That's fine, but there's other people with more irons in the fire.
That's true.
And designing frogs that are ringtone. He's got NFTs, the Crazy Frog.
You can't argue with Kanye West, Gold Digger, 3 weeks. Crazy Frog, Axel F, 3 weeks, you know.
I mean,
they're basically as good as each other, really.
Crazy Frog's got a PlayStation 2 game. He's got a fucking ringtone thing, NFTs.
It's kind of weird that Kanye West doesn't have a PlayStation game.
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing he hasn't tried. I'm sure he's got an iPhone game.
Yep.
In fact, he does have an iPhone game.
Yeah. So, look, I don't know.
Look, the song's hook was originally written by Kanye for a Def Jam rapper called Shauna back when he was doing writing. And intended to be performed from a female's perspective with lines like, I'm not saying I'm a gold digger, but I ain't messing with no bro, etc. Kanye had previously performed the second verse at a slam poetry event. Man, I would have liked to see Kanye West at an open mic night. Imagine the things you'd learn about the world, the theories that would come out. The beat was produced by Kanye with John Bryan. Gold Digger contains a bouncy beat formed from hand claps and scratches by DJ A-Track and an interpolation during the introduction of I Got a Woman by Ray Charles. That's what the original song's called. I Got a Woman. Yeah. Lyrically, my favourite bit. You got any favourite bits of this? I mean, I think most people know all the fucking words to this. Don't know where it's really even worth doing it, but
I think all of it's good, to be honest. So
I like the last verse. It's really good. Everyone knows the story. It's about going out with a woman who's very, very high maintenance.
Yeah.
It is weird because it is kind of, a lot of it is sort of a bit like, it does sort of make sense that it would be from a woman's perspective, but I think he might have added the last verse afterwards.
Yep.
Now, I ain't saying you're a gold digger, you've got needs. You don't want to do to smoke, but he can't buy weed. You go out to eat, he can't pay, you all can't leave. There's dishes in the back, he's got to roll up his sleeves. So it's showing some sympathy for the woman who wants a guy who can at least pay for dinner.
Yeah.
But while you're washing, watch him, he's going to make a Benz out of that Datsun. He's got that ambition, baby. Look at his eyes. This week he's mopping floors. Next week it's the fries, which I guess means working on the fry machine at Macca's.
Yeah.
So stick by his side. I know there's dudes bawling, and yeah, that's nice. And they're going to keep calling and trying, but you stay right, girl. And when he gets on, he'll leave your ass for a white girl. Which is the payoff at the end. Which is, once he's finally worth your attention, then he'll go and get someone better, I guess. But, yeah.
And look, I think that Kanye, he's almost used this song as a template for his own life in the sense that he's sort of... I feel like maybe relationships that he's been in, he probably felt that maybe the other because he's famous rapper Kanye West, he thought that whatever relationship he was in, the other person may have been the gold digger, or they were trying to attach themselves to his fame. So the only way he could overcome that was by marrying someone equally as famous or more famous than him, and that narrows it down to about 2 people. One of them, unfortunately, being a Kardashian.
You know what I always thought? This is my theory.
Yep.
Kanye West was a protege to some extent of Dr. Dre, and sort of they had a kind of older guy, younger guy rivalry, I think. Although they toured together and they've done songs together. And my theory is that Kanye wanted to go out with Beyonce. He always had a massive
mean
crush.
Jay-Z?
Yes, Jay-Z. Sorry, I'm saying Dr. Dre. I meant Dre, yeah. And
he wanted to go out with Beyonce.
I reckon that's why. I think he's got a massive crush on Beyonce because that's like his foster dad's, his father figure's partner, who's still ridiculously hot, of course. But, of course, he can't have her because she's Jay-Z's partner. And, like, he famously humiliated himself to get Taylor Swift off stage in order to stick up for a Beyonce music video, which isn't even one of her better music videos, just this weird sense of loyalty and massive teenage crush that he obviously has on her. So I think that at the time he felt like, like you say, he needed some, incredibly popular off their own back person, and 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 it seems like the Kardashians feel like they've invented this new racial spectrum, which is that they've sort of appropriated black culture to the point that they have convinced themselves that they are somehow black and have had plastic surgery and stuff, to the point where they seem like they've invented some sort of future America race where everybody's been having sex with each other so long that they're all sort of one colour, as predicted by Warren Beatty in the film Bullworth. Was his solution to race mixing was that we've all got to keep fucking each other till we're all the same colour, which would be some sort of approximately Kardashian colour, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
That's enough about my theories about eugenics. But,
48 million for Kanye West on Spotify, which is fucking insane.
2 million less than, who did you say? Elton John.
Yep. And also, you got to remember that 48 million on Spotify, but he also released his new album exclusively on the STEM player. So these numbers are lower than what they would be if that album was released on Spotify. And
he also released albums previously on that Tidal thing, which was another subscription-only thing, which had, him and a couple of other people
48 mil.
So he's really hampered himself. Yeah, that's true. Fucking hell.
Cool. All right, up next, for 1 week, Madonna, Hung Up.
Ah, yes.
Time goes by so slowly. Time goes by so slowly is what Madonna has said. Now, look, we know that gravity curves space and time. The stronger the gravity, the more it curves space-time, and the more time slows down. So finally someone's written a hit about Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity, and of course that was Madonna, the queen of pop. She would have fucked Einstein if he was alive, do you think? She's written this sort of...
Possibly. Some people think that Marilyn Monroe fucked Einstein.
Really?
They did spend a little bit of time together, and she was fascinated with him the same way that Madonna would be, although Marilyn had less of an ego than Madonna, weirdly. Yeah. Marilyn had low self-esteem, which is bizarre, really, but I suppose...
That's anyway. I think if Einstein was still alive, we probably could have seen him in the Sex Book, do you think?
Well, he was incredibly famous.
Yeah, exactly.
In a way that no scientist ever would be. Even someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson is not as famous.
No.
He was essentially the poster child for what a smart person is.
People still say shit like, no shit, Einstein, or
exactly,
any sort of, he's no Einstein.
When you ask people to imagine a scientist, they're probably imagining a guy with spiky white hair and a pipe. Yeah. Because that's what a scientist looks like to them.
Do you think the Sex Book would just be Madonna naked, in front of a water fountain with E equals MC squared written on her cans in a Sharpie, and then sort of Einstein sort of standing behind her sheepishly?
I like to think so, yeah. Yep. Madonna said about this one, this song made up in my mind which musical direction to go in. I had done an entire soundtrack to a musical called Hello Suckers, and that didn't pan out because I decided I didn't want to do it. Then I decided to write a musical with Luc Besson, the film director, with him doing the screenplay. So I started a whole new chunk of songs for that, and then I read the script and hated it, and I thought, that's crap, let's scrap that. And then I was exhausted. We finished the tour, and my record company was like, you owe us an album. And I said, look, I don't have any more ideas, I'm tapped out. So I came over here to London to work experimentally. And because this song turned out so great, I said, okay, that's it, I'm making all dance music next. Which kind of misses out on maybe, in the Madonna style, perhaps some other influences, e.g. the fact that this style of music was extremely popular at the time. Kylie had just had 3 continual albums doing new disco in exactly this kind of mode, and this is when she showed up in London, and they love this shit. They love electro and dance music and always have. And this is when she started, hooking up with Guy Ritchie around this time, I think. I mean, show me about those other projects, though, Ben. A musical comedy collab with the French pedo who directed Leon the Professional sounds like a real career restarter. That could have been great. I wonder what it was called. Underage girls I've got my eye on, possibly.
Jeepers. Yeah, that sounds like pretty hot shit, so I'm sad I missed out on that. Look, this is her last big hit, I think. Is that right? Is it going to be one like next week or something?
The last time I remember seeing her in
this song's this is a very memorable song. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
As soon as you hear that, Time Goes By So Slowly, you know this song, you've heard it, you know what it is. I can't remember her having another song subsequent to this that's as big or as popular. I don't really know.
She briefly captured the zeitgeist again one last time with a different style. She reinvented herself one more time.
Yep.
I mean, she's done it since, but this was a successful way. And from my perspective, it's definitely her best single this decade.
Oh, yeah.
I get the feeling she really wanted to work with Daft Punk. Yep. Even though cool dudes like me already knew about them before this, they were the hottest shit out at this point in popular culture. Kanye was going to work with them shortly on Stronger, Pharrell after that, etc. They were touring. I saw them live around this time, and they were just world class. Instead, she got a UK DJ producer called Stuart Price to make this sound exactly like they produced it. I like it though. It works. I really like that flangery type thing, and the gated drum effect that makes the whole song sound like you're listening to it through the toilet wall at a nightclub next door. It really does. It makes me want to go out and take pingers with some 20-year-olds and then get kicked out when my mobility scooter causes gridlock on the dance floor. But, truly it does. It makes me vaguely nostalgic for going out, this song.
Yep. No, absolutely. Look, it's one of her definitely more powerful numbers for the
certainly this millennia.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly. So it features an ABBA sample, and at the time, yep, that's it. At the time, I'm not sure if it's still the case, but it was only the second time ABBA had cleared a sample.
Yes, they said
to allow. They often, I think they get they were approached quite often to sample their songs, and they always said no, but they gave Madonna the all clear. Previously, the Fugees were given permission to sample the bass and synthesizer for their 1997 hit Rumble in the Jungle. So 2 big guns, the Fugees with Rumble in the Jungle and this Madonna track.
I don't even know that Fugees song, but the guy, Benny or whatever, said that. He said that basically. We get approached all the time, and then he said, I listened to 90 seconds of this and I could tell it was going to be a big hit. So he must have had faith in this, and I mean, he was right. It was a huge success. So, the video for this one, you've seen this.
I have,
It features Madonna doing some disco revival moves in an outfit and a basement studio that looked like they were inspired by that really grim one from Saturday Night Fever where John Travolta tries to crack onto the uptown girl who doesn't want to hear about him. And just in case you needed any more clues that it was 2005, it also features a whole lot of crumping, a whole lot of parkour, and a whole lot of dance revolution.
There's a lot of parkour.
Madonna is 47 in this video also, so there was the usual bullshit about being too old for a leotard and stuff, but obviously she looked great or she wouldn't have done it in the first place. In my book, you shouldn't be judging anyone's chronological suitability for a pop video if they can do the front splits and you can't.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And it's all just her. She doesn't get any assists. She's not doing, she's not got other people behind her to make her look good. It's just her dancing in a studio, and, she still looks like she's having a right old time.
No, absolutely right. I think the video clip, it sort of might look a little bit dated in bits now, but at the time, all the shit that features in there is pretty red hot.
It's very London. She's obviously likes London.
I mean, she's living there at this point in time, isn't she? And she's about to get married to Guy Ritchie, or she is. I can't remember the timeline. Must be around this time.
Starting to talk in a British accent for no obvious reason.
Exactly. Look, she opened the Grammy Awards 2006, so not long after this, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, and she performed a medley of this song with the animated band The Gorillaz.
Ah, yep.
So is this basically just Paula Abdul and MC Scat Cat? It's sort of Madonna and The Gorillaz teaming up, doing like a bit of, I'm performing with a fucking animation.
It's probably the only thing she hadn't tried in her career at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Appearing with... Although, as you said, she doesn't duet much.
She doesn't.
She's too much. She doesn't like sharing the limelight. A bit weird that she's sharing it with Gorillaz, but they were big in the UK at this point too. So
they were, exactly.
And it's Damon Albarn from Blur as well.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, well, don't give it away.
Oh, sorry.
It's an animated gorilla.
Sorry.
So this became, this is, I found interesting, Madonna's best-selling single ever.
Wow.
It sold 8.7 million copies worldwide.
Wow.
In 7 months.
With all the shit she had in the 80s and 90s.
All the shit she's done in the 80s and 90s.
This is the thing, like this dance club.
So it was number one hit in 41 countries.
Fuck me.
Australia, obviously, Canada, France, Germany... Japan, heaps. So I just assumed that she'd have way bigger hits than this, but I'm wrong.
I suppose you could say...
It was everywhere.
It was everywhere. It's getting played in clubs as well. That always adds more. Young people would have been into this, so, she's a younger audience for this one song in particular.
Yep.
And now you're getting digital downloads as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That might have added something too. But I know what you mean, like... To think that this after all of her number one fucking hits, and this song, 8.7 million copies.
I think the digital downloads...
I'd be happy to sell 8.7 million copies of an album. That would be a massive success. To sell man.
I think 8.7, you're right, Tom, with digital downloads, because even in Australia to buy a CD single would cost between $5 and $10, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas a digital download was like, what, $1 or something like that? Maybe $2?
Not when Apple started out, it wasn't. But I think they were cheaper overseas, so maybe other countries were paying
so that's
those.
it. So affordability, people bought that stuff.
This was her 36th top 10 single on the Billboard Hot 100. That tied her with Elvis as the artist with the most top 10 hits, which is pretty fucking amazing. So good on you, Madge.
Yep.
Like that too. Mariah Carey with that thing on Billboard and that record there tying with Elvis. I mean, she might have even beaten it since then because Elvis probably isn't putting out a lot of new stuff except for his 2-pack style work.
Oh, he might be Junkie XL. Junk comes back and says, "Let's do some more bullshit, bro."
How is she going with Spotify?
20 mil on Spotify. Not as... I mean, that's fucking heaps, but not as many.
I think her audience is ageing out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. So, not quite Kanye levels of 48 mil. And 19 cents for that. Lyrical highlights?
Look, like a lot of these songs, e.g. Kylie's Disco from around this time, it's really just a repeating chorus with a bit of fluff in the middle, which is fine. It's just about getting sick of waiting for a dude to get in touch. The only weird bit to me is the continual interludes of Time Goes By So Slowly, which you mentioned before. I mean, I guess that's meant to be her waiting beside the phone for the guy to get in touch.
Yeah.
But it kind of contradicts the entire mood of the song, e.g., I'm sick of wasting time and I'm going out dancing, you scrub. Like, Time Goes By Too Quickly would also have worked, maybe, is what I'm saying, especially from a 47-year-old.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit odd. Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's a fine refrain, She's always got some slight oddness with her lyrics.
Well, it's a song about Einstein's theory of special relativity. We know that, so that's why.
Time goes by so slowly when I'm nearing
gravity.
A giant mass of
exactly,
space.
Exactly right. So there we go.
Who's next?
The Black Eyed Peas again.
Christ almighty.
With My Humps. Now, one thing I'll say about this is that Don't Funk With My Heart is pretty bad. But this is about 10 steps below that, isn't it?
Yeah, this is only slightly above Crazy Frog.
If Pussycats is the best of the year, or Gold Digger, Kanye, we'll have to... They're both pretty good. Probably Kanye's better than Pussycat Dolls, to be honest. This would have to be the worst, wouldn't it? Or is it even with... No, Crazy... This is
Crazy Frog's worst. No one deserves to be compared with that. This is whack. This is bad, though.
It's terrible, yeah. Look... I don't really know where to start with this. Fergie mentions a lot of brands in this. Dolce & Gabbana, all that sort of shit. Do you think the brands that are mentioned in this song would, somehow try and stop, cease and desist, try and get them to not sing? Because that has to be detrimental to any brand, doesn't it? To be like, oh fuck, what? You've talked about our brand in the lyrics to this bullshit. So, look, I don't know. It's the lyrics are awful. Musically, just, I mean, the songs, fucking hell. My humps.
Yeah.
My little lady lumps.
The video's fucking
Check
stupid.
it out.
Their clothes look incredibly uncomfortable. She's got incredibly tacky ass jewellery on.
Yeah. Look, you know a song is complete dog shit when an artist, and not a parody artist like Weird Al Yankovic, but an actual legitimate artist feels the need to compose a response track because the original is just so shit. And that's what Peaches did with her track, My Dumps, which... It's perfect, isn't it?
It's certainly better than this, by which I mean it's terrible, but it's still better than this. Shouts out for getting the phrase "turtle's head" into a song. No, I can actually... You could argue that song actually has a deeper meaning, I suppose, which is that it's an antidote to this presenting women as these kind of, not just sex objects, but these just kind of dumb, status-obsessed bitches who judge their own self by their breast size and stuff like that. And also just the idea that women don't have bodily functions and stuff, that they're just these kind of Barbie doll music video bitches. It
is ridiculous to think about.
Just saying, no, I'd just take a shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Every day I'd go to the toilet out of my ass.
A parody song called My Dumps, which is about taking a shit, is deeper than the original and works on several levels, whereas the original works on no levels. That should tell you all you need to know.
And I know you don't
even
even like parody songs, so the
fact
that you're into this one shows how bad the original is. But yeah,
absolutely. Like, I don't know. I mean, what's the worst lyric in this? It's really hard to say.
Oh, it's hard.
It's completely fucking garbage. I mean, like, weirdly using the line, what are you gonna do with all that trash inside your jeans or whatever the fuck it is. But I'm surprised I didn't use the word, what are you gonna do with all that cash inside your gash. You think Fergie was toying with that? Because the other lyrics are that bad, and I'm surprised me that's not used. But look, the song, it samples the song "I Need a Freak" by Sexual Harassment. Now, is Sexual Harassment a good name for a band at any time?
Well, it's better than the Black Eyed Peas,
it is,
certainly. Yeah. But it's certainly more fun. But yeah, I'm assuming that was a cheeky joke at the time. But yeah,
cheeky joke that now has aged poorly. But yeah, so hey,
have
bro,
you heard any of their work? By the way,
I've only heard this song. Yeah,
is it any good?
The original?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's better than this, but clearly. But, I mean, it's sort of, oh, bro, I'm a musician. Oh, cool, you're in a band. Yeah. What's the name of your band? Sexual Harassment? It's like, I don't know. Dubious, but yeah.
Also contains samples of Kissy Ki Yan Lete Hain by Asher Bosley, Wild Thing by Tone Lock, and My Beat Goes Boom by Egyptian Lover. All of those songs are better than this one, and I say that with confidence, even though I've only heard one of them.
will.i.am originally wrote this song for the Pussycat Dolls, which makes a lot of fucking sense.
It does, especially because, much like them, it sounds vaguely sexual on paper, but in practice is about as erotic as one of those plastic pens where the clothes fall off if you turn it upside down.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, I don't know, like, when we were talking before, I sort of quickly asked what's the worst lyric in this. It's really not, like, she rhyme, I'm really sexy with the boys wanna sex me. Like, I think she rhymes sexy with sex me.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
And that's just like, well, you've got no thought in that at all. But then just the chorus of, my little lady humps, check him out, or whatever. My lumps, my humps, my... Yeah. Everything, it's all fucking atrociously shit. So, look, even will.i.am himself, the author, the writer of this song, realised at some point in the future that it is totally fucked. Quote, it got to the point where we didn't want to play my humps no more. I just didn't want to say that no more lyrically. It wasn't like my best lyrically. No fucking shit.
No, you also notice the complete Will.i.am style of complete lack of self-awareness there. There's nothing about the fact that you wrote this for women to sing about their own tits and asses, going, maybe it's even weirder for a woman to sing that about herself. You know, maybe I shouldn't have fucking done that in the first place. Also, what the fuck does it tell to the general public about me that this is what I think women think about in their heads? That they're all cash-obsessed, you know, bitches who judge their own value by their tits. Like, fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Look, we all know anyway, his best lyric was, let's get retarded in here, let's get retarded in here. I mean, I suppose it's possible that Will.i.am is actually retarded and was just trying to reclaim the word for his people.
Yeah, well, that's true. It
would explain this song, if anything else.
Now, the lyrics of this song were voted as the worst in dance music in a poll conducted in the UK by Global Gathering Dance Music Festival in July of 2012. 22% of the voters selected My Humps as the worst lyrics in dance music. And just before, I just want to put that in context.
Some pretty stiff competition.
Exactly. Worst lyrics of all time there. This won, and they were against German techno act Scooter.
Oh, Christ. They have
talked about in previous weeks. Who are fucking
baby.
Absolutely.
Not to mention DJ Otzi, N-Trance.
Fucking so much bad shit. But anyway, these were deemed worse than the Scooter lyrics from the song Nasaja, which featured the lyrics, "It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it must be Dave who's on the train."
Still better than this.
Still better than this.
Scooter are definitely in the top 5 shittest of this decade, I reckon.
Oh, for dance music, there must be some of the worst of all time. So it's But yeah, look, I don't know whether we've got much more to say about this.
Look,
I think it does. It speaks for itself when you listen to it.
Does. It's just the fact that the guy who wrote it couldn't handle singing it on stage anymore.
Yeah.
And made other people perform it as well. It says all you need to know, really. Written solely by Will.i.am, he gets the full solo credit for this one.
You mean Azaz Jap Apple or whatever his name is? Does it
no,
feature in this?
Apple D-App or Penis D-Slap or Dave W12X doesn't get any credit. I met a girl down at the disco. She said, hey, yeah, let's go. I could be your baby, you can be my honey. Let's spend time, not money, and mix your milk with my Cocoa Puffs. Milky, milky cocoa, mix your milk with my Cocoa Puffs. Milky, milky lemonade, round the corner cocoa's made. Gaga, gaga, goo goo, daddy did a poo poo. Now, Ben, it might sound like I made some of that up, but did I? No, I didn't. No. Or did I? There's only one way to find out, by listening to the song, so I guess it will have to remain a mystery. Just a car accident of a song, that thing. Good Lord.
30 million people listen to this group every month on Spotify.
Why? Who?
And that'll cost you 47 cents. So let's move on. That's
Please,
absolute trash. Up next is Kate DeRouge. Maybe Tonight. 2 weeks.
Oh no. Yeah. This appears to be someone from reality TV, Ben.
Now, this is the third winner of Australian Idol, Tom, Season 3, straight to number 1 with this trash. Yes, it's a fucking piano ballad. And then she spent some time in the Young Divas, and then, well, what becomes of an ex-Australian Idol winner, apart from being manipulated into finger-slaying your best friend as the result of a fraudulent 6-year online relationship? Well, Dia Rouge was arrested by Victorian police officers twice in 2017 for possession of crystal methamphetamine, more widely known as ice, as well as a tomahawk and large knife. She pleaded guilty, but fortunately escaped conviction.
I'm assuming she moved to Perth, where that kind of behaviour is not only tolerated but encouraged often by the very police officers themselves who are carrying around tomahawks and bags of ice.
So, yeah, she spent a bit of time on the wrong side of the law after her Australian Idol win, but don't worry, Tom, she's come good. She said that she discovered her love for construction, so she's working in the construction industry now. She discovered her love for construction after working in, quote, traffic management for a while and is now going to pursue a career in that area. Now, traffic management on a construction site is, well, that's the person who stands on the road or at the entrance to a property with a sign that on one side says slow and the other side says stop, and then you spin it round to let people know whether they should stop or whether they should go slow. So once and for all, we've got a definitive answer on what the career trajectory of as an ex-Idol winner, that is, win, get a real shit record deal, release a single that goes straight to number one off the back of you just being on television for about 6 to 8 weeks, release an album that sells like pure ass, get dropped from your record label, join the Young Divas, get a drug habit, and then end up turning the slow stop sign on construction sites forever. So, yeah.
Some people would argue that that's an upward channeling career path.
That's true.
But, at least you don't have to go on Nova FM and listen to the Morning Zoo Crew.
Exactly. So that's where you're probably going to end up. So in one of those jobs that doesn't require any specific skill set.
I know.
What's your favourite Young Divas lineup, Tom? Is it Kate, Paulini, Emily and Ricky Lee, or Kate, Paulini, Emily and Jessica Malboy?
I prefer the lineup at the cop shop with 5 people who look like Kate Rouge and the pensioner trying to pick which one of them bashed her for ice
money. That's true, yeah. Does this have any lyrical highlights? I can't imagine it does.
Maybe tonight, maybe I'll fall, maybe he'll crash through my walls, maybe at last love will come back and take me deep into its arms, maybe the heart that comes apart will finally mend, maybe this time I'm going to find love that never ends. I would say maybe you should lower your fucking expectations about 28 miles.
Yep.
And you might get lucky with some hunky dude on the job site instead of this Disney princess bullshit.
Yep.
Not written by her, and I'm not going to tell you who did write it because they don't deserve our free publicity, Ben, quite frankly.
They certainly don't. Absolutely right. Look, fucking only 2 weeks, that's okay. 5,000 on Spotify, that's not many.
It's not.
She's going to have to supplement that income with some other job.
I'm surprised she appears on Spotify, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Euphoria weren't on Spotify, and they weren't far better than this.
Oh, they were much better. Love You Right. Still play it to this day. $1 for this on Discogs, Tom, which coincidentally is how much I paid for that today at the shop. Because I went to my local op shop and just had a peruse through, and I was able to find so many CD singles. The Shannon Noel one, this one. There were more where that came from. So
what's the offering on the front if I buy this? Sanity. If I get this from Sanity, I can change my ringtone at the counter now.
Oh, really?
No subscriptions, no gimmicks.
Can you take that into Sanity tomorrow, Tom? And you'd be first. hard fought to find a Sanity.
I'll take the Nokia 310 in this picture up to the desk of the last remaining Sanity, which I think is in the mall in Hobart, and demand that they replace my Crazy Frog ringtone with Kate DeRouge's Maybe Tonight.
You'll be in Tasmania next week, Tom, so make sure you take that along. Take it to the Sanity and say, I want this ringtone now. What's the B-side on that?
The B-side is her cover of Ironic, featured live on Australian Idol, which was the same case with a lot of these guys. They didn't even have a B-side because they didn't write any music, so the B-side would just be the recording of them on a TV show.
Definitely. All right, should we move on?
Please.
Last one for the year, Tom, is Lee Harding, Wasabi.
God, it's another one. I thought we'd managed to get through the year without too many of them, but...
and that's backed with a cover of Eye of the Tiger, which I imagine is very good.
As with Kate.
B-side, yeah, exactly. So that's 5 weeks there for the rest of this year and a bit into next year. This is what happens when Australian Idol says, hey, let's have a punk kid on the show, but this is less punk than Avril Lavigne.
This is to punk what farting beside a record player is to hip-hop, I think.
Exactly. So he came third, but they let him record this anyway. So he got to record this song.
Yep.
I can't imagine anyone over the age of 12 enjoying this. Could they? It's pretty bad. It's about, I think he's comparing a girl to Wasabi. So
I mean, that's a bit unfair, Ben. You are a big fan of extreme metal and hardcore punk.
That's
you
true,
must be into this. I mean, he's the bad boy of Australian Idol, you know?
Yeah, he is. That's true. Like, as someone who did grow up enjoying a lot of hardcore, which is just sort of an offshoot of punk, I do find this to be in my wheelhouse. This and 5 Seconds of Summer are two of my favourite.
I think he supported Refused on one of the shows.
Sure he did, absolutely. Look, in 2007, Harding's contract ceased with Sony BMG, with the record label claiming that they had, quote, their lineup of priority artists for the year, and he was not one of them. So there you go. They had their priority artists. I'm not sure who they were, but he didn't make the cut.
Of Scandalous maybe going solo.
Certainly not. But Tom, I'm looking out the window now, just to paint sort of for the audience, if anyone's still listening to this, because we've been going for about 6 hours, I think. But looking out the window, I can see Tom lives in the CBD. I can see Crown Casino off over the Yarra River here in sunny Melbourne. And I do want to point out that Lee does play in a cover band at Crown Casino from time to time. So it's safe to say, A, that he's made it, and B, that we can we're a hop, skip and a jump. He might be there now, Tom, just doing wasabi. So maybe we can check that out. So we'll check out to see when he's on next at Crown, and we'll pop on over.
I mean, I guess it's better than being a crossing guard with a meth habit.
That is true, yeah, exactly. Spinning the slow stop sign while on crystal meth, or provide, if you're at the casino, at least you're close to that hamburger shop, which is
That's
not too
right.
bad.
I'm assuming he lives in a storage closet off the main pokies atrium and gets by on, the containers of peanuts that people playing the slot machines forget when they go out to disgust.
So in 2009, a Herald Sun poll ranked Wasabi as the 6th worst Australian song of all time. Now, that's probably fair enough. I don't know. But the number one song on the list as the worst Australian song of all time was from former Scandalous alumni Tamara with her debut single Ooh Ah, with the sublime lyrical content. Yes, Ooh Ah, I lost my bra, I left it in my boyfriend's car.
I think that was written by Kyle Sanders.
I think it was. So, yeah. Is this that bad? Is this
I think that's a tad unfair.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, this sucks pelican balls, but I can think of several dozen worse Australian songs off the top of my head.
Oh,
I mean,
so
can you? You must be able to, surely.
Oh, yeah, this sucks shit, but you're right. There's a
Every Idol
lot
entry from last year, for instance, plus the entire output of Savage Garden, Olivia Newton-John, Holly Valance, and Bruce Samazan.
Yeah, Bruce Samazan particularly. Yeah, Bruce Samazan released a rap song. Now, you're right, Tom, because say what you will about this.
It's just saying there's a lot of competition. Let's put it that way.
It's not amazing. I don't like this, but it's at least high energy. If this came on,
exactly.
I'm in the IG,
it's
I'm
like
getting
an
angst.
Avril Lavigne song or something.
This comes on, I'm just like, but I'm not overly offended by it. Those piano ballads, it's putting me into a coma.
Yeah, they're boring as well. Yeah, like you say, at least this has a kind of bit of energy to it.
What's the lyrics?
It took
Wasabi?
4 humans to write this.
Jeez.
Adrian Hannon, Barbara Hannon, Emma Graham and Tommy Rando. That's his real name. I don't know who they are, and I refuse to check. They sound like 2 couples forming the ABBA of bargain bin pencil case punk.
Yep.
She's organic, vegan, eats tofu, no bacon. Every creature's so cute, you see. Won't tolerate hate and no furs and no pagans. Quotes every god, every guru, Swami. She's wise like Kenobi and listens to Moby every day on her plasma TV. Speaks French and Malaysian, scores hundreds and A's, and all she ever wants is to do it with me, which goes into every chorus. Now, I'm only slightly punker than Lee Harding, but even I know that the chick isn't supposed to want to bang you. Any emo kid from the mall could tell you that. In the first verse, she hangs out with Arnie and drives a Ferrari. So on top of being fucking stupid and vaguely sexist, this whole thing is also complete bullshit. Like, I would respect Lee Harding about 100 times more if this song was about his actual girlfriend, you know? You know what I mean? Like, her name is PlayStation. I think she's Malaysian. She was second-hand on Gumtree. My mum lent me the money to buy her. You know, I think the guy was the drug dealer who stole her, but, she was worth the $1.99 from Cashies, etc. Yeah. As opposed to pretending that some imaginary woman wants to bone you. It's just weird. But who knows? He sings real fast, so you can barely tell.
Yeah. She spits me out like hot wasabi, Tom.
Oh, Jesus. Didn't need that fucking mental image.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, you don't really spit wasabi out, I don't think, do you? It's sort of like it's...
No.
much like this song, it has a very short impact, Wasabi, doesn't it? You sort of take it in and then it sort of dissipates.
Vaguely unpleasant, and it's gone in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but that's true. At least it doesn't hang around in your brain like Crazy Frog.
No, it doesn't, for sure.
Some real highs this year and some real devastating lows.
Yeah, a few highs, some really low
fucking lows.
Yeah. So look, 12,000 listeners on Spotify, so more than Dia Rouge.
Again, I'm surprised he's got fucking any. I'd forgotten him until now.
Yeah, exactly.
That they had it was I don't know if they still do it, but each year they'd have one novelty guy that came third that they wouldn't let be the winner.
Yeah.
Because they weren't boring enough, but they were slightly edgy, and then they'd give them a chance at a single.
Exactly.
Like what's his name in the modern day poets. You
Turner,
listen to them and go, this sucks, but it sucks less than I would expect from Australian Idol, and you go, oh, that's because they came third, and they're not really.
Exactly. So yeah, as I said, 5 weeks, 12,000, and Discogs cost $1, Tom, which is exactly what I spent for it.
Oh, what's this?
Lee Harding Wasabi. Yeah. So this is. Today I went into the op shop and just had a look through, and I was able to find, I didn't get the same Crazy Frog song, but 3 other songs in today's list. So this is bargain basement bullshit, so enjoy that.
Wow, features Eye of the Tiger as the B-side.
Very enjoyable.
For the graphic design, they've Googled punk font and downloaded the first free one they could get. Yeah,
exactly. So look, that sucks. Anyway, we'll be back.
I feel sorry for
next week. We'll be back next week with 2006. So
the latter half.
Yeah, look forward to that. I'm not sure what the songs are, but some of them will be better than the worst songs of this year.
Let's hope so.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, Axel. Bye.